The second line of work. There are 3 lines of work. The first line of work is work on yourself in connection with what the work teaches. The second line of work is work in conjunction with other people who are in this work. The third line of work is work in relationship to what the work is aiming at. Let us take the second line of work, work in connection with other people who are in the work. Let me say to begin with that if you are in a group of people who are studying this work, and you make no endeavor to get to know them, or to understand them, you are not doing the second line of work. No man can work on the first line only. To work only for yourself would only increase your self-love, your self-vanity. As regards this working in conjunction with other people, there are many things said in the work that are very useful to remember. It is sometimes a matter of astonishment to me that people who have been in the work, or who imagine they have been in the work for many years, never make the slightest attempt to connect themselves with other people except through their prejudices and buffers, that is, they only wish to know people of whom they approve, people who have the same buffers as they have. Such people make no progress in the work, that is, they do not change. There is a saying in the work that people whom you meet in groups and dislike at first are often those people whom you like later on, but this change only takes place through work on oneself, and through evaluation of the work, which always leads to work on the third line of work. When a number of people meet together, they eventually tend to quarrel. Unless the force of the work is behind a number of people who meet often together, they will break up into different forms of antagonism. As mechanical people, they are bound to quarrel. This is why it is said that life, as a neutralizing force, always disunites people, and makes them split up into antagonistic cliques. But the third force that comes down from a different channel altogether is a uniting force that can hold people together if those people value the work. And this discipline, carried out through feeling the value of the work, brings people together in unusual ways, and enlarges their life, and they begin to form what is called an accumulator, that is, a group of people who forego some of their mechanical reactions, and begin to a certain extent to obey the work, and thus transmit its influences. This is a wonderful thing. And it is exactly in this wonder of the work that people begin to change and become healed internally. You must understand that the work is a healing force, and that in many ways it is contradictory to life, and its influences. In fact, it is actually said in the work that the work is against life, and you must understand by this that the influence of the work, the understanding of what it means, goes against influences and values that come from life. You have only to look round today, in this so-called time of peace, to see how life disunites people, and forms fresh quarrels, fresh antagonisms in every direction. Then you will understand why it is said that life is a disruptive force, and that the work is a uniting force. In regard to the second line of work, which can be called making relationships with other people, we have to remember that the work teaches us that we are mechanical. This is a deep saying, far more deep in its meaning than any of us has realized. What does it mean that a person is mechanical? It means that he or she always acts in the only way in which he or she can act at any given moment. We think that people do things intentionally, but cannot see that people do things mechanically. A person, for example, who tells a lie, under certain given circumstances, is not doing it deliberately, but mechanically, namely, his or her machine always at such a moment acts in this way, that is, tells a lie. Naturally we hate to think that we are machines in this sense. We have the illusion that we are always doing things consciously, deliberately, intentionally. This is not the case. Whatever we do, whatever we say, however we behave, whatever we think, whatever we feel, is mechanical. G once said, "You are all different kinds of machines. Some are typewriters, some are sewing machines, some are mincing machines, and so on." This view of human nature is unpleasant, and yet it is true. There are many scientific theories about man being a machine. You pour in petrol and get certain results. What interested me very much in the teaching of this work was the idea that from one point of view man is a machine, that is, as long as he does not try to wake up and work on himself. He need not be a machine if he seeks to awaken from sleep, and sleeping humanity. This interested me, because it was a reconciliation of scientific and spiritual ideas about man. Man is a machine, but he can become something. That is no longer a question of machinery, if he follows teaching coming from those who are not machines, that is, teaching coming from the conscious circle of humanity. The apparent paradox is thus reconciled, and becomes a harmonious thought instead of a contradictory thought on the opposites. If you say, "Is so, and so a machine?" I will answer you, to which man do you refer? He may be a mechanical man, or a man beginning to awaken, or even a conscious man. If he is a mechanical man, he is a machine. If he is a conscious man, he is not a machine, because he has risen above his mechanicalness, and is on a higher level. As you know, the work divides mankind into 7 categories. 3 are mechanical numbers: 1, 2, and 3. Number 4 man is transitional, and numbers 5, 6, and 7 man belong to the conscious circle of humanity, and can no longer be called machines. But the vast majority are mechanical, governed by external impressions. Now in relating yourself to other people, that is, beginning to think what the second line of work means, and to apply it, it is sometimes said that you must begin with the idea that other people are machines. But this is quite wrong, and should never be said. What you have to begin from is the idea that you yourself are a machine. Only through self-observation carried out rightly can you begin to see your own machine, your own mechanicalness. However, as we take ourselves and other people as being fully conscious, as capable of independent action, as not being ruled by past associations, in short, as not being machines. So in consequence we blame people very much for not behaving to us as we think they ought to behave, and through this we start trains of inner talking and negative emotions. Probably you all know how we are always very disappointed in other people. We expect our husbands and our wives, our sisters, and cousins and aunts, and our friends, to be quite different from what they are, and all this lays down a kind of secret grievance in us, a form of internal considering, which cannot be cured unless we understand about mechanicalness. It is like a typewriter finding fault with a mincing machine. It is like complaining that a pair of gloves of a different size from your own does not fit you. We have to start by seeing our own mechanicalness. As you know, we all take ourselves for granted. And what does this mean? It means that we take ourselves as being fully conscious, capable of making every right adaptation to circumstances, in short, of having no machine laid down in us at all. We are quite certain that we have no fixed attitudes, ways of talking, no fixed tendencies, or even no habits. We may admit to a few physical habits, but I do not think that anyone easily admits to having any emotional or mental habits. But the work teaches that we have habits in intellectual and emotional centers that are far more important than physical habits, and far more significant. People grow up as Anglicans, as Roman Catholics, as Presbyterians, as Quakers, as Methodists, as atheists, as agnostics, or even as scientists, and they are perfectly certain that their minds and their emotions are quite free from mechanicalness, that is, that they are open-minded. All this has eventually to be made conscious and overcome so that a man begins to be universal in outlook and in his feelings. But it cannot be overcome unless your self-observation is keen and full of integrity, otherwise you will not shift from where you are, and you will remain a mechanical man or woman in life, that is, you will not change, and so will not understand what the second education means, the real university, that you have to attend to become healed, through external considering. So one of the first great ideas in this teaching in regard to our relationship to other people is to realize first of all that we are mechanical, and that what we do, and what they do is inevitable, being mechanically determined. Many people think that they have reached this point of view, and take up a kind of resigned attitude to other people. This is a pure fiction. It means that they have not seen their own mechanicalness, and so they get caught up in the great we love mechanical life, thinking that they are conscious, and yet being more and more mechanical even than others. Now to regard yourself as mechanical is extremely difficult, and extremely painful, but it will change your whole relationship to other people. When you have realized that you cannot help doing something, you will realize that other people cannot help doing something, and you will no longer feel this fatal criticism, this contempt, that underlies so many people's psychology. This will give you a right basis to begin to have relationship in the work sense to other people. Do you remember the sketched out first octave of the work which started from the note do, which was called evaluation of the work? It is of course an ascending octave, so the next note is re, which was called application of the work practically to yourself. The third note mi was called realization of your own difficulties. Now a man who begins to realize his own difficulties in the work will no longer blame other people, as he used to mechanically, because everything you realize in yourself frees you from other people. I mean, that if you realize your own difficulties you will realize other people's difficulties in proportion. The more you see in yourself, the more you see in other people. If you are blind to yourself you will never understand other people, and, as you know, one of the things we are seeking in this work is understanding, which is said to be the most powerful force that we can create in ourselves. The word create is used in regard to understanding. If you behave mechanically you will create nothing, because mechanicalness creates nothing. It is only if you begin to be more conscious that you begin to understand this difficult word, creation. And for full understanding, we must practice all three lines of this work, and we must get to know ourselves far more deeply than we used to. But unless there is the third line of work as well, the first two lines of work will peter out after a time. This is natural enough, because how can you expect this work to continue to maintain its force, unless you attend to the third line, to the aim of the work, to what the work itself is trying to do at the moment? You must remember that the third line of work is getting into contact with the third force, the neutralizing force of the work, and it is exactly this that prevents the third force of life from interfering with it and bringing it down to zero in the emotional center so that the work loses all its force for you. Now when you seek to make relationship with someone else, you have to create the person by seeing him or her distinctly. Most people have fixed ideas, not only about the kind of persons they like, but about what people are like. These ideas are practically always wrong, and are seen to be so eventually in the work. They are probably based on what we have been taught, or have read about in novels. You cannot take a person simply as your opinion of him or her. Nor can you take a person merely as what he is in life, or is reputed to be. To make relationship with a person you have to see the person differently from the way you would see him, or her in life. If you have never undermined yourself and your own opinion of yourself, you will never be able to do this. You will simply accept people at their face value, and you will only wish to know people who have the same buffers and the same attitudes as you have, as I said before. So you will never move, you will never shift from where you are, that is, you will never change. But the work is about self-change. The second point that I would like to speak about tonight in regard to relationships towards others is that not only are other people machines, as you are yourself, but they are not one person. Another person is many different persons, nice and unpleasant, intelligent and stupid. To take another person as one unvarying, does him or her great harm. But again the real question is, have you yet seen that you are many different persons, and that you are not one permanent person, but a mixture of different eyes who act through you at different moments? You may be able to see changes in people, you may be able to see that he or she is in a good mood today, but have you seen the same thing in yourself, and not taken it as one person changing, but as changing persons in you? How strange is this form of egotism that seems to dominate us, that makes us think that we ourselves are always one and the same person. You will notice that both the realization of our mechanicalness, and the realization that we are not one but many different eyes strikes at our egotism and self-love. Through self-love we attribute everything to ourselves. That is why we are taught in esoteric ISM, especially in the Gospels, that the only cure for self-love is love of God. This means that we gradually come to the conclusion that we do nothing ourselves, and that everything in us comes from some other source. Sometimes I say to you, how do you move your body? How do you think? You cannot give an answer. And yet everything you do you ascribe to yourself. You even ascribe love to yourself, perhaps one of the worst sins. The point is that the work teaches that we are recipient organisms, that we receive everything, and that we can do nothing ourselves, neither think, love, nor anything else. In attributing to ourselves the existence of real permanent we not only do enormous harm to ourselves, but we do enormous harm to other people, in taking them to be one permanent person. The third point in relating ourselves to others depends on the science of external impressions. We do not notice how we behave and so often give a quite wrong impression to other people. We may have difficulty in expressing ourselves, we may have some feature that refuses to give to others, or that makes us not say quite enough for the other person to understand what we mean. We may be jealous, and not notice that we express it the whole time. We may be negative, and show it in intonation, and so on. And yet we may be surprised that other people do not seem to care for us. The science of external impressions is a subject that we have only talked about once or twice before and that we will talk about later on. It means acting towards another person in such a way that the other person can understand you. It requires a conscious attitude towards the other person which we are at present scarcely capable of having. As a rule we are extremely clumsy with one another. I think you will all admit this. We make a wrong impression on someone without knowing it. That is, because we do not know ourselves enough through self-observation, and therefore do not know about the other person internally. We do not know how to get to a person, and think that a frontal attack, so to speak, is good enough. Of course, that will only increase second force, and here comes in that part of the work that deals with 4 categories of behavior: foolish sincerity, foolish insincerity, clever sincerity, and clever insincerity. In our relationship with one another, these 4 categories of behavior are important to study in connection with the science of external impressions. Foolish sincerity is the most mechanical and stupid thing as regards relationships with one another. People call it telling the truth. It is better to use foolish insincerity. This may surprise you. But in our relationships with others we must above all things avoid foolish sincerity, where a person blurts out something that may poison another person's soul and do infinite harm. Relationship with one another demands a great deal of attention, as, for example, stopping negative emotions at once. As we cannot talk about behaving consciously to one another, because we are not conscious men or women yet, but we can try to practice what conscious behavior means, and live more consciously every day. I say, live more consciously every day, on purpose. You can live more consciously every day if you understand what the work teaches you to avoid. If you will follow the work in your behavior, you will feel something happening to you, because the work is a lever to lift you up to another level, and immediately you apply it to yourself. That is, sound the second note tree in the work octave, you will feel yourself lifted up. Commentary on making decisions in the work. In making decisions in the work, the mind must be free from its bondage to mechanical attitudes. Otherwise you will make decisions always from your personality, from what you have been taught as being right and wrong. This freeing of the mind only begins when you let the work enter into your mind, and so change your mind. It is the will that must make decisions, not the will of your mechanical mind. Will belongs to every center, and every part of the center, and, in fact, to every I. If the work and its ideas have not begun to change your mind, you will always make decisions in terms of your own mind, which judges things in a mechanical way according to what you have been brought up to think right and wrong. In other words, you are not making right decisions in the work sense from this laid down, already formed mind that you are using and have always used in life. It is exactly this so-called mind that the work begins to attack in order to lead to change of mind, that is, in order to change the way you think about everything. On one occasion G was talking about decisions. At that time I happened to make a note about what he said, which I will now give you in the exact words that I have recorded. He said, "You cannot make a decision from for example, you make a small decision not to smoke while you are sitting quietly. The next moment you get up and light a cigarette. When you are not in moving center, that is, not moving about, you may make a decision that instantly is forgotten when you begin to move. This is making a decision from a small, let us say, in the intellectual center." G said that these decisions made in small eyes when, as it were, you are in a certain passing state of mind, are quite useless. He added, they are not quite useless, because they show you how difficult it is to make a real decision. Such decisions show us how we cannot control our machines, namely, all our centers. He was of course speaking about how decisions in the work sense must come from a much deeper level than that on which such small eyes exist. Now, as you all know, we make decisions of this small kind continually, as when we have eaten too much we make a decision not to eat so much again, and all these decisions are made on the superficial level of the opposites, and are practically always, if you notice, formed in words. Real decisions are not formed in words, because they come from a much deeper source. G went on to speak about decisions in the following terms that I will give you just as he said them. The ordinary decisions we make are mechanical, and these are quite different from conscious decisions. A man tries to alter one thing without seeing how it is connected with other things. This means that he is not properly conscious, and so he makes a mechanical decision. Then G began talking about what he called binaries. The word binary comes from the Latin binarius equals, consisting of two. He gave us an example of a binary, necessary and unnecessary. These are opposites. He said that a decision in the work sense does not lie in the binaries, but in the neutralizing force or third force that turns a binary into a ternary, meaning threefold, or a triad, from Latin ternarius. He said that our life is led in binaries, that is, opposites. This is called the law of the pendulum, under which we are mechanical. He said, you have a dispute with yourself between yes or no. This binary situation in yourself must be transformed by third force and turned into a ternary or triad. In general, man, since he does not remember himself and so has not got third force in his life, is always swinging between the opposites, that is, his life is always in binaries which are irreconcilable. This struggle between yes or no is not solved by going either with yes or with no. A third factor has to be found which turns these binaries into a triad or ternary, which no longer resembles the situation that was produced by the state of being in binaries or opposites. Yes or no becomes something quite different, which we can only describe as yes and no. You will remember third force unites the opposites, and contains something of them both, and yet is neither of them. When the mind finds something between yes and no, a decision can be made. In G's words, the binary becomes ternary, that is to say, the opposites become included in the triad, and from this a result can take place which leads to what he called a quaternary, which comes from the Latin quaternarius equals, consisting of four. This quaternary is active. It consists in first of all a union of the binaries or opposites through the third force, so making a ternary, and leading to a result which makes it a quaternary. Through this result, which in a sense can be called active, as was said, a further development can take place. She said, every dispute with oneself should eventually lead to a new state of oneself. It should not give rise to a habitual or custom side. It leads to a new state via a ternary, which leads on to a quaternary. As long as the binary state remains, the old state, the former state, will remain, and the person will simply swing back to the old position. The path leading to the knowledge of unity consists first of all in a struggle of yes or no, that is, a binary state, to begin with, but it should lead to decision, that is, to a ternary state which is neither yes nor no, and this gives a real result, i.e. it leads to a quaternary. A struggle of yes-no is not in itself soluble. A third factor must be found whereby yes and no become combined by a third force into something quite different from yes or no. This forms a ternary, and this forms the result called a quaternary. She said that the whole secret lies in a man's remembering himself, that is, giving himself the first conscious shock. He said that an ordinary man is incapable of growing or of doing in any real sense, because he lacks this third force which is produced by this first conscious shock of self-remembering. There is, he said, a kind of gap in man which he should fill himself, and which unless he fills it leads to continuing in binaries, that is, he continues in the opposites. On another occasion she said, at this point comes in the individual, as distinct from mechanical man. What is the most important thing? He once asked us, he said, the most important thing is to realize that we do not remember ourselves, and that for this reason we do not actually exist as individuals in our experience. Now you will see from all that she said, that he was talking about something that it takes a great many years to understand, although the work is constantly teaching us this very point. You will notice that he says that decisions cannot be made from the opposites, but from some other force which is neither yes nor no, and that he connects with the state of self-remembering. This state of self-remembering, he said many times, is a state that man was born to possess, but he has lost it. A man is born with the power to remember himself, but, as he is brought up amongst sleeping people, that is, amongst people who do not remember themselves, he soon loses this power. He falls asleep himself through the hypnotism of other sleeping people amongst whom he grows up. And for this reason this work must start with talking about the state that man must reach, which is his birthright. That is why I say to you all that you must practice self-remembering. She used often to talk about this, and I will give you in so many words what he said. He said that esoteric teaching at one time used to be only necessary in regard to the second conscious shock, for man is not born with the possibility of giving himself this shock, and cannot give it to himself unless he is taught how to do it, but that now, owing to the fact that man has fallen so much asleep, he has to be taught how to give himself the shock of self-remembering before anything can be done to transform him. She used to talk a great deal about how man has lost this state given to him at birth, and he used to point to the modern world, and say in many different ways, that if we want to study how man has lost this state of self-remembering, and what consequences have arisen from this loss of consciousness, we have only to look round, and see what is happening in this world. This world in which millions of people are behaving in a way that can lead to no solution, and can only get worse and worse. No one, he said, now remembers himself, or even thinks it is necessary, and for this reason there has been a drop in the level of consciousness, and this level is descending more and more every day, and, as a consequence, people are becoming more and more governed by external circumstances, and more helpless to remedy their troubles. Now let us return to the subject of making a decision in the work. First of all, we are taught to make decisions, but we are taught this, as it were, in order to show us how we cannot keep them, to see, in short, how we are really mechanical. But, as you know, this realization of our mechanicalness is one of the forms of self-remembering. We no longer place reliance on our machines, although we observe them at work. We try this, and we try that, but we find that it leads nowhere. For example, we do this, and then we find we do not move, and so on. We make effort in this direction, and find that as a consequence we make less effort in some other direction. Through self-observation and not becoming depressed and negative by our failure, we can approach a point in which we can realize that decisions cannot be made in this way, that we have been trying to make them hitherto. We find the ground of decisions to lie much deeper than we thought, and so we learn to have this patience towards ourselves which is so necessary. We begin to see what we want to happen to us to change us, and yet in a way we know that we cannot do it ourselves exactly, and that this change that we internally wish for will not come about by making any sudden decisions through small eyes on the opposites, and at the same time we wish for this change to take place, however we may feel in regard to it. Then the decision is becoming emotional, i.e. it is penetrating much more deeply than the level of small sudden eyes, sudden forms of self-torture. Now, speaking from another point of view, and yet about the same thing really, it is the third force of the work that can change us. The first thing the work says we can do is to remember ourselves, and in connection with that it teaches many other things that we can do, such as inner separation from negative thoughts and feelings, and so on, but all these secondary things that it teaches are connected with self-remembering. Take, for example, the teaching of the work about identifying with ourselves or with external events. All this is connected with self-remembering. All this is studying how we cannot remember ourselves, because, as you know, if you are very identified with your negative emotions, or with the behavior of someone towards you, you are not in a state of self-remembering but the very reverse. If you are indulging in inner talking, and internal considering and self-justifying, etc., you are not remembering yourself, you are not in the third state of consciousness, which is defined as a state of self-remembering. The teaching of the work is to lift us up to this state which we should have, and which we were born to have. In this third state of consciousness, at this level, influences can reach us which can help. It is as if we put our heads above the water, and felt the air, and the sunlight. If any of you are trying to remember yourselves at any moment of the day, and if you do it at whatever moment you can, and quite sincerely, you will always notice a sudden brightness round you. Now if we were in a state of self-remembering we should know how to make decisions, but when we are asleep in ourselves, when we are identified and worried about ourselves, we make decisions from binaries, as G called them, from the opposites. G said, the struggle between yes and no is not solved by yes or no, i.e. the opposites or binaries. If we were always in a state of self-remembering, always in the third state of consciousness, our decisions would be real ones, that would lead to a real result which G called leading to a quaternary. There is a story about a blind girl, whose 5 brothers go out into the world intern, thinking they can do but they all fail, and become lost in the world. Then the blind girl goes into the world. She does not think she can do, but she holds on to a thread that she has woven, one end of which is bound fast to the sun. She never lets go of this thread, and, as a result, she is able to help her brothers and other people in the world simply because she does not trust in herself to find a way, but looks to the thread to guide her. Why is this girl seen as being blind? She is blind to the external world. She does not act through her senses, but she holds on to something internal. Now if a person could remember himself all the time, and notice everything that caused him to identify that is, to cease to self-remember, he would be holding on to this thread that comes from the sun, from a higher level. And if such a person's decision were always to remember himself, whatever was happening to him, he would be in the third state of consciousness, and his decision would be a real decision which has nothing to do with opposites or binaries. Yet to ordinary people, it would not seem like a decision, this decision, that one should remember oneself, this decision, to fight for self-remembering every day in spite of everything. Commentary on the application of the work ideas to oneself. It has often been said that this work is to make us think. Mr. Ouspensky used to emphasize that people do not think. They read the newspapers instead, or ask their friends what they ought to think, or they follow the general consensus of opinion. This lack of individual thinking leads to mass thinking. Mass thinking is directed by someone who tells people how to think by broadcasting, by propaganda. On one occasion, when I was talking to Mr. Ouspensky about this, he said that in the past century people used to think for themselves far more than they do nowadays. People, he said, used to think more individually. Today it could be said that people have given up thinking, and simply wish to be told what to think. The work, he added, is to make us think for ourselves. On another occasion he said that the only way for a man to be awakened nowadays is through his thinking part. Look at the increasing sleep of humanity, he added. It is extraordinary that people give up the one thing that is left to them, namely, the power of thinking for themselves. All these books, papers, radios, and so on, prevent people from thinking, but they are supposed to increase thought. Now to think is quite different from to remember, and it is again quite different from having fixed opinions. If people take the work as a cut and dried subject that they simply store in their memory, then they do not think about the ideas of the work for themselves. When people cease to think for themselves, they surrender the one part of them that can still lead to awakening. We tend to wish everything to be duly explained for us without the effort of finding our own solution, i.e., without the effort of thinking for ourselves. If a person puts to himself these questions, who am I? What am I? He or she will tend either to find out from someone some answer to these questions, or regard them as morbid. The work says a great deal about who am I and what am I, but what it says is in general terms, so as to give a guide to the individual thinking. The work, for example, says that we are all asleep in life, and that we live in a world of sleeping people in which everything goes in the only way it can go. If I ask the work, what am I? The answer is that I am a man asleep. Now it is quite possible simply to accept the idea that we are all asleep, and that we live in a world of sleeping humanity, without ever thinking about it individually. In that case the work becomes similar to propaganda, and people will say, "Oh, yes, we are all asleep, and we live in a world of sleeping people," and perhaps they will add, "Well, that is what the work teaches us. This is memory without thought. This is not applying the work to oneself through thought." In fact, you can accept the ideas of the work simply because you do not wish to think. All this means that the work is merely in your memory, as something learned by heart, and not as yet engaged with your individual thinking, and so combining with yourself. It has not yet caught fire. Through self-observation you may see that you are asleep, and begin to think about your own state of sleep for yourself. This is intelligent effort. This is applying the work to yourself intelligently. You may then begin to think, is it true that humanity is sleeping, and that everything happens in the only way it can happen as long as people are asleep? If you meditate and observe, you will then begin to catch sight of the truth of one of the great ideas of the work. You will do this for yourself. This idea of sleep will then be no longer a matter of the memory, but an actual experience that you have begun to undergo and which will change you. Learning things by heart is not the work save in a limited sense. When you learn a thing by heart, it lies merely in the formatory memory. Why it is called learning by heart I do not know, because the heart is emotional. Now it is said in the work that the ideas that it teaches must become emotional. It is necessary to feel them. It is necessary actually to feel, for example, that you yourself are asleep, and that you yourself are going without any real inner direction. Just to be told that you are asleep, and that humanity is asleep, and to repeat it like a parrot is to miss what the work is about, and so is a sin against the work. It means that you have never observed yourself in the light of the work. But the work is light, and it is you yourself who have to realize that you are asleep in the light and truth of the work, and that you live in a world of sleeping humanity, in which everything happens. Then these ideas will no longer be a mere matter of the memory, a mere matter of looking up in your notes, but will become a continual living experience. When this starts, the work is no longer formatory memory, like trying to remember a scientific book, or an article that you have read, but a process taking place in you, and changing your whole way of thinking. I want to emphasize further this matter of the work lying in your memory, and the work lying in your individual understanding. You may easily remember the idea that you are asleep, and you may accept this idea without any individual thought of what it means. I mean, you may take it as true. But nothing is true for you unless you have seen its truth for yourself. You may remember all the ideas of this work, and accept them in that way, and simply call upon your memory to answer questions. The work then lies only in your outer superficial memory, and has not yet combined with you through emotional perception of its truth. You may indeed possess beautiful notes in black and red ink of everything that has been said in the work, and think that you know about the work. But you will know nothing about the work. It has made no contact with you yourself, and the subject of the work is you yourself, and the ideas of this work are actually to change this thing called you yourself. You may, for example, have the most exact notes about everything that has been said about negative emotion, or about levels of being and what you have to do in order to make your being grow. And yet it may simply lie in your memory, without your having done a single thing, to apply the work to your own being through self-observation. Now, one of the greatest dangers of this work is that it becomes purely formatory, purely a matter of memory. People have sometimes said to me, "Why don't you make a full draft of all the ideas of this work, and everything that is said in it, so that we could read it over and over again for ourselves?" Why? Because it would simply then lie in the outer memory, and in such a case you may be quite sure that the whole level of the work would drop to zero. It would be something outside you and not inside you. It would not be emotional. It would not touch you. A system of esoteric teaching that always takes itself as final, i.e. living more and more externally, may be mere memory. It is always possible to answer questions in this work from mere memory, but that will give no force. You will then understand nothing. You will then not see what any of the ideas mean. You will simply be a parrot repeating from your memory phrases that you have heard without understanding their significance. It is in this way that real teaching becomes eventually useless, and for this reason all esoteric teaching has to be recussed and given afresh so as to keep it living. There are very many dead systems that formerly had life in them. The reason why they died is that people no longer try to understand the ideas that they taught. Let us repeat that memory and thinking are two different things. You can think about what you remember, or you can simply remember and use your memory in a kind of automatic way. If you have ever been an examiner of candidates, you will always know when the candidate is speaking only from memory, or whether he is speaking from what he has thought about. I am told that nowadays examinations are merely a matter of memory, but in my earlier days this was not the case. In examining candidates, one might see that they had a good memory of the subject, chapter, and page, but they had never thought about the meaning of what they remembered, and often one would find that a person who did not show a very good memory for the data of the subjects showed individual thinking about it, and this was regarded as of a much higher order than mere memory. Let us take, for example, the ray of creation, which may be in a person's memory. I am here answering a question that was recently asked me. The question took this form more or less: could you explain what the ray of creation is? Now here you have an idea which requires individual thinking. The ray of creation can become emotional in its meaning to a person who begins to think about it. It shows, for example, where we are, and indirectly what we are, and who we are, and what we have to do, and where help can come from. But if you take the ray of creation simply as something that has to be remembered, the whole point of this great diagram is lost. What does the ray of creation show us emotionally? That is, through emotional perception of its meaning. It shows us a terrific universe ordered in scale from above downwards, and it shows us that we are at a place in this vast machinery that is very low down. It shows our Earth as a very tiny point. Now what is the difference between merely registering all this in the memory and thinking about its significance? There is all the difference. If you think individually about the ray of creation, and put yourself on the earth in your mind, it will become emotional. It will then give you emotions you do not have ordinarily. For what reason? For the reason that it lessens our barbarian egotism and self-sufficiency. It hits at our prestige, at our self-esteem. From the standpoint of the ray of creation, emotionally perceived, we are practically nothing, practically of no importance whatsoever, and yet given a chance. The work says that we are so small in the totality of the universe, that if the existence of the human race ceased we should scarcely be missed. And yet we are given a chance, as the side octave shows. Now there is memory and knowing based on memory, i.e. simply knowing what you remember, which is not really knowing, but merely remembering, and then comes this distinction between knowing and acknowledging. You may remember a great many things about yourself and you say then that you know yourself. Do you acknowledge what you know from that memory? Now there are many kinds of memory. All the memory that is acquired in the work through self-observation is stored up in a different place in centers, because it has an emotional quality connected with the memory you have gained through self-observation. Emotion changes us, self-emotions keep us as we are. Superficial memory will never change you, because it is in a sense external to you. But what becomes deeper and more interior in you can change you. But this cannot begin to happen unless the mind changes first of all, i.e., unless you begin to have from the work different ideas about yourself and about life. This is new truth. This new kind of thinking gradually becomes emotional, and affects being. It begins to awaken the emotional center, which is the supreme object of the work, not the emotional center that you have at present, which is filled with self-feelings, but a different emotional center. It is this which changes you. But if the memory of the work remains a purely formal memory, a notebook memory, nothing of this kind can happen. Indeed, you have not yet begun the octave of the work which starts from evaluation of a teaching of this kind in the midst of the world, as it is now. The second note of the work octave is the application of the ideas of the work, and the third note is the realization of your own difficulties in regard to the work, what is standing in your way. But merely to hear the work and repeat it from memory, and write it down in notebooks cannot change you. You could learn Chinese or French in exactly the same way, and that belongs to the external memory, and will not change you, that is, make you into a different kind of man, or a different kind of woman. But at first it is necessary to record and to register the ideas of the work in the external memory, that is, the formatory or moving part of the intellectual center. This is inevitably the first step. One must get to know about the ideas of the work, and register them. What I am talking about is the next state, i.e., when these ideas must become emotionally perceived through application of them to yourself, first of all to your thinking, and then to your being. When it is said that this work is to make you think in a new way, it means that the ideas of the work must begin to change your way of thinking, and you cannot expect this to happen until you have registered the ideas by hearing them many times 50, that you will know them in your memory. The next stage is that you must apply these ideas to yourself through self-observation. Self-observation connects the ideas of the work to yourself. If you do not practice self-observation, the ideas of this work will remain outside you as mere matters of memory. But all the ideas of this work are spermatic, that is, they are very potent, and can generate in you not only a new way of looking at things, but a new way of feeling about things. In other words, the work can give you understanding, which is very closely connected with intelligence. It is through understanding or intelligence that we escape from the continual repetition of the same thing in our lives. If you use this work through intelligence, you will begin to change, but this can only happen when you take the work into yourself and begin to live it. As regards the development of intelligence, the ideas of this work are inexhaustible. The work is to make you think, and if you begin to think real thoughts about the work, you will find your thinking is nourished from a source that never fails. Commentary on the observation of one's psychology. At a recent meeting here we were speaking about man's having a body, and also a psychology. A short note was written about this which I wish now to be read. Everyone is fastened to a particular kind of body by birth, and then is fastened later on to a particular kind of psychology by upbringing. The work starts not with the body, but with a kind of acquired psychology to which we are fastened by upbringing. You can spend your time in trying to make the body better, or the psychology better. The work is first about studying one's own acquired psychology, and, so to speak, seeing it, seeing through it. It says that this is not you, and as long as you take you as yourself, you are asleep. If you, Mr. Smith, take you as Mr. Smith, and Mr. Smith as you as I, you are asleep. In the same way, if you, Mrs. Smith, take yourself as you are asleep. The work begins by uncritical observation of this Mr. Smith or Mrs. Smith which you take as you as yourself. The object of the work at first is to see this Mr. Smith or Mrs. Smith, and separate from them. The reason for this is that everyone has a real self, a real I, which is never attained by being Mr. Smith or Mrs. Smith. The life belonging to Mr. Smith or Mrs. Smith is not his or her real destiny, for both of them are invented people, and not yet real people, and so attract quite wrong things. But as often as not, or more often than not, people prefer to lead the life of this Mr. Smith or Mrs. Smith, especially if they are in easy circumstances. And even if they are continually in difficult or tragic circumstances, they cling to being Mr. Smith or Mrs. Smith all the time. That is, to the acquired psychology which is called both personality and false personality. But it is this clinging to Mr. Smith or Mrs. Smith that is false personality, that is, their invention of themselves. Whether we have been brought up at Eton, or in the Navy, or the Army, or in any school or profession, it is exactly this acquired psychology that we have to overcome, that is, this tedious invention of ourselves. How tedious after a time it is to see people brought up in these different spheres completely identified with themselves and their acquired psychologies with which their vanity is connected. You remember that the work says that you have to realize your own nothingness eventually before you can receive the full baptism of the work. There are many ancient esoteric symbols for what a man has to become to undergo regeneration and rebirth. Certainly this is impossible as long as he is identified with his acquired psychology, with his circumstances or birth. The symbol is of a cup or a wine glass that is upside down in him. This cup has to be turned up the other way, and, being empty, it can receive quite new ideas, i.e., the ideas that regenerate a man, or a woman, and change them into different beings altogether. Now the point is that every one of you has a body given to you by life, and a psychology that has been acquired by upbringing. A beautiful woman marries a handsome man, but what about their respective psychologies? As often as not they find that their psychologies are completely incompatible. A person's face, unless you are very subtle, does not give you that person's psychology. But the chief idea here is that each one of you has a different psychology that has been acquired through upbringing, and about which you know absolutely nothing. We were talking on another occasion about this question of each person's having a psychology, and I said that it was extraordinary that it takes us so long in the work to realize that we have each of us a particular kind of psychology quite apart from our physical body. As you know, the work starts with your psychology, with the kind of person you are psychologically. We agreed that this recognition, that one has a particular kind of psychology with various attitudes and buffers and opinions, and so on, is not experienced by people in general, and that people, since they do not see their psychology, always imagine that they are open-minded, unbiased, and, as it were, quite free in their psychological makeup. People start from this idea. They may be aware of their bodies, but not of their psychologies. They do not see, for example, that they may be psychologically extremely narrow, extremely difficult, extremely biased. Quite the contrary, they feel that they are without any psychology, as it were. And so they get to the illusion, amongst many others, that they can always help everyone, comfort them, mother them, and father them, and so on. Now the work starts with self-observation, and self-observation does not start with the body, which after all you can observe in the mirror every day, but with what kind of person you are psychologically. It is only through self-observation that you can begin to see what you are like psychologically. You may be very beautiful or handsome as regards your body, but what are you like psychologically? Now to imagine that a beautiful woman has a beautiful psychology, or that a handsome man has a handsome psychology is pure nonsense. I said in connection with this discussion how extraordinarily difficult it is for people to separate from the sensory impressions of one another. This seems as if we still cannot get beyond physical appearance and take physical excellence of one kind or another as meaning at the same time similar psychological development. It is like thinking that because a peacock has a marvelous display of beauty in its feathers it has therefore an equally beautiful psychological development. You will agree with me that when you hear a peacock speak you will not think that it has a most beautiful mind, or a most beautiful emotional development. I think that it is worthwhile speaking about this great difficulty that people have in regard to self-observation. Self-observation does not consist in looking in the mirror and making yourself up to look more beautiful or handsome. This is merely observation of the body, and leading the life of the body, and feeling your sense of I from your physical appearance. Self-observation is not done through looking at yourself in a mirror except under certain conditions. Self-observation is looking at your own psychology, i.e., at the kind of man, the kind of woman you are, psychologically. This seems to be very difficult for a great many people to understand, namely, that they are a physical body, and also that they all have a particular form of psychology or mental makeup. It is to this psychology or mental makeup that the work directs its attention through self-observation. But it is quite true to say that many people, after hearing this work for many Yours never really observe what they are like psychologically. They take their psychology for granted. They take all their prejudices, all their ways of taking daily things, all their psychological reactions, for granted. In other words, they do not see themselves, and you can only see what you are like psychologically through self-observation. The trouble is that people never practice self-observation, and so never bring themselves to account, always feeling that they have no psychology. They feel that all that they do and say is quite right. The second education that the work consists in is about observing this psychology that everyone so easily takes for granted, not noticing that it is a definite thing, a definite makeup, from which they can gradually become free if they practice to begin with the first line of work, that is, self-observation, in the light of this teaching. This requires a considerable effort. Sometimes people make this effort for a time, and begin to catch a slight glimpse of themselves and what they are like psychologically, and then go to sleep again, perhaps for many months, and perhaps forever. To feel that one's opinions are all wrong, actually to see that one has behaved wrongly all one's life, psychologically speaking, is a very difficult thing to accept. Now the development of consciousness which this work is all about is first of all to see what you are like psychologically, and, as a result, to begin to distrust very much your psychological behavior. This may be impossible for the majority of people. I mean by that it would be just as well that they do not see what they are like psychologically. And it would be much better for such people to carry on just as they are with all their acquired psychology, all their buffers, with their attitudes, their opinions, and so on. But anyone who has in himself magnetic center is capable of changing, psychologically speaking. And it is with these people that I wish to deal in the work, that is, with people who are not identified completely with themselves, because otherwise there is no chance to change. A man or a woman who has never doubted himself or herself, but who is always convinced of being right from his or her acquired psychology, i.e., from what they have been taught, is not suitable for this work. Sooner or later such people will come up against the possibility of realizing that they cannot take themselves for granted, as they have done hitherto, but must alter their whole way of taking things, their whole way of judging things. Now if they cannot stand this, if, in short, they are completely fixed in their own acquired psychology, remember that nothing can be done with such people except to avoid any frontal attack on them. Now this is a very short paper, but it is about this subject which is the most important thing to understand early in the work as far as I know at present. A man or a woman coming into this work must be able to realize after a time that their psychology may be wrong from the work point of view. They must realize that what they have to do in this work is to change their psychology to which they are fixed, and which they take as the only psychology they can have. How many of you can say, I may be all wrong, all my viewpoints may have been wrong. I may have a quite wrong idea of everything, including myself. All my judgments in the past may have been wrong. Such thoughts change one provided one has something else to hold on to that teaches one what is right. But if you start off this work with a deep conviction that you are all right psychologically, as you are, and merely wish to hear out of a kind of curiosity what the work teaches, you will never get anywhere at all. The subject of this work is you yourself. How can you change if you remain the same? How can you change psychologically if you always remain the same psychologically? How can you change if you accept your present psychology and take it as final, as the last word, as it were, in psychological development? Now you all know perhaps how difficult it is to show a person that he or she is taking things in the wrong way. Instantly you give offense. But supposing that this person has some power of self-observation, supposing that he or she can begin to see what is meant by uncritical self-observation, and through it see what they are like, and have been like hitherto, then the work can come down on that person, as a force that leads to inner change, inner development. It is exactly through self-observation that the work can grow, and can become not merely a source of mutual recrimination or judgment. This ancient phrase, "Know thyself," means exactly this. If through uncritical self-observation you have seen the kind of woman, the kind of man you are, you will be able to stand all shocks in this work, and be able to go with it and receive its force. But if you have never noticed the kind of person you are, and how you behave towards others mechanically, i.e. every day, and if you have never observed your own imaginations of yourself and seen through them, how can you expect your psychology to change, or how can you expect to understand what the work is about? Now what is it we have to observe in ourselves to change our psychology? This work teaches that we have to observe ourselves psychologically from a certain definite angle. All the practical side of the work, that is taught over and over again, is about how one has to observe oneself, i.e. one's psychology. Do you wish me to enumerate again all the things that the work teaches about practical self-observation? I think it is always necessary that we should be reminded of what we have to observe in ourselves. Take one thing only: are you making internal accounts all the time? Are you feeling that you are unhappy, or badly treated, or not given your right position? Are you always self-justifying when in a sense you know you are at fault? Are you indulging in long trains of negative emotion? Notice when you take offense, and then think about false personality. This is especially important for some of you. Try to see false personality in yourself through self-observation. Try to see how it complicates your ordinary life in such a way that when you might with a little more consciousness have taken a situation calmly, you prefer to make an uproar. Try to observe your opinions, and when you are speaking from your opinions, without any real thought, pull yourself up sometimes and say to yourself, what are you thinking about? What are you feeling? Observe it. Observe how much of the time you are fast asleep, and reacting mechanically the whole time, not giving that conscious shock to yourself called self-remembering. Observe how you never make any real effort, but always avoid real effort. Observe all your forms of internal considering. And try to observe your fantasies about yourself and don't believe them. Observe what you are caught by, what you are always held down by, and what turns you sour, and work against these things by inner separation. All these, and many other things, as the work teaches, have to do with changing your psychology. For example, observe whether you are negative at this moment. Are you going with it? Are you going to identify with this negative emotion at this moment? Or are you going to separate from it and not go with it? This is work on oneself. Do you all understand that you have fixed and habitual attitudes such as that you expect a meal at a certain fixed hour, and so on. Can you change your attitude to such fixed things in yourself? Can you change the way when you read the newspapers you feel instantly negative, i.e. mechanically negative towards one person or another? This is mechanical reaction due to your acquired psychology, so try to notice how you psychologically react to everything that you are confronted with and try to change it, in the light of what the work teaches. Above all, notice when you get negative. Notice this especially before it has gone too far, and do everything you can to separate from this negative reaction. This is real work on yourself, and it will give you very much if you do it. But as long as you take yourself for granted, nothing can happen to you at all. In this work we have to learn that we are all wrong in everything that we do, and say, and feel, and think, from the standpoint of higher man, i.e. conscious man. Quermead, Ugly, October 10, 1945. A note on the law of fate. When we struggle against identification, many unnecessary emotions disappear. What does it mean to struggle against identification? This question brings us to ask ourselves, what is it in myself that makes me identify with this or that event, with this or that situation? The answer is that it is one's own level of psychology. We were speaking last time about this so important point, namely, that we all have a certain psychology that causes us to react and behave as we do. In my own case, if I can begin to see this psychology that I take for granted in myself, which has been acquired from innumerable influences on me from childhood, and which in the work would be called in my case Nicoll, and if I begin to try to separate from some of these habitual mechanical reactions to Nicoll, I will then have a chance to change my level of being. But if I cannot see Nicoll, I shall not be able to change in my being. Now Nicoll in my case is called personality, and personality is under the law of accident. But there is a certain part of this acquired psychological machinery, which in my case is Nicoll, that is called false personality. And this is under even more laws than Nicoll is under. What are the characteristics of false personality? They consist in ascribing everything to oneself through vanity or pride. The acquired personality itself may contain both good and bad things, good and bad habits, but what keeps them active is really the power of the false personality, which holds everything together just as it is, and makes change of being so very difficult, and such a process of being wounded and hurt and upset. Let us speak again about the law of accident, and the law of fate. But I must warn you to begin with that it is not at all an easy idea to understand. In other words, it is something that you have to understand rather than something that is explained in so many words to you. The first thing that we must grasp is that we have different levels in us. Man is a small cosmos, a microcosmos, reflecting to a certain extent the great cosmos, or macrocosmos. The macrocosmos is given to us in the form of the ray of creation, that you can all see is based on different levels. A high level, such as, let us say, the level of the sun, is under 12 orders of laws, and the lower level, under which we live, is under 48 orders of laws. The work says, as a general formulation, that the essence in us is under 24 orders of laws, and the personality taken as a whole is under 48 orders of laws. Now supposing that a man is very identified with his personality through his false personality, which latter is under an even greater number of laws, the work says that such a man is under the law of accident. He may be killed when he should not be killed, that is, he may be killed through the law of accident, because he is identified with his personality. All this work consists from one side in not identifying with the personality, particularly with the false personality, and in separating from the personality. If you are completely identified with yourself as you are, and take yourself for granted, and do not see that you have anything called a psychology, or a personality, if you always act mechanically from your acquired personality, and take it as yourself, you are not under the law of your fate, which belongs to essence, or the more internal side of you. Everything you do is in a sense unreal, because you are not really doing it from yourself. As understanding grows in a man, or a woman in the work, they see more and more that lots of things they have been thinking and saying are not real, and do not really belong to them at all, but have been acquired by imitation. Now you know that the work says that understanding is the strongest force that we can create in ourselves, and the more understanding that we have in our personal work, the more results we shall get. When a man does something from his understanding, he is not acting mechanically from his false personality, he is acting from something more internal, something deeper, and when this is the case, he is more likely to be under the law of his fate. But when he acts from the purely external side of himself, from some excited, dutiful side, he is more likely to be under the law of accident. A man who does everything because he wants to be just the same as other people is of course a man who is not acting from anything internal. He is acting from the outer side of himself, from the personality, speaking in general. He does not really think what he is doing, or even feel what he is doing, save that he is doing his duty, as he was taught. He is going with a mechanical stream of things, and he has no trace of individual thinking, of individual feeling. In regard to any situations that arise, but always acts mechanically according to the formation of his own personality. In other words, there is no real man there, no real individual, but a kind of mass-produced man. Such a person is under the law of accident more or less, and such a man has very rarely any sincere moments with himself. He goes with his psychological machinery that has been laid down in him, and simply is his machinery, that is, he is completely identified with his personality, and takes his personality as himself. He never questions what he does. He never thinks about what he does. Such a man belongs to the mechanical circle of humanity, and is a long way from the conscious circle of humanity. His views are stereotyped, his buffers are fixed, his attitudes are acquired, and so there he is quite an excellent kind of man, but quite asleep to himself. Such a man is not under the law of his fate. Now supposing such a man begins to observe himself in the light of the teaching of this work, and begins to notice what he says, and how he behaves, and occasionally begins to wonder why he says these things, and always behaves like that, such a man is beginning to observe himself, and through self-observation begins not to identify with himself. This man, this woman, has begun to pass into a more internal person, himself, herself. They are beginning to separate from the personality, and especially from the false personality which governs external life. They are beginning to pass into themselves, into a deeper level of them, selves. In other words, they are beginning to pass into what is really in them, what is essential. And, through the struggling against being identified with themselves as they mechanically are, they inevitably find that many emotions that they have hitherto taken as necessary become unnecessary. They find that many unnecessary emotions disappear from their lives, and this also applies to many thoughts, many ways of thinking, which they formerly thought were so important. All this means a movement inwards, towards the essential part of one self, which is the real part. And this movement begins to make a man, the woman pass more and more under the law of their essential fate, to be what they are, and should be essentially. Eventually they may come actually under the law of their own fate. Notice that the law of fate that belongs to the essence is composed of fewer laws than the laws governing the personality, this corresponding to rising in the ray of creation, or the macrocosm, to that level called the planetary level, which is under 24 laws. Notice also that this is called in the work development. You might think that development means increase of laws. But if we take the level of the moon in the ray of creation, it is under 96 orders of laws, and this is no development. On the contrary, it is a descent into increasing and useless perplexity. All development consists in becoming more internal in your understanding. Through seeing what you are like, and separating from it, and at the same time it signifies a raising of the whole level of your being in terms of the ray of creation, to a level where fewer laws exist. The work teaches that it is possible for a man to reach the level of the sun in himself. As you know, in the ray of creation, the sun, as it is called, is under 12 orders of laws. And such a man has real I, or master at work in him, i.e. he obeys these highest principles concealed in man's psychology. But this is very far from us at present. At present we are all concerned with separating from the personality, and seeing what the personality in ourselves is like, and one way of seeing ourselves is, as was said, seeing unnecessary emotions. Do you imagine that worrying is an unnecessary emotion? Do you think that feeling rather tragical about everything is an unnecessary emotion? Do you think that being very concerned about the way that someone is going, or that the world itself is going, may possibly belong to the category of unnecessary emotions? The work says that all negative emotions are unnecessary, whether they are anxious, or worrying, or what you might call dutiful emotions. Some people, very anxious to do this work, often say something like this: I believe in this work, I believe it will help me, I would like so much to know what it is I have to give up. They ask this question anxiously, or even tragically. As it were, they clasp their hands and say, what have I to give up? Well, the answer is that it is exactly this clasping of the hands, this tragic attitude, that they have to give up. They have to see that they are identified with being anxious, and this is the very thing that they have to sacrifice. But do you expect a person who is very identified with himself to understand what is meant? This is the great difficulty in teaching this work. When people say they will give up, for example, their will, they make a great mistake. They speak as if they had will, as if they could give it up as a final act, as something finished forever. All this is illusion. Of what use is it to give up what one has not got? And what is it that these people have to see first of all, before they even begin to understand what the work is about? They have to see through long observation of themselves, that they have not got will, but many different wills. Each, in turn has a different will, so how can they give up will? The work says there is only one thing, that we can give up our own suffering. But do you imagine that people see this quite easily? Do you imagine that it is something quite simple to give up your mechanical suffering? And yet it is the only thing that we can give up at our present level. Give up your suffering. Cease to suffer uselessly. Does that connect with your negative emotions, with your self-pity, with your private ideas about your undetected significance? Yes, it is all this that is connected with your suffering. When you have done some act of this kind on yourself for one moment, you will feel a lightness and happiness that will show you that the work is quite right in what it says. You will see for yourself the truth of what the work teaches. And no one can do this work unless he begins to see the truth of what this work teaches through his own experience. Now, to give up one's suffering demands that one does not identify with all that one is at present. It demands that one begins to see that one has an acquired psychology that reacts in a certain way mechanically, from which one is beginning to separate by personal and sincere work on oneself. And this is a movement towards the real side of oneself, the internal side, the essential side, which is under 24 laws of fate. Fate is what we should be. Everyone is created to be something through fate, and the more he or she becomes this essential individual that they were created to be, the more do they pass under fewer laws. Fate really means that which is primarily ordained, one's own real destiny. When a man begins to will this work into his own life, he will inevitably pass towards his inner growth, his inner destiny. Certainly he may become something quite different from what he was in life. Many accidental things that belong to his personality, and especially to his false personality, may fall away from him. But such a man will be doing this work, and reach a point that it is possible for certain people to reach, a point which gives him his true center of gravity, and his true being. He will then no longer be an artificial man, an invented man, on the surface, but he will become a real man. The object of this work is to make us real men, and real women, not invented people, governed by false personality, for, as such, nothing that happens to us, or let us say, very little, really belongs to us at all. If you remember the principles of this work, and if you try to put your will, such as you have, from eyes that wish to work, into following these principles, into following certain rules that you were taught, especially about wrong talking, inner and outer, if you begin to obey the central idea that you must, for example, remember yourself, it may be said that you are giving up your ordinary will, such as it is. By following the work, by meditating on it, by thinking about it and bringing it into your life every day, in a fresh way, you will begin to pass towards the real side of you, and so out of the law of accident. From one point of view, you do not have to give up anything, nor do you have to be told to do something. So much of this work consists in not doing something that you always did. But here lies a long struggle to understand how very gentle the influences of this work are. You have, for example, to give up your negative emotions. What does it mean to give up your negative emotions? It means in the first place to follow what the work says. But how can you give them up? First of all, you have to observe them, and then try not to identify with them. Most people, about 5 minutes after they get up in the morning, begin to identify with negative emotions, i.e., they identify with their habitual personal reactions to life. They do not observe what happens to them simply because they have no self-observation in the work sense. They let themselves go. They do not remember themselves. They do not hold themselves together internally. In other words, they instantly fall asleep on rising. They pass the day in attracting to themselves situations and things that would not come to them if they remembered themselves. Half an hour's work in the morning can make a great difference all day long. You can all see for yourselves what it means to be under the law of accident, and the law of destiny or fate. But people have to find this out for themselves. People often open letters the moment they get up. I wonder why. Is it necessary to be plunged immediately into the accidents of life without having formed in yourself a certain resistance to life, without having a certain sacred moment with yourself of self-remembering, so that life, and all its accidents do not instantly rush in and occupy the whole psychology? The observation of I's and states. Every I produces its own state. Everyone is in a certain state at a certain moment owing to an I that produces this state in him or her. If you find it difficult to study different I's in you, there are two things that help. Different I's are grouped in personalities within the personality. For example, a man has a certain personality connected with his college, and a quite different personality connected with his domestic life. These subdivisions of the personality, as a whole, are themselves composed of many different I's. On one occasion Mr. Alspensky was talking about the difficulty of seeing different I's, and said we should try to see groups of I's which might be called subpersonalities. A man goes to his club and he has a certain personality, he then goes to his office, where he has a different personality, and then he goes home, where he is in a different personality. The other way of studying I's is to notice one state. As I said, each I produces its own atmosphere, its own state in oneself. In viewing any matter, if we have any power of successive observation, we soon recognize that we take it in different ways at different times. This is because of the shifting kaleidoscope of I's. When a particular I is predominant, we view things through this I, and the next moment, when a different I comes up, we view the matter in a quite different way. Now one can easily become negative or depressed when one begins to notice this in oneself. But this is quite wrong. From everything that the work teaches us, we have no real I, no permanent I, and have to realize it. We have to see the truth for ourselves. This continual change of different I's in us is exactly what we are told to observe. Sometimes people say, "Cannot you make up your mind definitely as to what you think about Mr. X? Do you like him or not?" But this question is foolish, because it all depends which I you are in when you happen to meet him. Each I will induce a different state in you, and in each different state you will view him differently. Now if you have begun to have work memory through self-observation, you will begin to know this already. This means that you no longer believe in your momentary different states, i.e., in your different I's which keep coming up in turn. I's cannot be overcome save by self-observation and non-identifying. A person may have the idea that he should really make up his mind definitely, let us say, about Mr. X. I will ask you this question: what is going to make up your mind? Each I will make up your mind quite differently. That is, each I will give you a quite different outlook towards him. If you begin to observe your eyes, and not identify with him, you will finally get a picture of Mr. X composed of all the different angles that each I and you sees. You will therefore get a composite picture of Mr. X, not a picture based on the opposites, but a full picture of him. I will add here that this is quite impossible unless you can see different eyes in yourself. If you have no memory arising from moments of self-observation and self-remembering, you will never be able to get a full picture of Mr. X. And what is the reason? The reason is that you have no composite picture of yourself yet, and therefore are still an imaginary I, whose power over us makes us say I to every I. As you know, you have to get rid of the idea that you are one unvarying person. This hits vanity and pride, perhaps even more especially at pride. You know how difficult it is for a person to admit that he has changed his mind. I think this is pride. You surely all know people, if you don't know yourself already, who think they are always the same. Such people are living under a delusion. They do not see that at every moment they change owing to a succession of different eyes that come into their conscious sphere, and take charge of it for the moment, and induce a certain state. Do you remember what was said about eyes, how each eye is caliph for a moment? After a time it is quite possible to reach that stage in the work in which you do not believe so much in yourself as a real person. This is part of the loosening process of the work, and gives a form of consciousness that life rarely grants us, i.e. the new consciousness that comes through self-observation, in the light of esoteric teaching. This consciousness gradually begins to approach the third level of consciousness, or the level of self-awareness, or the state of self-remembering, or self-consciousness. I can think of no better definition of what self-awareness means than that you begin to be aware of typical eyes in you, and do not allow them to become caliphs, and do not identify with the states they induce. Now do you recognize your states, and do you recognize that at every moment you are in a particular state, and in each state you see things differently, just as in walking round a house you see it from quite different angles at every moment? You may not be able to see an I, because I think sometimes people think of an I as something written on the blackboard, and do not see that an I can only be detected by the state it produces in you. An I cannot be recognized as an I just like that. It can only be recognized by observing the intellectual and emotional state that it induces. For example, you find yourself having certain thoughts and feelings, or you are in a mood. Perhaps you do not yet realize clearly enough that this is due to an I in you that is predominant at the moment. You are identified with this I, and see everything through this I. You are thinking through it, you are having its thoughts, you are feeling through it, you are feeling its emotions. Now if you are observing your thoughts and your emotions, and after a time begin to recognize that you have had the same thoughts and emotions previously, you will begin to recognize that this is an I in you, and if you have any memory through self-observation, you will know quite well that these thoughts, these emotions, become quite different later on, i.e., when a different I is predominant in you. In fact, you may laugh at these thoughts, these emotions, and wonder why you took everything in that way. This is exactly what an I is. You cannot see an I itself as you can see a human being, or a butterfly, or a piece of coal. It is not an object outside you. You can only observe an I through its effects on you, through what it is suggesting to you, through what it is saying to you, and trying to make you think, and trying to make you feel. It is a very good thing to ask oneself sometimes, in what state am I? After a time in the work you will find that this is a difficult question to answer because you have so many memories of different states, apart from the one you are in, that you do not accept the particular state that has come in through the I that is trying to induce it, and to make you believe in it at the moment. In other words, you begin to shift and sway away from your successive states, that is, from the power of successive I's that seek to hypnotize you, and make you obey them. This is movement towards rely. Rely of course obeys nothing but itself, and controls all other I's. But in order to approach this psychological state, where rely lives, and it is a long journey, you must first of all not submit to your changing I's, which are not you, not rely, but which are always trying to persuade you that they are you. Every I says to you something like this: look now, this is what you really are. I am you, and this is how you feel, this is how you really think. And I assure you that these I's are very clever hypnotists, and in the vast majority of people their action is extremely successful. The vast majority of people believe in every successive I that flits into their minds at a particular moment. So try to notice I's through observing your states. We begin this work by noticing our states, and the quality of our thoughts, and the quality of our feelings. Let me give you one more example. Someone came to me the other day, and said, I feel rather hopeless about my progress in the work. I said, why do you not observe this, I, and you? A note on relaxation. It is a long time since we spoke about relaxing. On several occasions in the past we were told that we had to relax and to practice relaxation every day. Of course this has become a familiar word having no meaning nowadays in ordinary parlance, but when the work speaks about relaxing it is speaking about something quite different that we should all practice. Let me remind you what the work says about relaxing. It says that all relaxation must begin with the small muscles, such as the small muscles of the face, the fingers, and the toes. We were taught to begin with the face, and to put internal attention into the small muscles of the face, and to relax in the muscles round the mouth, the muscles round the eyes, and even the eye muscles themselves. Now if we speak about relaxing we have to speak about internal attention. We have two kinds of attention, one external, and one internal. For example, when one observes oneself, one's moods, thoughts, and so on, one is using internal attention, i.e. attention not directed towards any external object, visible, tangible, or audible, through the senses. Self-observation is not about anything that the senses can see, hear, etc., but about what only the internal sense can observe. This is internal attention. In regard to placing consciousness through attention into different parts of your body, you must begin this gradually. For instance, can you become conscious through internal attention in a particular part of your body, let us say, your left foot, and then switch it over to your right foot, and so on, It is quite useless to try to relax unless you have some idea of what internal attention directed towards a particular part of the body means. As I said, the work teaches that relaxation begins with relaxing the small muscles of the face. It would be no good trying to relax if your eyes were screwed up and your mouth pursed and your jaws clenched. For this reason it is necessary to become internally conscious of the state of the muscles in your face, to begin with. And this act of internal attention will produce in you the right condition for relaxing the whole body. The point, however, is that you have to do it. As you know, most people have no time to do anything like that. They are always carried on in the life stream of useless thoughts, anxieties, and worries. And people even think that to interrupt this purely mechanical stream of things that occupy them the whole time is something that they should not do, that is quite wrong, and so on. But this is not the case. If you can interrupt this mechanical stream that governs you, the stream of life, the cinema, film, that is always running through you, even for a moment, you will begin to get force. So try to begin with putting your internal attention into the muscles of your face, and notice how much attention is lying there. Mr. O once said that modern life is always producing tensions in our muscles, anxious expressions, hurried movements, and all this wastes an enormous amount of energy. But, for heaven's sake, do not try to relax the small muscles of your face when you're crossing Piccadilly Circus. This would be a great mistake. In fact, it might be called making right effort at the wrong time, and if you make right effort at the wrong time, or wrong effort at the right time, you will get into difficulties. There is a time for everything, that is, a right time at which to do things. For this reason I wish tonight to have the following passage from Ecclesiastes read about the right time to do things, for if you make an effort at the wrong time, even, although the effort may be right, it will have no result. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose. Under the heaven, a time to be born, and a time to die, a time to plant, and a time to pluck up that which is planted, a time to kill, and a time to heal, a time to break down, and a time to build up, a time to weep, and a time to laugh, a time to mourn, and a time to dance, a time to cast away stones, and a time to gather stones together, a time to embrace, and a time to refrain from embracing, a time to seek and a time to lose, a time to keep and a time to cast away, a time to rend, and a time to sow, a time to keep silence, and a time to speak, a time to love, and a time to hate, a time for war and a time for peace. Ecclesiastes III 1-8. Imagine standing still amid the traffic and trying to relax the small muscles of your face, and then if you are run over complaining that you are told to do it. This is merely foolishness comparable with the foolishness of people in the early work who were told to go against mechanicalness and thought it would be a good thing to eat coal, or to stand upright in empty buses, or to eat with the knife in the left hand and the fork in the right hand. All these efforts are useless, because they are not intelligent. This work is about intelligent effort. We asked a question the other day at one of the meetings here. Have you studied your being yet at all, and have you noticed what in your being you should change in the light of the work? Supposing you have never observed your being at all and keep on trying to do this work just as you are told, will it do you any good? Will it connect itself with yourself? Supposing, for example, you never notice your negative emotions, your envy, your jealousy, and so on, and yet you always try to work on the emotional center in a theoretical way, will it do you any good? Now we have to speak tonight about posture, about muscles, in short, about moving center. I suppose you know that each center hypnotizes the other centers. Supposing a man in his moving center invariably adopts a depressed muscular posture, and the small muscles of the face express gloom of some kind, do you think that such a man will be able to have pleasant emotions, or interesting thoughts? Certainly not. He is chained by his muscular posture. You all know that depressed states make us look depressed in posture. If one is intelligent enough in the work, one will alter one's posture. If one is trying to separate from the negative emotion that has got hold of one, because each negative emotion will produce its own muscular posture. A man comes into the room, bent, drooping, gloomy-faced, and you know at once that he is in a negative state, which may be habitual, unless he alters his muscular posture. In the same way, to return to the question of the small muscles of the face alone, if a person always has a drooped mouth, a weary or troubled, or anxious look, you know quite well that this person is in a bad state, and that unless you can make this person smile, or stand more upright, he may remain hypnotized by his posture. Understand please that posture is not merely a question of the big muscles of the body, but of the small muscles as well. I mean, that it is no good standing upright with a gloomy face, because the face, that is, the 101 small muscles that control the expression of the face, is most directly governed by the emotional center, for the face reflects the emotions more than anything else does. You would not like a man speaking between his teeth to tell you that he loves you. One would know at once that he was lying, and merely using words without any real meaning, which unfortunately is our condition most of the time. Now, since the moving center can hypnotize the emotional and intellectual centers, it is a good thing to notice your posture and your facial expression, your face posture, at times, and to study through internal attention how to alter these postures. The reason is that if you relax the muscles, especially the small muscles, you will get into a different state of emotion and of thought. Have you ever noticed that they begin to assume certain postures, certain facial expressions? Now supposing that just at that moment either this man or this woman observes himself or herself and starts by relaxing the muscles, both large and small, would it be possible for the state of rage to continue and grow? Certainly not. Unfortunately, we never work on ourselves just at the moment when we should, because we much prefer to fall into typical mechanical reactions to the ordinary affairs of life rather than to take them more consciously with some degree of self-remembering. In fact, a man flying into a rage, if he could observe the tensions in his muscles, would really be a man who could remember himself at the critical moment, and this would entirely change his behavior. Try therefore to study relaxation, when you can. Notice how your face muscles are contracted, and try by putting your internal attention into the face muscles to relax them. I advise you to begin with the muscles round about your eyes, and then the muscles round about your nose, those muscles which sneer so easily, and then the small muscles all round your mouth, and your cheeks, and then put your internal attention into those muscles which are just under the chin, and in the front of the neck, and then go round the back of your head, and relax those muscles that make you stiff-necked, and then into the bigger muscles round your shoulders, and gradually descend through internal attention right down to your toes. Of course this takes a long time, but it is a very good thing to try to do. I have left out the muscles of the hands. I should have said, pass from the shoulders down the arms to the hands, and begin with the wrist muscles. Put your internal attention into your wrist muscles so that your wrists are quite flexible, quite drop down, and then try to go into the small muscles of the fingers, and relax them. Everyone in going through the muscular tensions in their bodies in this way will get to know for themselves certain groups of muscles which are not ordinarily relaxed properly. Remember above all that you cannot relax just by saying to yourself, relax. It is an actual exercise of internal attention. It is a directed effort that has to be made comparatively consciously, and even if you do it only once a week you will get results. Often people are kept awake at night because of a certain group of muscles being in a tense state. They may observe their emotional center and their intellectual center and try to relax, i.e. not identify with these two centers, but they do not observe through internal attention the muscular contractions that exist in their body. Now this paper is about muscular relaxation. It is about relaxing the moving center. I will remind you again that the work says that every center can hypnotize another center. In the case of moving center, this means that certain typical postures, and typical expressions induce new typical emotions, and typical thoughts. For example, a hurried person, who cannot stop rushing about, is a person who has a moving center that assumes certain positions, or postures, or rather, in this case, certain movements, which belong to the same idea, and therefore is always hypnotized by moving center assuming these postures and movements. These hurried movements would induce hurried and anxious emotions, and hurried and anxious thoughts. This is where illness sometimes is so good. I can only say that I have noticed it in myself very often. Illness quietens moving center, and so often does a great deal of good by relaxing us. Perhaps some of you have noticed the same thing. I may not be emotionally anxious, or have any reason to be, but if I am accustomed to make hurried movements, and apparently never have time for anything, my moving center will hypnotize my emotional center into feeling anxiety and being harassed. Of course, we must not think for a moment that we are all going to begin to walk about majestically and slowly just to show off how we are relaxed. One has to be really relaxed through internal attention when one wishes to be and when one feels one needs to be relaxed. If you will start with the small muscles of your face, and do this exercise quite sincerely, you will be very surprised to find out how very often rather difficult and worrying thoughts completely cease. For example, stop frowning for a short time. I mean, don't just stop frowning because you are told not to frown, but through internal attention really go into the muscles that are frowning. And lo and behold, all your frowning thoughts will disappear. This means that they are kept going by the posture of your face. Again, People who stick out their jaws and clench their fist find that it is quite remarkable. If they can cease to do this, they feel quite alien from themselves. But, since we all wish to remain mechanical, and do not wish to change at all, I fancy that these people will very soon stick out their jaws, and clench their fists, and make chests, as before. Now, in discussing this paper, please remember that we start in the work with relaxing the muscles of the face, and this takes a lot of practice in putting the consciousness into these muscles, and relaxing them one by one, and remember especially the small skin muscles just underneath the chin, and the muscles at the back of the neck. In my personal experience, I have found that relaxing the wrist muscles, when I have no time to do anything else, is extremely useful. Let your hands drop, because the hands so easily express violence. Work on the emotional center. At the last meeting here, a question was asked about how to work on the emotional center. The great trouble with the emotional center is that we are always identified with it, that is, with the emotions that we are under at any particular moment. We have the greatest difficulty in separating ourselves from the emotional state of the moment. We take our emotional state for granted. For example, we feel emotionally jealous, which is a different thing from feeling instinctively jealous, and we are completely identified with this emotion. Or again, we are emotionally depressed, and once more we take this as our state, as something we do not challenge. As you know, the work teaches that the emotional center is the most difficult center to deal with. You have heard that it is called the mad elephant, and it is also said that we must try to bring up two tame elephants on either side of it, one of which is the intellectual center, and the other the moving center. The whole question lies in the difficulty of observing emotional center in a non-identified way. The reason is that we identify with our emotions more than with anything else, and so I repeat, we take our emotional state always for granted, not as something that we have to observe and separate from. Everyone has a typical series of constantly recurring emotional states which vary from the greatest excitement and enthusiasms to the most depressed and morbid feelings. But because the force of the emotions is so blinding, people remain fixed on the turning wheel of their emotions. In other words, people do not distrust their emotions, but take them as if they were genuine and quite real states. They accept their emotions as right at any particular moment. And because emotions are so difficult to observe, owing to our tendency to identify with them, they do not observe them as something to observe and not go with. The starting point always lies in self-observation, and in this case observation of the emotional state. Now, can any of you do this yet? Can you observe your emotional state without taking it for granted as being your real state? Have any of you yet got in your work memory the knowledge of some of your typical recurrent emotional states? Do any of you yet question your particular emotional state? In other words, as I said, do you challenge your emotional state and say to yourself, why am I in this emotional state? What is it due to? And in connection with what has it arisen? The effort of internal attention will then begin to separate you from the emotional state, and you may be able thereby to disarm it, i.e., not go with it, not believe in it, not take it for granted. There are two sources of our emotional states at any moment. One source is some external stimulus, such as a person not behaving rightly to you, or saying something rather unpleasant to you, and the other is the typical habitual emotion coming from a pathetic feeling about your past. The overcoming of the past is one great line of personal work on yourself. Most people have such a great register of unhappy moments which they have nourished so much that often it is very difficult for them to escape from these pathetic states, which of course only give rise to continual negative emotions which only create useless suffering. This personal work is of a very special type, and everyone must be able to face it. After a time, the whole of the past must be cancelled eventually. In other words, you must have nothing against anyone. You must forgive all debts. And, as has been often said recently, you can only do this by completely changing your opinion of yourself through self-observation. The other source is how people behave to you externally each day. You become negative with someone for acting in a certain way to you which you think is wrong. And you must all see that these two sources, inner and outer, of negative emotion, are very closely connected. On one occasion when Mr. Ouspensky was talking about this subject and how we identify with every emotional state, he gave, as a supreme formula, to non-identify take nothing seriously, except the work. Now in regard to being negative, and having an unpleasant emotional state towards a particular person, supposing you have got to the point of being able to observe that you are in an unpleasant emotional state, and this of course means that you do not quite identify with it. So let us suppose that you are slightly conscious of being in a negative state towards a particular person. How are you going to deal with it? Here all the work that you have done personally comes in. Try to formulate what it is that makes you negative, as regards this person, and then look into the book of your own self-observation, into your own records of yourself, that is, into your work memory, and try to see whether what you find so difficult to bear in this other person is not something that you also have in yourself. Realizing that you are just as difficult in yourself as the person that you criticize produces instantly the magical feeling of surrender, of canceling, of freedom. But in order to do this, you must use the intellectual center. In other words, you must think. Here comes in a very good example of what thinking in the work sense means, and I can assure you that whenever you think in this way it will give you the greatest feeling of freedom that you have ever experienced. Again, suppose that you are negative because someone says something unpleasant to you. This is really the same thing as I have been speaking about. It is extremely difficult to meet and you may not be able to meet it at the moment. Now every event that happens to you, such as someone saying something unpleasant to you, should be capable of being transformed. All this work is about transforming ourselves, both in relationship to our past, and in relationship to what is happening to us now. I can only say, have you ever said anything unpleasant to other people, and can you later on bring the memory up of having said something equally unpleasant? Once again I can assure you that if you can do this you will find that this little event of someone saying something unpleasant to you will become completely cancelled, completely neutral. Although, as I said, you may not be able to do all this just at the moment, when someone is unpleasant to you. So much of our personal work is done after the event. It is quite useless to forgive, you have to cancel. And this is always done by finding the same thing in yourself, and you will always find it if you are sincere. No one can behave to you otherwise than you behave to other people, because your being attracts your life. Do you understand that this must be so if it is possible to believe in psychotransformism? The trouble with us is that we will take ourselves for granted, as being nice and sweet people, and you must remember here that you may not have said something unpleasant externally yourself, but you have thought something, and consented to it. In the work you must understand that what you think psychologically in yourself, in your own privacy, counts just as much as what you say. I am speaking of those thoughts to which you have consented, those checks to which you have signed your name. They count just as much as what is said openly. The Gospels often speak of this. But the case is quite different with a person in the work into whose mind come many unpleasant thoughts about other people, but who does not consent to these thoughts. He sees quite easily how he could combine chemically with them, but he will not allow these combinations really to take place, and after a time his temptation is over. This is real temptation, because all real temptation is about the work. When you do not go with unpleasant thoughts and feelings about other people, but are quite aware of them, you are really working on yourself. This is personal work. If you are so foolish as to say, "Why do I have these thoughts and feelings about other people?" you are quite wrong. You are only preying to and strife in yourself, but all strife gives the possibility of development, and I suppose it is almost right to say that all development consists in not identifying with what one is taught by the work not to identify with. If you consent to negative, bitter, or suspicious thoughts, do you not see that you have been tempted successfully, and that the small vessel of the work that you are trying to make, the small retort, has already got a leak in it which may take you weeks to repair, and often it is a very small thing, apparently trivial, that completely exhausts your force, because it makes a leak in you. Thoughts of self-pity of course make holes in you. You become, instead of a retort, a colander, full of holes, in which everything poured into you, everything you have done for yourself, leaks out. Take envy. Envy seems a slight thing, but it makes a very big hole. Take malice. Take the sting in your tongue or in your letter. That makes a very big hole. Or take hatred arising from being offended. All these states are states of identifying. All psychology, all real psychological teaching, is about how to make a man grow, and it has a very definite object, the idea being that if a man retains his force, in a certain way he can create in himself a new man, a different person. The metaphors used to convey this teaching have varied in different ages. In the alchemical teaching, which dealt apparently with turning lead into gold, but which really dealt with changing man himself into a new being, there is always this idea of a retort, something that cannot be penetrated by wrong influences, something that brings together all the essential parts of the man, through a certain friction transforming them into a new body. We seek to reach a higher level of being. What is one sign of a higher level of being? Let me turn the question in this way. Do you think a person who is full of self-pity, of envies, jealousies, complaints, malices, depressions, and negative states of all kinds, can enter the kingdom of heaven? What is the kingdom of heaven? Why, nothing but what the practice of real psychology leads to, which in this work it is called higher being. So we have something definite to do. It is not a theory nor an invention, it is permanent teaching. Everything in this work teaches us about something quite real and definite. It is a way leading to something definite and possible for those who can hear. It is about man and his permanent meaning, not his local meaning. And there is therefore something that will necessarily respond to man, if he makes the right requests and efforts, for man has meaning, and the universe has meaning. Now let us return to the original question of how to deal with the emotional center. This is a difficult thing and no one can expect to deal with it for many, many years. But people who wish to do this work must begin to deal on their own scale with their unpleasant emotions, because the work teaches that practically all the emotions that we know are unpleasant. For instance, triumphing over a rival is a very unpleasant emotion, although at our level we take it as a pleasant emotion. And even the pleasant emotions that we ordinarily experience turn into the most unpleasant emotions in a flash, once our pride or vanity is touched. The reason is because all our emotions are based on self-love, which is touching them, and if there is plenty of flattery we feel very fine, but if there is not flattery we feel very depressed. For this reason it is a very good thing to distrust one's emotions, whether pleasant or unpleasant, and especially one should distrust enthusiasms. Now the work teaches that there are emotions that do not change. It calls them positive emotions. It does not call our ordinary emotions positive, it merely calls them pleasant or unpleasant. The work teaches that we do not have real emotions yet. I think from my own experience that occasionally we do have real emotions for a very short time, and they are always completely free from all self-love. But I also think that they are very rare and easily invented. Now the work says that we cannot create positive emotions for ourselves. It says that positive emotions do come to us sometimes if we have worked genuinely, and they come as rewards. It also says that the characteristic of a positive emotion, which comes from higher emotional center, is such that it never turns into an opposite. Our ordinary so-called love turns very easily into hate. A positive emotion has no opposite, because it belongs to the third force, which is between the opposites. As you all know, the purification of the emotional center is one of our great objects. We can reach it only through the purification of the intellectual center, through new ideas both about ourselves and about other people, and about the meaning of all life on earth. When the mind begins to see new truth, then the emotional center can begin to give up these false emotions. The ultimate object is to awaken the emotional center so that it can receive positive emotions. And while this is very far from us at present, we all know surely how much work we have to do on our present emotional center, and our present emotional states that result from it. We have, for example, to give up having our own way all the time. Do not think that this can be done in a moment. It takes such a long time for us to realize what it means, this having our own way in everything. But when we begin to dissolve our ordinary mechanical feeling of ourselves, and I would say here, how many of you are sure that you are perfectly all right in yourselves? Then we shall begin to break up the very sources of this self-love, and these self-emotions, that at present govern everyone. It is only the things that you most despise in yourself, that are probably some good. Christ was not born in a manger without significance as to what can grow in man. Work on attitudes. In this short paper let us return once more to the idea of attitudes. The work teaches that we must observe our attitudes. You can call attitudes merely points of view that you always mechanically take, but this definition is merely introductory to the idea of attitudes. You can only observe attitudes to begin with by their results. An attitude is something formed through long habitual taking for granted thinking. The first thing is that we have to allow the truth of the idea that we have attitudes, typical points of view, typical ways of taking things, and that this of course belongs to our mechanical, and therefore dead psychology, that is, that side of our psychology that cannot change. You can have an attitude to the weather, an attitude to religion, or to science, an attitude to other people, an attitude to politics, and so on. What people do not see is that their undiscovered attitudes create a great deal of misery for them, and prevent them from understanding. No one, of course, admits that he or she has typical attitudes. Let me quote indirectly a recent observation that was sent to me. The observation was as follows: I had been trying to keep myself awake a little more than once during the day, by observing myself uncritically. I noticed that it was just as if a bit of me was separated from the rest of me and was watching the rest of me. One side of myself was observing the other side, but observing it quite uncritically. This other side of myself which I was observing was taking an often recurring life situation in its own way. Quite suddenly I had the sense of remembering the future. The result was that the whole situation changed. It was not only the future, but it seemed that I observed the past and the future together in regard to the same situation that I was faced by, and that I saw my attitude to it, and seemed to become free from it. Let me make some comments from the work point of view on this observation, which is a good one. There is a certain side of the work connected with the idea of karma yoga. This has nothing to do with acting or playing a role in life consciously, which probably none of us can do except for a brief time, as we are at present. Karma yoga has to do with work on the actual situation that we are in, karmically, and finding the right way to behave towards it. It is quite impossible to practice karma yoga unless one has self-observation, that is, unless one can divide oneself into an observing side and an observed side. At every moment each of us is taking some event, some situation in life, in a mechanical typical way through attitude chiefly. The practice of this aspect of the work connected with karma yoga has nothing to do with changing the situation itself, but with changing the way you take it. If anyone has practiced self-observation sincerely, and really reached that stage, in which he is not satisfied with himself and does not think that everything he says, or does is always right, then it is possible to practice this side of the work connected with that particular form of yogi teaching called karma yoga. Now you must all understand that to be able to take the step means that you have really got somewhere in the work, and are willing to work on yourself and no longer completely identify with yourself as you are, which, as you know, is usually a very unsuccessful self. I will make only one or 2 points here. The first is, how many of you know, or have realized that you can take a typical situation, a typical event, in a different way from what you have ordinarily done? The second point is, can you yet observe yourself uncritically? Everything recurs in your personal lives, the same situations arise, the same events, and the same mechanical psychology meets them, and reacts in the same mechanical way, day by day and week by week. And all the attempts of esoteric teaching to try to make us awaken and become different from what life has made us. The practice of karma yoga is something that we can undertake intelligently, and one which will give us immediate results. You will notice that in the above example, when this uncritical self-observation took place, there was a sense of the future, and also a sense of the past. The typical attitude, the characteristic reaction towards the situation, became conscious, and at once there was a sense of the future, that is, that this thing has taken place over and over again. And suddenly there was a feeling of liberation from this hitherto unrecognized self-imprisonment, self-bondage, due to one's mechanical psychology, one's mechanical makeup. Here you have a very good example of what the work means practically on this side, but usually we are so immersed in sleep, or so identified with every typical mechanical reaction, so much so that we always behave in exactly the same way towards ever-recurring situations, continually lose force, and remain in our state of deep sleep. Because you must remember that if you wish to awaken, you must find in what way you can save force and store it up, and no one can awaken unless he begins to accumulate force, and to store it up. And it is often dull and dead moments which take force in everyone's life every day, these customary ways of taking daily things through customary attitudes towards them that cause a constant leakage of force. Now it is a very good thing to think as an exercise that you are taking today in an entirely new way. I say it is a good exercise in the morning to try to take everything that happens, all the usual discords and unpleasant tasks, and so on, in an entirely new way, if you can, for a short time. It gives you a glimpse of what work means, and what transformation means, that is, transforming your ordinary daily life, and taking it in a quite new way. In connection with this example given above, I was asked, is this a question of self-remembering or self-observation? Whenever you have a double sense of the future and past meeting together in the present moment, it always has a quality of self-remembering. In this case it was reached by uncritical self-observation, which lifted the consciousness to a higher level, i.e., that of self-remembering, or the third level of consciousness. Now if you observe yourself critically, you never reach this level through self-observation. Why? Because you will always be self-justifying, complaining, negative, and all the rest of it, which belong to the second level of consciousness, the so-called waking state. But if you can really observe yourself uncritically, you will pass from this complaining, unpleasant level to a quite new state of consciousness, and you will see yourself standing in time. Now suppose that you can be sufficiently awake to observe at a particular moment how you are taking some situation, some event, and suppose that you can observe yourself uncritically. That means that you can observe that part of yourself that is taking things in this mechanical, ever-recurring way. If the observing I is really uncritical, it begins to move towards real I, which is never critical. But if you are observing yourself with an I that belongs to a lower level, i.e. a critical I, then you will not reach the level of self-remembering. In other words, the quality of your observation is not fine enough, and you will simply be at that level at which you have to argue with other eyes. Your best eyes are uncritical eyes, eyes that never judge either you or other people. Your worst eyes are your fault finders, your jealous, envious, malicious, complaining eyes. Through them how can you observe yourself uncritically? But through the pure feeling of the work you can observe yourself uncritically, as a mere nobody, not as a ridiculous and absurd creature, as of course we all are, without exception, because this would be critical, but simply as a nobody, as nothing. And I remind you here that unless we can realize our own nothingness we can get nowhere. Where we live psychologically. Man is defined in the work first of all by what he eats, and what he breathes, and where he lives. Every living animal is defined in the same way, namely, by what it eats, what it breathes, and where it lives. A fish, for example, is different from a man in this respect, because a fish lives in the water, and breathes in a quite different way from a man, and eats different food. The work also teaches that in this great machine of organic life everything eats everything else. The work, in fact, says that the whole universe is based on the idea of eating and being eaten. Just think for a moment, can any one of you live without eating something else? Let us take simply organic life itself, namely, the sensitive film which surrounds this small planet called the Earth. The sensitive film is fed by the great energy of the sun, to begin with, but everything in organic life on this earth exists only by eating something else. Some of you have heard this idea before, into which I am not going further tonight. I will return to the opening phrase. Man is defined in this work by what he eats, what he breathes, and where he lives. Now let us take this idea psychologically, and not literally. Let me ask you, what do you eat psychologically? What do you breathe psychologically? And where do you live psychologically? Supposing you are very fond of eating negative emotions? Supposing you love long, unhappy thoughts? Or supposing that you love hearing negative stories, unpleasant rumors about other people? Psychologically, some people eat nothing but unpleasant impressions, unpleasant remarks. They are attracted to unhappy, uneasy situations. They like unpleasant things, they like to talk negatively. This is their food. Again, they breathe in, psychologically speaking, not truth, but false things, lies, unpleasant things. But what I want to speak to you about tonight is where you live. In what part of yourself do you live? In what part of your psychological country do you usually live? Let us once more try to understand what one's psychology means as distinct from the external world of space, for we should continually make this effort. Everyone has a much greater psychological space or country in themselves than they know in the physical sense. They may not have traveled round the world, they may even know only their own little village, and yet psychologically they inhabit a particular place which is exactly correspondent with physical space and physical place. When you have begun to observe yourself, you begin to see that you have psychological space, and you as distinct from physical space. You begin to understand what it means that you may be in a very bad place, and yourself at any particular moment, just as you might be in a dark, evil street full of robbers, gunmen, and so on, in the external physical sense. It takes a long time for us to understand that we can be in a dangerous and evil place in ourselves, and to realize this requires a great deal of objective strength towards oneself. After a long time I began to have a more objective relationship to myself, in the sense that I began to realize that at some moment or other I was in a very bad place, and myself and surrounded by very bad eyes, in fact, evil eyes, and that I must be very careful how to behave, just exactly as if I were in a very bad slum surrounded by extremely evil-looking people. What is so extraordinary is that people do not notice that they have a much bigger psychological country that they are living in than the external world that they know. I was speaking the other day to someone about this, and this person said, "I do not understand what you mean by psychological country. Where is it? How do we find it?" It was impossible for me to explain anything further in this particular case, because the person to whom I was speaking was extremely externally minded, and saw only things outside, and not things inside. That is, the world for him was only what is registered by the senses, and not what is registered by self-observation. Now every devil and angel is already in you in this psychological country to which you gain access through your own self-observation. This enormous country, full of cities, and deserts and forests, peopled by all these devils and angels, is the country that we have to learn about through self-observation. For we must move about in it as intelligently and carefully as we move about in the external world that we see revealed by our senses. If a man is attacked in some slum, people say, "Why do you go there? Why do you continue to walk down these dangerous streets and meet these dangerous people?" But we are so asleep, so dead to our own inner state, so unrecognizant of what the work is teaching us about this inner country, in which we are always in a certain place, that we only dimly understand the parallel. After a time a man in the work begins to know where he is in his own psychological country, amongst what is, and through the light that comes with self-observation he begins to know when he must shift his position. Now the most useful forms of self-remembering are about this inner psychological country, of which we gradually become more aware through personal work on ourselves. We learn to remember ourselves in this inner country when, for example, we find ourselves for one reason or another in a bad place in it. And so we learn what silence means, and what tact to ourselves means. Exactly the same things apply to a psychological place as to a physical place. It is just as if we are in a pretty tough spot in external space, and know quite well we must use silence and tact to escape. The great danger is that we do not realize that we have a continual shifting of position in regard to where we are living psychologically in ourselves, and that as a consequence a thing which was harmless yesterday is not necessarily so today. If you do not understand about psychological space, you can understand about different eyes in you. Which eyes are nearest to you at present? What are these eyes like? You could ask yourself exactly the same questions in regard to physical space, could you not? Namely, looking round you could say, what kind of people am I amongst at this moment? Do I care for them? Do I wish to be with them? When your relationship to your inner life, to your inner psychological space, becomes as vivid and real as is your relationship to external space, to visibly seen things, then you may be quite sure that you begin to understand the meaning of this work. To which eyes in you are you going to consent, and to which eyes are you going to be extremely tactful, and to which eyes are you going to play the part of avoiding them at all costs? When the psalmist said, "We have walked in unpleasant places," I have thought, that this defines so well the stage of a man. Understanding that he has spent a long time in walking in unpleasant places in his own inner world. So to return to this phrase that man is defined by where he lives, taking the whole definition as given at the beginning of this paper. If we take it psychologically, and not merely literally, it is a very good question to ask yourself sometimes, where am I living in myself at this moment? Now, suppose you have never worked on yourself for a week. Suppose you have swelled your internal accounts, or suppose you are full of the idea of if only. Now let me ask you, in what kind of a place are you living in your slums? I suppose that a person living in the slums of himself, in the lowest interpretation of everything, must make effort to get out, just as a person actually living in physical slums, who has the idea that he might better himself, knows quite well that he must make effort to escape from his physical position. It seems to me to be exactly the same thing. Do you know your slums? Do you agree with me that many people live very much in their slums, i.e., in slums of their psychological country, of their psychological world? Take all the envies and jealousies, and poor, mean, negative things that go on in each of us. Do you think they are, in short, slums? I would say from my observation of myself that they are exactly the slums. Everything can be taken in the heaviest, most negative way, without the slightest trace of transformation. But this work is about transform in one's life. It is about efforts that lift you above the level in which it is so easy to live all one's life, although one is dressed up outside, in the very reverse of slum clothing. Yes, the work begins with the slums. Something valuable is there. Now you will find, if you have reached a certain stage of self-observation, that in the turning wheel of inner experience you will return again to your slums inevitably, and here at this moment you have to be most awake, and make most inner effort. At another point you find you do not have to make so much effort, because you are not living in a bad place in yourself. But there is always a certain point in the turning wheel of your own psychology, where you must be exceptionally careful and most silent, most tactful, and most clever with yourself to get out of this place as best you can without having been robbed of everything. We have all got to realize this turning. We love our own psychology. I said something above about if only. Now suppose you eat, and let me remind you that man literally is defined as what he eats, what he breathes, and where he is. Let us take this phrase, if only. Is that good food to eat, psychologically speaking? Suppose that I am eating all impressions on the basis of if only. This faded food, this dead, negative food, will not make it possible for me to transform anything in my being. The attitude represented by if only prevents work. But we can't always work. We can't always go into another part of our psychological country, if we observe and separate from some typical habitual eyes on obeying the work. When you begin to obey this work you cannot do as you like. However, it takes us a very long time before this begins to become clear. It is not something that can be learned by heart, or told you by someone else, but it is actually a growth of one's own experience. It is of course connected with keeping one's aim. To act from one's aim is to act without being identified, but, again, it takes us a long time before we know what aim means. At first it is something that we think about in words without seeing what these words mean. aim gradually becomes clearer to us as always having to do with self-change. Now no self-change is possible if we always do what we like. Let us put the matter a little differently. If we always do what is pleasing to us and easy to do, no self-change is possible. The central idea of the work is self-change, and the central teaching of the work is that man is an unfinished creation, a self-developing organism, one whose only real task is to complete itself. If we do not grasp the significance of the work, we shall never be able either to make a right aim, or to keep it in the right way. The force of the work will not help us. The work cannot help us unless we are doing what the work is teaching. How, for instance, can the work help us if we never remember ourselves? Many people make aim that has nothing to do with the work, or is not done in connection with any feeling of the work. Let us suppose my aim is to climb the highest mountain in the world. Could this possibly be called a work aim? But suppose you say that no one would have an aim of that kind now. Well, let us say that a person makes a small aim to cook an excellent dinner. There are so many ways in which that excellent dinner can be cooked. I mean, psychological ways, not ordinary ways. Now suppose you have made a big and real aim that you are going to try to remember to act in life without identifying, and that you are going to try to practice this great work exercise at least several times a day. Then, of course, in taking this small aim of cooking an excellent dinner in conjunction with this general and real aim, it would really be one example, and you would have to cook it without being identified, and if anything went wrong, or someone put in something wrong, you would have to separate from those eyes that will start to become negative. But it is very difficult not to do everything personally, and there is always that form of internal considering which the work stresses, which consists in thinking that even the weather itself is bad on purpose. You can't always tell when you are working by a curious feeling which in a way can be compared with the feeling one used to have on returning to school. You cannot quite have your own way. And when you are having your own way, you are quite aware of it and not very happy. A school in the work sense first of all gives you this feeling externally, so to speak, although you are free to leave, but later on this feeling must be in you without any surrounding school. Then you will not do things personally in the same way as you formerly did. There will, of course, always be two divisions of eyes, two people, and you, one who wishes the work, and one who does not, and the struggle between these two will always continue, because there must be strife at the bottom of work. Work begins when a man starts to struggle with himself. I said above that when you begin to obey this work you cannot do as you like. The work is really conscience. At first it is outside you. You hear it speaking in the work teaching. Man has conscience, but it is buried. This conscience that the work speaks about is the same in everyone. When I first heard this, it seemed to me extraordinary that this was the case. How could conscience be the same in everyone? But when I reflected that the work also teaches that higher centers exist in everyone, only unheard, the idea did not seem so extraordinary. Man, having gone so deeply asleep, has to be taught now from outside. This work is esoteric teaching from outside at first. If a man feels it emotionally, if something in him responds to it, and finally if he persists for a long time, he finds that the work is in him as well as outside him. Then he must obey the work. He may not know for a long time how to, but the intention must be there in him. and after a time he will be shooed away, or the work will find a way for him, often quite the contrary to what he supposed. All this depends on obeying the work first of all through the mind, and the emotional thinking, and finally with the will, as a whole, namely, with the whole mass of the man. But this latter stage is far from us at present. When the work is in you in the above sense, you begin to know how to act in life with non-identifying. Some people might call it acting impersonally, but I do not agree with the use of this word. You can act very personally without identifying. You remember that we are all blinded with identifying, that we are all rendered deaf and dumb by it, and that identifying is our most terrible enemy. Only the work has the strength to overcome this terrible power. The parable of the horse, carriage, and driver. Paper 8. In speaking of the inner state of the mechanical man, G made many analogies. On some occasions he compared the inner state of the man to a carriage, horse, and driver, and he emphasized that it was very important for us to think about what these three distinct things in man mean. The point of the analogy is that these three distinct things are not in right relationship to one another. The driver is not on the box of the carriage, the horse is not properly fed, nor rightly harnessed to the carriage, and the carriage itself is in a bad condition. What, G asked once, is the reason of all this? The reason is that the driver is sitting in the public house spending his money on drink, and giving no food to the horse, and no proper care to the carriage. In order to change this state of affairs, G said, it is necessary that the driver receives a shock, to awaken him. Now the interpretation of this analogy or parable can be approached from many different sides, some of which have already been explained. Tonight I will take up more especially the point that the driver, after realizing his state, must eventually climb up onto the box of the carriage, that is, he must rise in his level, to reach a place of control. But first we must understand that it is possible to take the rousing of the driver in many steps. He must be shaken out of his drunken slumber, and then he must stand up, and then move himself out of the sphere of the public house, and then observe the horse, and then the carriage, and so on. After attending to the horse and carriage, he must climb onto the box, and finally take hold of the reins, and start driving as best he can. As you know, the parable goes on to say that if he does all this, a fourth factor may appear on the scene, i.e. the master may be found sitting in the carriage, and giving directions to the driver, as to where he must go. But, it is added, the master will never seat himself in the carriage, unless the driver is on the box, and has begun to take hold of the reins, and has done what he could for both the horse and the carriage. This parable is really about the whole object of the work. The object of the work is to reach real I in oneself through the long inner path through oneself, through self-remembering, and work on oneself. Real I is the master in the parable. We are told that as we are, we have no real I, and have no inner stability, and never know what we really have to do. In our present state, first one I takes charge, and then another I. Our state is comparable to that represented in the parable of the Tower of Babel. From that parable, apparently we once had inner unity, but something went wrong and multiplicity appeared, namely, from being one we became many. In general, our being is defined in the work as being characterized by multiplicity, as distinct from the being of a conscious man. We are a crowd of different eyes pulling in different directions, all with their own forms of self-will. And what we rather grandly call our will is nothing but the resultant of all these different wills. So our task is to attain unity, and no single eye that we know or can observe at present has the strength to give us this unity, and arrange and subordinate all the eyes into a whole. We can, however, form substitutes for real I, which, beginning with observing I, are called in ascending sequence of importance and power deputy, steward, and steward. We are fortunate if we have a deputy steward to look after our household affairs, and still far more so if we ever attain to that level where we have steward controlling affairs. But beyond steward lies master, or real I, the reaching of which is the chief aim of all. You will see in the parable of the horse, carriage, and driver that there is no chance of our attaining to the level where master, or real I, exists, or of hearing his voice, and receiving his instructions as to what we have really to do with our lives, unless we first of all waken out of the sleep, out of the stupor that we exist in, which is represented by the driver sitting in a drunken sleep in the public house. The first task then is to awaken the driver, for unless this has taken place the horse cannot be attended to, nor the carriage. The carriage can be said to represent the body, and people may think that they can start only with the body, but this is wrong. In fact, it may put the driver into a deeper sleep. What is the method of this work in regard to the awakening of the driver, and the nature of the shock? If the driver realizes that he is in a drunken sleep, this may be sufficient to make him try to wake up. With what is he drunk? One thing is imagination. We are drunk with imagination. I have heard it said in the work that at one time humanity on Earth was going forward too quickly in proportion to the rate of development of the Moon and the Earth, and had to be held back. The overseer called the chief engineer, and explained to him the difficulty. The result was that man was given imagination. Then from that time everything went on without difficulty. The imaginary began to replace the real. As you know, the work speaks about imaginary I. Man believes that he has real I, as he is, just as he imagines he is fully conscious. He believes that he is a real individual, unchanging, permanent, with full will and full consciousness. He has no real I, but his imagination creates imaginary I in him. He hides from himself his extreme inner weakness by means of imagination. Now if a man realizes that he has no real I, no real will, that all he has felt and thought about himself in this respect can simply be called imaginary I, then he is beginning to awaken from the drunken sleep in the public house, where he spends his money in imagining. This is one side of the position of man from the esoteric point of view. We remind ourselves here that the problem of esotericism is always the same, namely, how to awaken man from his state of sleep, and make him realize he is asleep. Esoteric teaching takes man not only as not yet conscious, but drunken with imagination, and wasting his force and falsity and violence. You will then see the necessity for, beginning with self-observation, the observation of one's sleep. All forms of teaching are quite useless unless the driver awakens. You can't see the reason why a man may be given some teaching while he is drinking in the public house, and this teaching will go into his imagination and increase his state of sleep. If he is told that he is an angel in heaven, he will believe that he is, and drink more than ever. Certainly this will increase his state of sleep, his state of imagination. Many good people indulge in this form of drink. Unfortunately, there are many sorts of teaching that have this effect as their object, i.e., pseudo-teachings that only increase imagination. In the work, however, we are given nothing to feed our imagination about ourselves but quite the contrary. I have found nothing flattering in this teaching. There is nothing flattering, for example, in being told that we are machines that have no real I, that we are nothing but pictures of ourselves, that what we call I is nothing but imagination, that we have no real will, that we are a mass of contradictions which we do not notice owing to having so many buffers and different forms of padding, that we are not conscious yet, and so on. It is not pleasant to be told that we are mechanical, just machines, and that we do nothing consciously. But teaching of this kind will not tend to prolong our sleep in the public house if we value and apply it to ourselves. When we realize, even to a small degree, that we are mechanical, and that this machine, in which hovers imaginary I, does everything we experience a shock. This shock may be nothing more at first than an uneasy feeling that we are not quite what we supposed hitherto. Yet even this feeling is the beginning of awakening, and it will increase if nourished because it is truth. All awakening has a sour taste, like going back to school. Now when you begin to awaken from your sleep, to a small extent you're beginning to remember yourself, not your imaginary I, but something deeper, which eventually leads to real I, which is our truth. The power of imagination, however, is so great that people do not wish to wake up and experience even momentarily the harsh taste that comes with a moment of greater consciousness. They try to drown it, even though their suffering and unhappiness in ordinary life affairs are very great. You can't see people who are plagued by one thing or another, from which they could escape if they woke up, deliberately preferring to be plagued rather than face awakening, and standing up and leaving the public house and taking their place eventually on the box of their own carriage. You know that it is said about sacrifice in this work, that, as we are, we have nothing to sacrifice, nothing worth sacrificing, save one thing, namely, our negative states, our negative suffering, our depressions and songs of misery. We can only sacrifice what we love. Our pictures of ourselves cause us to ascribe to ourselves much that does not exist, except in imagination. One cannot sacrifice something that exists only in imagination. But we so love our suffering, our sadness, and disappointments, our negative states, that here we have something to sacrifice so that the direction of our love can change. When I first heard this, I thought it a very strange viewpoint, and one that did not apply to me until I began to observe myself, and then I began to see it was true. You notice how people intoxicate themselves with their own suffering, and cannot listen to anyone else's, and are always dwelling on their suffering, either openly or secretly, commiserating with themselves. This dwelling on suffering is a form of imaginative drunkenness. It is a fascinating form of drunkenness on which the driver can spend a great deal of money. Do you know your own typical public house song of misery often actually sung in an actual public house? In order to awaken, the driver must begin to think. The ideas of this work fall on us at first as from a great distance. We hear a voice saying things over and over again. We do not notice much of what is said. We are dreaming of other things, or waiting for our little accumulators to fill up again, so that we can run around once more as before. After a time something falls on the ear of the sleeping driver. He hears something, and stirs, and perhaps looks up for a moment. Yes, he thinks, that is quite true. He has begun to think. If things go well with him, his hearing improves, and instead of drinking all the time, he sometimes thinks, and sometimes merely drinks. He is still in the public house. His horse is still starving. The harness is in bits and pieces, and the carriage unrepaired and unpainted. But he is not yet aware of all this. His thinking is not yet strong enough to become emotional, and get him on his feet, and make him go to the door, and look for himself at his inner state. Now I will skip several steps in the parable, and come to the idea that the driver must climb onto the box. To drive he must ascend above the level of the ground. But before this can happen he must say, I will drive. That is a decision, and it is followed by having to go up. Now here is something very strange, because actually he has to go down. He cannot drive from imaginary, from false personality, from anything in him that thinks it can do. He will never be able to drive from pride or vanity, but only from what is lowest in him in this respect, from what is most simple and humble and genuine and sincere. So to go up he must go down. When he says, I will drive, if he thinks he can do it himself, and for himself, he will break reins, smash wheels, and fall off. This decision, I will drive, must be said with a delicacy of understanding. That implies the existence of something else being necessary. For where are you going to drive? You will have to be told, and then obey, and so you are not the driver in the imperious sense of the man, who imagines he can do, and merely does what he pleases. To do in the work sense ultimately means to obey the master, who may suddenly appear in the carriage. The parable of the horse, carriage, and driver. Paper 8. We spoke last time about the parable of the horse, carriage, and driver, which is one of the parables of the work dealing with man's inner situation. You will remember that the driver in this parable is sitting in the public house, and the horse and carriage are outside, and both in a bad state. The first thing that must happen is that the driver must awaken from his drunken sleep, and attend to the horse, and the carriage, and eventually climb onto the box, and take hold of the reins. Then it is said, that he may find a master sitting in the carriage behind him, directing him in which direction to drive. In our last conversation about this parable I dwelt more especially on the point that the driver has to climb up to the box, and indicated that he cannot drive the horse and carriage from the level of the ground. From this level he cannot control anything. At the same time I said that a man might come to the point where he says, I will drive. This happens when through long observation of himself he begins to see that he must do something with himself and can be no longer carried along in the idea of his mechanical life. But although he makes this decision, I will drive, yet he is far from the possibility of driving. Further stages are necessary and further experiences with himself. His attention will be drawn to certain sides of himself. In that internal communion with oneself, that comes from the growing need of the work, and the growing new knowledge of oneself gained from self-observation, he will perceive in many ways that he must climb up in himself before he can drive, that is, reach another level, otherwise he is bound to fail continually, and probably simply give up trying to do anything with himself in the way of self-change. In other words, he has to climb up to the level of self-remembering, because no one can drive his horse and carriage unless he has something of that intensity of consciousness and self-awareness that belongs to the third state of consciousness to which the work points. What is it that the work says is the most important thing for us to practice? It says that we must become more conscious and, in fact, begin to reach the level of self-remembering, self-awareness and self-consciousness. Some people, not understanding the work, although in contact with it, see that life goes anyhow, that it is a tragedy, a complete muddle, a veritable Babel. And having got to this point they perhaps become negative, without comprehending that this is exactly what the work teaches about life. They simply stick, not seeing the work, but only the chaos of life. The work teaches that a man must see that everything does happen in life, and realize that it is because man is not properly conscious. The work constantly emphasizes that life is mechanical, and that this is due to man himself being asleep, not properly conscious. Yes, but the work adds that the practice of this teaching is to make an individual man more conscious, when he has realized all this, and it gives him instructions as to how to become more conscious, and so reach another level of himself. When a man observes himself over a long period sincerely he becomes startled, and through this a little more conscious of himself. If he does this with a continual renewal of the meaning of the ideas taught in this work he will become still more conscious even though it is painful, and begin to reach a level in himself where he can begin in the right way to control lower sides in himself, smaller eyes and mechanical parts of centers that have hitherto controlled him. It is this rising up in oneself from mechanical death, which one mistook for life, that is the object of the work. Ordinarily speaking, we live at a low level of ourselves. For example, we live far too much in small unpleasant eyes, in dull, stupid, mechanical parts of centers, in silly dreams, and so we too contribute to the general sleep of humanity. Yes, we then help to keep the world asleep. It is exactly wakening out of the sleep of humanity in which one is shearing that is referred to in the parable of the driver in the public house asleep in dreams and illusions about himself. For a man to wake up he must begin to cease to have illusions and false imagination, and so here comes in the acute work done from self-observation, that separates a man from himself and makes it possible to leave the public house. Let us continue to talk about the stage where the driver must climb onto the box. Understand that this is not a sharply divided stage, but a gradual process is meant of trial and error. Everything is done by order in the work by the law of 7. For example, he makes a definite aim, and keeps on failing. He learns gradually, but in order that he cannot keep his aim, because he goes to sleep continually, and this is because he gets down amongst small eyes that know nothing about his aim, or the work. He does not think enough. I use this word deliberately, i.e., that he does not think enough. Here thinking is both remembering and thinking. Thinking and remembering interlock. You have to defend your aim by pumping truth into it as you have seen it. You have to call together in your understanding all truths concerning your aim, I mean work ideas and insights, otherwise your aim will deviate. It will then only become a vague memory instead of being a constantly renewed source of truth to you. All truths of this work will fight for you when you have got into a more or less central position in yourself in regard to your aim. But you must continually revisit, re-stimulate yourself in regard to these truths and insights. The work fights for you only when you engage with it mentally through emotional acknowledgement. I said recently that if the ideas or truths of this work stood round you and transmitted their force, you would be able to do. Owing to our limited consciousness, and our level of mind which only holds one thing at a time, this is not possible. It is possible at a higher level, however that is, light increases as our level is raised. With regard to everything bad and wrong in you which you may have noticed in action as well as in thought, the ideas of this work, if perceived as true, will fight for you. Only in that way can what is wrong and bad and unnecessary in you be changed. You cannot do it yourself. You go to war. Work eyes will fight with mechanical eyes, if you go on giving them the force of the ideas of this work, and renewing it always. It is they that fight for you, these work eyes, contacting the work ideas. For example, when you are negative, a work idea suddenly comes into your mind, and you find it possible to fight with that negative state, or it simply vanishes. This is an example of the work fighting in you, and for you. That is why evaluation of the work is so important. It is useless to think you can do all this yourself, and by yourself. This thing that you call yourself is useless, and as often as not it is your worst self, your most mechanical, habitual self, which cannot possibly lead you anywhere, and will never withstand any temptation to sleep. Everyone who has felt this work deeply, and over a sufficient length of time, has already other selves that can fight. But we try to fight ourselves with ourselves, our habitual selves, and not with our new selves. When we are negative, we try to fight our negative state with this thing ourself. And often we make aims when we are negative, that is, when we are at an even lower level than our ordinary ourself is. Now when a man is in a negative state, he mechanically thinks lies. The truth of the ideas of the work does not reach him. But it is this that can fight for you. So when you are negative, it is important to try to think the truth, by an effort. A negative state, allowed by inner slackness to persist, drives away the work, and all its possible influence on you. When a man is in a negative state, the negative part of his emotional center induces a current of lies that flows through his intellectual center. Negative states are only supported by lies in the intellectual center. You cannot think a lie if you are in a good state. It is usually the same lies that are brought up, if you observe yourself closely. When a negative state in the emotional center induces lies in the intellectual center, it means that wrong connections in thought and memory are made, often traceable very far into the past, so that in consequence they have become habits of thinking which have never been challenged by yourself. This is a bad state to be in. People begin to die from such lies. In these lies that are excited by negative states in the intellectual center, important things are left out and unimportant things are overemphasized, or what is pure imagination is mingled with what is real. Especially with the aid of pride and vanity and suspicion which have never been corrected, and many other self-injurious distortions are made, due to blaming and to internal account-making in general. All this remains incredible to one, unless one catches oneself through self-observation, in the act of enjoying these lies. In this inner tangle many live most of their lives without making any attempt to deal strongly with all this dirt and mess laid down in their psychic life. Now there can be no question of its being possible to climb up onto the box as long as one is full of all this dirt and mess of lies or evasions or distortions of the truth which form a kind of midden within us. You will try to climb up onto the box full of this mess of lies, and, since you always feel yourself as the leading person in yourself, you will always feel these habitual lies in yourself, which can only be annihilated by a new revelation of yourself coming from the fuller light of consciousness, belonging to the third state of consciousness, that is, to self-awareness. This is where the light will cure you. The light of consciousness will make it impossible for these habitual lies to cling so closely, and to form so large a part of the customary feeling of yourself, whereby you have hitherto recognized yourself. So mounting the box is obviously a long process, and, as I said, there is an order in it. The question is of course this: what mounts the box? If a mass of habitual, ingrained lies mounts the box, nothing will happen. You can in no wise say that the driver has mounted the box, because the driver must be purified by the work. When he is about to mount, he comes to a definite test. Is he really sufficiently awakened yet? Is he really prepared to drive? Although perhaps he may have said, "I will drive." He may get up to the box in imagination, but in this case he is still asleep, and he will fail. Then he may persuade himself that he has done his very best, and feel self-pity, and give up for the time being. But he has as yet done nothing really. He has not faced himself and with the difficulties in his being. So the whole thing remains purely imagination. He is making effort in imagination, but he is not making real effort. People can take the whole of this work in their imagination, and never make any real effort whatsoever. Now when you make a real effort, or a relatively real effort, you never become negative when you fail. This is a sign. Your failure makes you think more, and remember more. But when you make an effort in imagination, an imaginary effort, not a real effort, you become negative very quickly, and pass into your gallery of self-pity with all its ancestral portraits. Now the outer is like the inner. If you go to a carpenter's shop, and pretend to saw a piece of wood, you are making an imaginary effort. You may handle lots of tools and make a noise as if you were working, but you are really doing nothing, and you will get no result. It is exactly the same thing in the inner psychological world. You have got really to make an effort, as far as is in your power, in your psychological world. take as it were your self-satisfaction, which is the bane of some in this work, that is, the worst thing in them. No one who is filled with self-satisfaction can possibly do this work, and any idea of their climbing up onto the box is quite out of the question. Why? Because a self-satisfied man or woman feels that he or she is already on the box. Actually, they are still fast asleep in the public house, spending all their money in generous forms of imagination about themselves. However, when we begin to realize practically, and by direct insight, and by mental perception that we are nothing, and cannot do, we are very close to being able to get on the box. So one goes down to go up. But no one will ever realize his own nothingness, I mean, genuinely, and not theoretically, save through the power of this work. And for very good reason. To realize one's own nothingness in a real way, without having this work to hold on to, might easily destroy a man, or turn him into a mass of negative emotion. But to realize increasingly, and in order of experiences, one's own nothingness has nothing to do with negative emotion. Quite the contrary, it can begin to transmit the work. Yet one does not climb up to the box simply by realizing one's own nothingness, but by a double and paradoxical process, in which one has to make effort on the one side, and yet know on the other side, that one can do nothing without help. The unobserved side of ourselves. Recently we had a conversation once more about this dark side of ourselves. I explained before that this means the side of ourselves that we do not know, or do not accept, and that the object of self-knowledge by the method of self-observation was to bring this not yet known side of ourselves into the light of consciousness. The whole object of self-knowledge is to make more conscious our knowledge of ourselves. The idea is that when you have many things in you that you do not know, and do not accept, i.e. things that are not conscious to you yourself, then these things complicate your life very much, and cause all sorts of situations which would be avoided through self-knowledge. In general, it can be said that we put this unknown or unconscious side of ourselves into other people, or, to use a term in modern psychology, we project this side of ourselves and see it in other people. For example, we see them as liars, or unfaithful, or mean, or untrustworthy, and so on, in relation to our own qualities in this respect. The work says, in regard to this, that we live in a very small part of ourselves. This means that our consciousness extends to a very small part of ourselves. Such a situation makes us very badly related to other people, to life, and to ourselves. The idea of this work is to enlarge consciousness. We are told, to become far more conscious to ourselves through direct self-observation, so that all sorts of narrow pictures that we have of ourselves are destroyed, and we begin to live in a larger edition of ourselves. We can take it as a general rule in the work, that when we are up against someone else we may be sure that that is the very thing we have to work on in ourselves. This gives us an entirely different orientation, and in my opinion it is the beginning of real work. The thing you criticize so much in other people is something lying in the dark side of yourself that you do not know, or acknowledge. You only see this dark side, this unconscious, unknown side of yourself, reflected into other people, so that it is always their fault, and never your fault. Everyone lives in a very small consciousness, a very petty world of self-reactions, of personal reactions, and this small space that they live in is full of all sorts of sensitivenesses. As you will admit, some people live in this small part of themselves in which consciousness is confined to a small area of the totality of their psyche. What keeps us all in this small consciousness is the action of buffers, of pictures of ourselves, of fixed opinions, of negative attitudes. When we are in such a condition, the dark side of ourselves is very great, but when the light of self-observation is thrown into this dark side, consciousness of ourselves increases through self-knowledge, and after a time we begin to feel differently from what we used to feel. The center of gravity of I in us begins to change. In other words, imaginary I, this I, that we are always serving, and keep going, which is not ourselves at all, begins to be dissolved. We find that we are nothing like what we imagined, and, as the stakes place, so do our relations to other people expand. Instead of living in a narrow world of prejudices, of violent likes and dislikes, owing to the expansion of consciousness, in ourselves we find a larger relationship with other people. This is due to a growth of consciousness by the method of uncritical observation, which is the basis of the whole work on its practical side. The result is that the sensitive bundle of personal reactions, this continually being upset and hurt, this inability to meet any criticism from others, begins to disappear, and we enter a larger world. We become more universal. We no longer feed our pictures of ourselves as we did. We no longer think of ourselves in the same exclusive way, but begin to realize our own helplessness, so we can endure the helplessness of other people. Now the work says we must endure one another's unpleasant manifestations. But it is impossible to endure one another's unpleasant manifestations, in the right sense of the meaning of the word, unless we see our own unpleasant manifestations, and know them, and accept them. This destroys illusions about ourselves. Unless you accept your fault-finding side, you will always be negative, because this sensitive bundle of personal reaction surrounded by the darkness of yourself that you do not know or acknowledge will be the chief thing that you meet life with. And it will be something that is completely unadapted to life, something incomplete, inadequate, that will cause you misery all through your life, unless you correct it by conscious work on yourself. Your little personal ego world will be upset at every moment, and you will have no strength for life, and no endurance, unless you meet this dark side by conscious recognition, and realize that everything that you are so critical of in others is expressing itself in you all the time, but is not yet included in your consciousness of yourself. So you can see why the work lays such stress on this imaginary I that people live in. Suppose you criticize a man who has made conscious to himself a considerable part of this dark side. That is to say, this man has brought up into his consciousness by his own work many sides of himself that he never realized existed in him, and has accepted them. Will such a man bear criticism more easily than a person who is still living in pictures of himself and has never really faced himself by direct observation? I am quite sure that if a man through the power of this work really observes himself, really notices, when he criticizes and blames others, and always brings it down to something in himself that he had not recognized, such a man will be far more balanced, and therefore far more capable of enduring the next step in inner development. So many anxieties would go, so many illnesses would disappear, so many emotional crises would vanish, so many storms and teacups would cease to exist. You are accused, for example, of being a liar. You furiously defend yourself, you practice all the arts of self-justifying, which, I may remind you, is one of the specific things we have to work on, and an immense uproar results. Of course you are a liar. But if you are always going to keep your lying out of your conscious sphere, and refuse to know it, and refuse to acknowledge it, how can you accept it? You are always defending yourself against yourself, in order to keep your imaginary I going, your imagination of what you are. But suppose you have made this dark side far more conscious, and you are accused of being a liar, you will not then react from your bundle of sensitive personal reactions, or from a picture of yourself, because you know quite well that you also are a liar, and that you often lie. So you will accept criticism without changing color. Many things are said in the work about realizing our own nothingness. It was said at some time or other that a man, or a woman in the work must come to the point at which they realize their own nothingness, before they can take a step further. What does it mean to be something? I will try to explain to you what I understand by this. You feel, for example, that you are broad-minded and tolerant. I think a little real self-observation, and remembering yourself will show you that you are not, and that under some circumstances you are very intolerant, and extremely narrow-minded. Now this recognition that you are sometimes intolerant and narrow-minded will neutralize the picture that you have of yourself that you are always tolerant and broad-minded. The result will be that you will feel that you are nothing in this respect. You then cease to have in yourself aims about being something. You will no longer go about saying, "Thank God, I am broad-minded and tolerant," because you will remember, through the memory, that observing I has laid down in you so many occasions on which you were the reverse. So instead of being something artificial through buffers, you will become nothing in regard to the special quality on which you prided yourself. You will learn, in other words, not to trust this idea that you have of yourself. It is not a moral issue that we are concerned with here, but a broadening of consciousness. Self-observation is like a ray of light that penetrates the darkness inside us. The result of this ray of light is to bring into consciousness the unknown and unaccepted sides of ourselves. This softens everything in us, and takes away a great deal of our violence. We all have to overcome in ourselves the violent man, and the violent woman, because all violence is due to lack of consciousness. If you can see another as you see yourself, you will never be violent towards him or her. You will notice that you are only violent when you think you are not like the other person, that you are not such a brute, or a beast, or a liar, and so on. This one-sidedness makes violence. At a recent conversation, one person said, "When you feel violent towards a person, and make an effort not to feel violent the next time you see the person, you find that he or she seems to have changed. Can this be that you have changed, not the other person?" Yes, this is quite right. By becoming more conscious in the act of violence, you have not reacted mechanically, and so you yourself have changed a little. But the supreme change comes when you can see that what you are violent about is something in yourself that you do not accept. Then if you can keep that conscious, you will never be violent to the other person, which, in the real sense of the word, is sympathy. The real meaning of sympathy is feeling with the other person. But you cannot feel with another person unless your own feelings are conscious to you. Sometimes in private work talks people discover that they both have been through the same experience. This is sympathy. But sympathy in the sentimental sense is useless, and it always contains a grain of conceit and patronage. If you want to help anyone in this work, you must feel at a lower level than they are through your own self-knowledge. Now, another person said in a recent conversation, I found it difficult to find the same thing in myself that makes me violent towards other people until I began to see that it might take a different form. Yes, this is a very good observation, especially when you rather pride yourself on something that you have a picture of yourself as being or doing, and you find that someone else does not satisfy you in this respect, and get violent with them as a result. In that case, your violence comes from unrecognized, unacknowledged sides of yourself which are very close to what you pride yourself on. Let me try to explain this more fully. If you are a very careful person and pride yourself on it, you may get violent with a person whom you do not think careful according to your standards, but you will always find that you are not careful in the way that you imagine you are, and that there are many gaps in your so-called carefulness which you project into other people and blame them for. You may be sure that you are acting from a picture here, and not from self-knowledge, and that your picture may have had a justification from your point of view, but yet it does not correspond to the truth, because no picture ever does. You may be careful, but you also imagine that you are careful, and your imagination prevents you from seeing how careless you are often about very important matters. A man, for instance, may pride himself on being reliable, and blame people for not being reliable, and even blame them violently, without seeing that he is not reliable in many other ways, and that the reliability is a picture reinforced by imagination based on a fact. As soon as you think you are good at something and your pride and vanity enter this idea that you are good at something, you will always find that you are most sensitive here and most liable to become violent. In other words, you are being something. If you could see all the mistakes and blunders that you make yourself, if you could see your contradictions, if you could become conscious of your failures in regard to what you think you are good at, you would no longer be sensitive or violent but tolerant, and at the same time would have more understanding. Sometimes people cannot allow that they are not good at things because of a certain inner weakness in them. What is this inner weakness due to? It is due to this unacknowledged side, the dark side, which, as it were, contains, amongst other things, all that they are not willing to accept. You may be good at a thing, but you must also acknowledge gradually, especially as you get older, and need a wider consciousness, that you are not good at it at the same time, and realize, in short, that you are not what you thought. Then you no longer identify in the way you did, and you become simpler inside. This letting in of the other side, of the dark or not observed side, does not weaken you, but really strengthens you. Someone asked, is it bad, the dark side? You must understand that everything you do not acknowledge appears at first sight bad. It is the devil, because the devil is always what is unknown, unacknowledged, or not understood. If someone had invented the radio a few centuries ago, he would have been burned as an agent of the devil. The dark side does not mean anything evil in itself. It means simply that it is evil to you, with your present estimation of yourself. It is evil to you, because when you admit it into your consciousness, your present estimation of yourself will change. The result will be that you will be much better than you were before. You will be much better because your present estimation of yourself, kept up by imagination, and by buffers, and by pictures, and by continual lying, has been weakened, and you have entered a larger world of consciousness. You should not think of the dark side as evil except to your imaginary I, which is one's worst evil. If your imaginary I is full of imagination about what you are, and if imagination becomes destroyed by admitting what is antagonistic to you, you will begin to lose this wrong, sensitive imaginary I, and your consciousness will broaden out and you will cease to be what you imagine yourself to be and move a step towards real I. All the work is against imaginary I, with which each one of us faces life so inadequately. The teaching of the work sets out to destroy the power of imaginary I, but at first everything that threatens imag and I seems to be very evil, in fact, the devil. That is why I think it was once said in the work, the devil is also necessary. So many people identify themselves with God, without any justification, and even imagine that they have intercourse with God continually. All this belongs to imaginary I, and in such cases God has indeed to take the aspect of the devil, and destroy this imagination, these pictures, these fantasies, this self-merit, and all this nonsense that the work attacks so strongly in each of us. Now for practical work I would suggest once more that you really observe yourself, when you are critical or violent towards another person, in the work, and turn the whole thing round the opposite way, and try to find in yourself what it is that you are critical and violent about in the other person. This will make your dark, unobserved side more conscious to you, because you may be certain that if you are very critical and violent about someone else, it is simply a projection of what is in you, in this dark, i.e. unconscious side of yourself, the side that you do not know about yet, the side you have not yet observed, the side that is to become the object of your self-knowledge. Let me remind you here that self-observation is a very clean, dry light, and that it will brook no falsehood, and will give you no self-satisfaction at first. Let me remind you also that if you are negative towards someone else, no matter what is the external cause, the fact that you are negative is your own fault from the work point of view. We have to squeeze negative emotion out of ourselves like wringing out washing. It is you yourself who have to deal with this negative state, quite apart from the external exciting causes, and here the whole object and meaning of the work comes in. If you have the strength of the work, little can touch you from without except when you are asleep for too long. It is a sign. But you can't always right the state by work and understanding. Everyone has difficulties in this work with everyone else. Do not think that my mission is necessarily to decrease these difficulties. Everyone is work for someone else. Just imagine what would happen if we were to be all sweet outside and hissing like snakes inside. No. We have got to work in regard to one another, and not expect ideal people or surroundings. This is the second line of the work in connection with other people. It is always my fault if I am negative, whatever the external situation. Does this give a different center of gravity at once from the life center of gravity? I have to work. And I can work if I will. And I have to take my life as work and work on my life. So there must be no if only. I remember some people saying in the early work, if only we had much nicer people in the group. But the group, whatever it may be, is simply a general sample of life, and that is exactly the sphere in which we all have to do our work in connection with others. It is well to realize this deeply, because it lightens the work through acceptance. On putting feeling of I into the work. We spoke recently about the driver mounting the box of the carriage. It has often been said in the work that unless a man believes in greater mind it is impossible to do this work. The work teaches that there is a conscious circle of humanity. The conscious circle of humanity always through the ages has tried to awaken the mechanical circle of humanity. But it cannot do this by compulsion. You may remember the idea of man, one of the great signposts in the work. The work says that man is created a self-developing organism, but to develop he must believe in greater mind. As you have probably already noticed, nature, the external world, does not tell you anything. It is neutral. You can come to one conclusion, or another about nature. You can say God exists, or you can equally well say that God does not exist. Why is there not clear evidence of greater mind? It was once said that suppose God were floating overhead on a cloud it would destroy the whole idea of God, who is invisible, and a spirit that only truth finds within us. People would have to believe in God. People would be compelled by the evidence of their outer senses to acknowledge the existence of the higher. But since man is created a self-developing organism, this would destroy his meaning. In other words, we have to come to our own conclusions through our own visual thinking. A man can only develop in the esoteric sense through his own individual understanding by work on his knowledge and being. Otherwise he could not be self-developing. I have often thought how disappointing it would be to draw your bedroom curtains in the morning and see God hovering overhead on some brazen cloud staring at you. And you would feel far more unbelief than ever before. We are left in a kind of freedom to choose for ourselves and find our way to the meaning of our own existence. The realization that greater mind exists is an internal process away. As you know, a sign of being is the possession of magnetic center. A man who has magnetic center has the feeling that there is something else apart from external values, but the idea of greater mind will not thereby exist in him. For example, such a man may become aware that there are two great streams of literature in life, one the ordinary stream, including the newspapers, Financial Times, sporting news, murders, politics, and so on, and another that is remote from all this, and apparently speaks about something quite different, as the Gospels, for instance. But he will not thereby understand about greater mind, or conscious humanity. Now we understand that the conscious circle of humanity cannot compel man to believe, owing to the nature of the case, and the conditions under which man is born. You cannot force a self-developing organism. If you study the ray of creation and people should think about it more, you will understand that the will of the Absolute only reaches this earth through a number of increasing laws and influences, through an increasing machinery. We in our position in the ray of creation are immensely far from the Absolute. We are under 48 orders of laws with their conflicting influences and meanings. It was once said that if the Absolute were to manifest itself directly, the whole of the ray of creation would be destroyed, and that it would be like playing a game of cards, in which suddenly all the rules of the game were destroyed. As a result, the whole game would vanish. When we speak of greater mind, we mean at least that there exists intelligences greater than ours, comparable, in comparison with ours, to divine intelligence. The ray of creation is full of this meaning. There is higher and higher meaning. A ladder of intelligence. If a man is blind to the ray, his higher parts of centers, the emotional and intellectual parts which conduct his meaning, will never awaken. His eyes will be on the ground. On the other hand, if he has a right magnetic center, and has, say, already distinguished between the two classes of literature of which we have spoken, and especially if he feels that this life cannot be explained in terms of itself but must have some other interpretation on some other level of meaning, then he is on the way to perceive for himself, by inner perception, the existence of greater mind. And in consequence of this perception, that greater mind exists, he is capable himself of receiving with right valuation the teachings that eventually originate in greater mind. As you know, we live in a very small part of our centers. We live in the basement of the house in which we psychologically exist. It is said in the work that man is the wrong way up. It is also said in regard to the bodies of man, that he works the wrong way round. If we turn our eyes down to the ground, like animals, and look only downwards to the external world, and interpret everything only according to our sense evidence, we are thinking the wrong way round. We are taking the view that nature creates herself. How could that be? We then think that matter makes mind. This is Plato's definition of a materialist. He is upside down. The ray of creation shows us that the mind of the Absolute creates the successive condensations of matter. It teaches us that we live in a created universe. This belief turns a man the right way up. I will make a brief comment about the feeling of I in this work, that is, of I being in the work. Eventually work can become stronger than life, work I stronger than life I. What the work gradually lays down in one can become stronger eventually than what life has laid down and can control it. Then one is the right way round, that is, one is not driven from the wrong end. You remember that this idea is clearly represented in the diagram of the four possible bodies of man, called first, second, third, and fourth. Let us suppose a man attains to this level of development, and that real I, or master, directs him. Then he works in the direction 4, 3, 2, 1. An ordinary man is worked from the other end, and in place of organized bodies 2, 3, and 4 there is nothing formed in him, and he is not in touch with real I. In fact, he is in the position of the man in the public house. The question I will put is, do you think a man who does not feel the existence of greater mind can ever attain to real I in himself? Can he reach a higher level of himself if he believes there is nothing higher? There is one thing quite definite that can be experienced in the work, that is, a change in the feeling of I. No one can change themselves without change in the feeling of themselves. This means a change in the feeling of I, of what they feel as I, and say I, too. But do you think any change possible without believing in greater mind? I want you all to think for a practical exercise about all the diagrams that indicate something higher, to go over them in your minds. Note on the effect of early impressions. Our earlier impressions tend to have a stronger effect than later ones. This can produce in us a feeling of unreality as we get older. In earlier life, the impressions laid down on rolls in our centers entering via the senses, and also those from inside originating from the imagination, are more vivid and intimate and real. So when we return to scenes of earlier life, and find everything altered by new buildings and shops, and trees cut down, lanes vanished, and so on, it seems unreal, and we cannot believe it, as it were cannot believe the evidence of our senses, because the strength of our earlier impressions on rolls contradicts the impressions entering us at the moment. A sense of unreality results. It is the same with earlier imaginings. In youth, a person may identify with many intimate imaginings of what he or she is going to grow into, what position, what palace they will possess, and how many servants, and what chorus of praise and sympathy will surround them. These and similar imaginings can form very strong impressions on rolls and centers. The result will be that in growing up a sense of discontent, or of disappointment, or a sadness, pervades the outlook, the cause being unknown to the person, although it is still evident in the imagination. The tendency will be to look backwards, because life, as it is experienced, will seem in some way unreal. The reason being that in view of the forms of expectancy laid down by the early imaginings, the life is not what was expected. The cure for both of these sources of unreality is the idea of recurrence, and the thoughts that come from it, when we realize that the life will return, as before, and if we want it different we must work on ourselves now. As we know, work on imagination is one of the things that we have to do. It is some time since imagination has been spoken about. Among the many things that uselessly consume force, one is undirected imagination, where we passive to our imagination, and bathe ourselves in it. This gives a distaste for life. Try to observe at least one form in yourself. Then try to observe something laid down in rolls by imagination, that causes you to expect in a way that does not correspond with what you get. This makes you unable to appreciate what you have. In this connection, another work thought that cures is that one's being attracts one's life, and that therefore it is no good blaming life on keeping the work alive in oneself. In this work, the will part of us must be affected with love of what the intellectual part knows and believes. We realize through self-observation that we do not will what we know. The emotional center is the seat of the will. The intellectual center is the seat of what we know. And according to the diagrams of the work, the intellectual part of us is the seat of consciousness. We have, in this diagram to which I am referring, consciousness put in the top compartment, will put in the second, and attention in this third or lowest compartment. On one occasion it was said that no one can keep his aim in the work unless consciousness, will, and attention cooperate. When a man makes an aim, he usually makes it from a small side of himself, his knowledge, and very soon forgets it, that is, ceases to be conscious of it. He makes his aim from knowledge, but he is not sufficiently conscious of his aim to maintain it. In the meantime his will, i.e. his several wills, go in different and opposite directions, and his attention is scattered in endless ways. The combination of consciousness, will, and attention is not achieved. We spoke recently of what it means to put the feeling of I into the work. In what sense can any of you say that you have a feeling of I in this work? What do you mean by it? And how often are you during the day aware of this feeling of I as something quite distinct from the ordinary changing feelings of I that we have in our general affairs of life? We are given the task of remembering ourselves at least once or twice a day. Do you find this is possible, or is it merely a matter of memory without anything real resulting? To remember oneself means to get into a quite different state in oneself. A different feeling of I belongs to this state, because it is a lifting up of consciousness to a higher level, that is, out of the so-called waking state, or second state of consciousness, that we have in ordinary affairs, which is peopled by small I's. To remember oneself, something of will must be contributed to the action. It is not a thought, nor can it be a matter of mere memory. Now I may remember that I have to remember myself, but not actually remember myself, that is, it remains a question of memory, and nothing more. This is a common state to be in. All the same, I may attribute merit to myself in having remembered that I should remember myself. It is like remembering that you must write that letter and feeling meritorious at remembering and not writing the letter. You must need to remember yourself in order to do so, and when need comes and will comes in, that is, I desire to remember myself, I wish to remember myself. There is a sentence that used to be given to us to say in the earlier work, I wish to remember myself. This has nothing to do with I think I should remember myself. A great deal of one's personal work is spent in thinking, and not doing what we think. The will part of us is not involved, and so we go back to the opening phrase, the will part of us must be affected with love of what the intellectual part knows and believes. This marriage between the intellect and the will, so often spoken of in esoteric literature of the past, is indicated in this work by the teaching that there must be a union between new knowledge and being before any new understanding is born in a man. From knowledge alone we can and do make many intellectual decisions. In fact, we constantly make them, but all this takes place in only one center, the intellectual center, and the emotional center is not involved. We have all heard how this work must be received first by the intellect, and how first of all it must be registered in the most mechanical side of the intellectual center, i.e. the formatory part. Unless the work is well registered here, it remains weak, like imperfect French. But it will remain inoperative unless a person thinks about the ideas and applies them to his own being. Now our will belongs to the being side of us because it is our level of being that eventually decides what we do, our vanity perhaps, or our pride. I may intellectually decide to act in a certain way, but my level of being causes me to act in a quite different way. I therefore increasingly perceive something in me that acts independently, and ignores my flitting decisions. On many occasions, it was said in the earlier days that the object of this work is to awaken the emotional center, which is the seat of the will, but that this is not possible unless the intellectual part of us awakens first. What does it mean that the intellectual center must awaken in this work? It means to begin with that we no longer take the work as something the blackboard that we have to memorize. The next stage is that the mind begins to see the truth of the ideas of the work. When a man begins to see the truth of this work after years of personal work, he passes into a difficult stage of it because the state of his being does not yet become affected by the truth of the knowledge taught him by the work that he sees now through intellectual center. It might be said that this is really the first stage of the work, because then his being becomes a real problem and the observation of his being becomes a matter of real practical concern to him. When a man begins to see the truth of this work for himself, without the help of others, he begins to have his own source of work in himself. It grows on him. He is, to a small extent, awake, that is, awake in some small part of his mind, but if he imagines that this is enough, he is greatly mistaken. In fact, he is only beginning to understand what the work means in regard to himself, and what he has to work on, and why. At a recent meeting someone said, when you really see your position in the ray of creation, see how low down you are, and what possibilities there are, everything begins then. This is a good observation, because it is an example of how the work can become for a moment emotional. Some pay little attention to the great cosmological diagrams, not understanding that they are a source of making the work really emotional, and so connecting the emotional center and the intellectual center. The ray of creation can prove the most emotional diagram of all. Now when the work becomes emotional, it begins to affect the will part of us, it begins to affect our being. A thought does not affect our being in the same way as an emotion does. You have all noticed that some emotional crisis affects you far more deeply than any thoughts, and may indeed alter you for the moment. Alter what? Alter your ordinary forms of will, your desires. It no doubt sounds strange to some that the diagrams of the work really can awaken the emotions. But is it so strange when you think that all these diagrams tell us of the existence of greater mind, of what is above us, of what is greater than ourselves? You know that at present, as we are, the emotional center is governed by self-emotions. Emotions of self-liking, of vanity, of self-love, dominate the emotional center, and so make it so susceptible to negative emotions, as when, for example, our vanity is hurt. It is only in the presence of something far greater that the emotional center awakens to its true work, and begins to lead towards higher emotional center. It can be said that we do not bring the ideas of the work into our minds sufficiently every day to keep the work alive in us. Every idea, every teaching, every diagram in this work belongs to one organic whole, and no side of it can be left cold for too long. We do not, for example, think nearly enough about esoteric teaching itself throughout the ages, and what its object was, and from whom it came. We do not see enough difference between this teaching and life. Nor do we realize that this work can only be kept alive in us and active through conscious efforts to think about it and to keep on rearranging it in our minds, and giving it a value greater than the business of daily life. The work must be above our life eyes, however much we have to use our life eyes in our ordinary tasks. Otherwise the work falls down into mechanical parts of centers, and is there assailed by endless doubts, and, in short, torn to bits, or, indeed, crucified. One significance of Christ being crucified lies in the fact that in life esoteric teaching and psychological understanding are always dragged down and crucified by literal sensual minds. This idea is shown in the work by the fact that the influence sown into the world by conscious humanity always turn into be influences, and indeed sometimes into influences. I now wish to speak shortly about the subject of keeping the work alive in oneself once it has been formed to a certain extent. It has to be protected. That is the main point. It has to be regarded as something in us that is forming itself, and that we have to be careful about. This is a curious relationship, and perhaps some of you have not realized it. You, the ordinary you in life, have to keep the work alive in you, although this you is not in the work. What the work is forming is in you, but you are not it, and so you have to keep it alive. It is like this: if you think that you can work all the time, you will have things in the wrong order. You are mistaking yourself for something forming in you to which you have to attend a great deal at intervals. No one can work all through the day and night, but you can be aware of the work in you, and retain the feeling of that the work is in you, i.e., a continual awareness of it. This does not mean always thinking of the work while you are doing your daily tasks, because then you are in mechanical eyes, and your thoughts tend to run on mechanically, and create an inner confusion. On one occasion it was said in answer to some question, that I have forgotten, it will be work for you not to work. I understood this to mean, at least in one sense, that always dimly thinking of the work in the midst of life affairs, and worrying about it is quite useless. Either work, or do not work. And remember, that all work is always a relatively conscious action. But I see no reason why a person trying to thread a needle should think it necessary to meditate on the ray of creation. I am sure that the only result will be to connect negative feelings with the ray of creation. If you get constant wrong associations with work ideas, the laying down of the work in your mind will be in a tangle. The transforming instrument will be wrongly connected. It is just like those people who are very fond of explaining how sadly they fail to remember themselves. They connect self-remembering with negative associations, so that every time they try to remember themselves they are dragged in automatically these negative associations. You usually find that people like this enjoy being failures. 843. To return to this early formation of the work in oneself, it can be compared, as it were, with a small new being gradually being organized in oneself, whose will is scarcely enough to be felt as yet. If we felt it, we should feel a new will in us. When we take some life situation as work, our reaction to it is different from our mechanical reaction, and the results are different. In such a case we behave towards the life situation more consciously, according to our level of understanding. The whole power of the work in our understanding would transform every life situation, but we have no such understanding at present, and, if we are sincere, and do not pretend, we know this, and acknowledge our knowledge. Now we can establish in ourselves with certainty, that to take a life situation, in a work way rather than in a mechanical way, changes our relation to the life situation. This is one of the things that we can see for ourselves, we can be certain about it. In the earlier days of this teaching, this point was often insisted on, namely, what can you be certain about in the work so far? Start from that. When we have no certainties in the work, we have no center of gravity, no point in the work, as it is called. We have not started, or rather, this new thing has not started. It used often to be said that for some years we can only work through borrowed force, but that the time will come when this borrowed force, coming from another, is gradually withdrawn, until one has to find one's own force to continue. It is at this stage that it is so necessary to establish certainties in oneself concerning the work. This demands a fresh reviewing at intervals of all the ideas of the work, and gaining another crop of meaning from them. It is only from the living ideas of the work, that has life in itself, that one's own work eyes can be kept alive. This new thing, this new being, has to be nourished, until it is strong enough to maintain its own existence. For this reason we have to act in such a way as to protect this being in ourselves, and nourish it. All new insights, observations, and experiences that we can establish for ourselves as certainties nourish it. It is particularly the inner perception of the truth of one or another of the work ideas that nourishes it. For through this the sight of the will is drawn into this new thing. When you will to do this work, your will passes through the knowledge you have of it and the to increase. When the work in us becomes stronger than life, the whole machine reverses, is driven from the opposite end. Then the work is stronger than life. For us, however, the question is how to keep this small, weak being alive until it can become active. So we are like guardians to ourselves, and it is here that often our cleverest life eyes can help in protecting this new thing from life eyes. There are many eyes that hate the work, and seek to ridicule it, because they are threatened with death. It is indeed just by the struggle with these eyes that seek to destroy the work in us that this new thing sown by the work can grow, and, as I said, in this clever eyes can help. One must not let doubting, slanderous, sneering eyes attack this new thing that is forming. But meet 844 them cleverly. So one must wage war with them outside the place where the work is forming this new being in us, and not let them enter that place. They enter us, yes, but must not penetrate to that inner place we are guarding. Bad talking opens the way to this place directly, and destroys anything forming there. That is why so much emphasis is laid on the danger of bad talking about the work itself. Quermead, Ugly, February 9, 1946. Commentary on one's level of being. One person writes to me as follows: I realize that I can do and experience nothing beyond my level of being. My reply is that this observation, which is an intelligent one, divides itself into two parts, i.e. I can do nothing beyond my level of being, and I can experience nothing beyond my level of being. In regard to the first part, I can do nothing beyond my level of being. This is correct. A man cannot do beyond his level of being, because his level of being will always make him do what he has always done. This, in the work sense, is not doing. It is not doing in the work sense, because it is mechanical. What we do mechanically according to our level of being is not doing. We may think we are doing, in fact, we think we are doing at every moment, but it is doing. Our mechanical being is doing. To do, in the work sense, is to go against mechanical doing, and mechanical man cannot do in the work sense. Whatever he does, in the ordinary sense, is due to his mechanical being. The observation is quite correct insofar as it says, I realize that I cannot do beyond my level of being. Now the second part of the observation, I cannot experience beyond my level of being, is not correct. If it were correct, no one could shift from where he is. Everyone would be tied down to his level of being and would be incapable of growing, that is, would be incapable of any growth of being. A man, a woman, can experience beyond their level of being momentarily. They can have flashes of something that belongs beyond their level of being. This is what can carry us on. Otherwise our situation would be hopeless. If we did not know a little what the thing was like, we would not seek it. Another question was asked, how is it that we can experience beyond our level of being? The answer is that our level of being is not one thing, but is composed on a small scale of slightly different levels of being. This was recently compared with telegraph wires on one of the ordinary telegraph posts, some of which are higher, and some of which are lower. Put differently, it means that we have eyes on different levels in our being, that is, better and worse eyes. We have, for example, eyes connected. 845. With magnetic center, and eyes that are simply immersed in life. We can speak about our general level of being as a level characterized by sleep and mechanicalness, but if we take our being on a different scale, i.e., on a much smaller scale, our being, although it is mechanical in the general sense, has within it gradations, or degrees of less mechanical and more mechanical. For this reason it is possible for us to experience something beyond our general or average level of being. As I said before, unless it were so we would be fixed down permanently in our present level of being. This means that our receptive side is greater than our doing side. We therefore find ourselves in the position in this work of being able to see better than we can do. In certain situations we have flashes of understanding in which perhaps we see quite clearly what we should do, and yet we find it impossible to do what we have seen. We are dragged down by our average level of being, which is that which does. We see, for example, quite clearly in a moment of insight, that we should behave in a certain way. But when the practical moment comes we behave in the former way. This discrepancy is inevitable, and must be endured with the very greatest patience. A question was then asked, what then should I do? This question always arises in everyone's mind. The work answer is about what you should not do. The question should be, what then should we not do? It is just here that the work comes in. The work teaches a great many things that we should not do, for example, that we should not identify with our negative emotions, and so on. But such is our impatient nature, that we want to have a definite answer as to what we should do. In fact, our whole psychology is based on this idea, i.e., tell me exactly what I should do. This urgent illusory doing impulse has to be overcome in the work completely. It is a life impulse, it is a life thought, a life feeling. And the paradox is that in life we always have a feeling that we can do, and yet from the work point of view we are really doing nothing, because all the time our level of being is making us act mechanically in every situation, and this we call doing. For this reason the work speaks about realizing our mechanicalness as one of the first steps towards greater being. If you will always attribute to everything you do in life the idea that you are doing it. Of course you will never quite understand where the work comes in. By observation one has to come to that point at which one realizes that when one thinks one is doing, one is not doing in any way whatsoever, but it is doing, the machine in us is doing. One is doing mechanically what one has always done before. Here no question of doing in the work sense enters. It is doing. In my case Nicoll is doing, in your case Smith, Robinson, Brown is doing. There was a question, well, how can I do in the work sense? The answer is that you cannot do, as you are in a work sense. Then, what am I to do? Realize that you cannot do. Realize the mechanicalness of your being. 846. Then do you mean that I cannot do anything at all and that I have to think so? No, you have to realize that you cannot do things, not think so. How can I realize this? You can only realize it by observing yourself. If you observe yourself sincerely over a sufficient period, you will begin to realize that you cannot do, i.e., that you always do, as you always did, and that you cannot change yourself. You know how you always think you can change yourself, and how you are quite certain that you could be different if you wanted to, and you know that you always think this about other people. But you have to realize that you cannot be different from what you are, and from that to be able to realize that other people cannot be different from what they are. I remember on one occasion, when someone asked, "What then shall we do?" The answer was, "Enjoy yourselves." Now this person said, "It would be the easiest thing in the world for me to enjoy myself, but I am a serious man, I have difficulties to face and I have no time to enjoy myself." You will see that this person had the idea that he could enjoy himself quite easily if he wished, that is, he had an ingrained conviction that he could enjoy himself, that he was doing his duty instead. Of course the answer is that he could not enjoy himself as he thought he could. He could not step out of his mechanicalness which made him do what he was doing. It is like a typewriter shouting at a bicycle and saying, "Why do you go round and round?" And the bicycle shouting, "Why do you go up and down, clack, clack?" Neither can alter its machinery. And so it is with us. We are mechanical, and our first step is to realize we are machines, and that everything we do in all our relationships, in all the thoughts and feelings we go with, we identify with. But the work teaches that we are not machines, if we begin to wake up. A machine cannot change itself, a machine cannot remember itself, a machine cannot awaken. But the work teaches, we can awaken, we can remember ourselves, we can change ourselves. How then is all this possible? It is only possible by following what the work teaches. The work begins with self-observation, whereby gradually we may realize how we are machines, and how we react mechanically to everything. When we begin to realize that we react mechanically to everything, and have always been taking these mechanical reactions as I, and thinking that we are doing, then we begin to realize that we are really mechanical, and that gift we are given, as distinct from animals and pure machines, is that we can increase consciousness through observing that we are machines, and that all our lives up to now have been mechanical, a series of petty, personal, sensitive, mechanical reactions to everything. Just at this point comes in the whole idea that man can't cease to be a machine. The century of another consciousness of himself is the beginning of the work. Such a man no longer takes himself for granted. Now the work teaches that you have to do certain things. 847. Which takes the form of not doing certain things, as, for example, in general, not identifying that is, not putting your feeling of I into all your mechanical reactions. So the work consists for a long time in not doing things according to the instructions laid down so clearly in this work on its practical side. Then do you mean that we can do nothing at all? Yes, you can do one thing. You can remember yourselves. That is the only thing said on the positive side of doing in this work. Everything else is a process of not doing, not behaving mechanically. How can I remember myself? By realizing that you never remember yourself. But I am sure that I always remember myself. You may be sure that you always remember yourself, but just notice whether you do. But I always do what I do consciously. Do you always speak quite consciously, knowing exactly what you are going to say? Yes, I am sure that I do everything consciously and I am quite aware of what I am saying and doing all the time. In that case you must observe sincerely, and see whether it is quite true. If you are sincere with yourself you will find that you do, and think, and feel mechanically, and that for the greater part of the day you are not aware of yourself at all. I do not agree with you. Well, in that case you must practice self-observation. It is only through self-observation done sincerely and uncritically that you can come into the standpoint of this work in regard to yourself. If you take yourself for granted as being a conscious person who does everything consciously and deliberately, you are not able to connect yourself with this work. This work will fall on deaf ears. What is the object of self-observation? The object of self-observation is to make you aware of the fact that you are not in any way what you think you are. The object of self-observation is to show you by direct self-experience that you are really a mechanical person who cannot help doing what you do at every moment, and that if you want to change yourself, which is the object of this work, you have to realize this. Is not this an extremely depressing point of view? Yes. Then why should I take up this work? I see no reason why you should if you are quite satisfied with yourself as you are. I always think that introspection is a very morbid thing. I agree with you, but the work does not teach introspection, but conscious uncritical self-observation. Introspection is mechanical, observation is conscious. Don't you think this work makes one very self-centered? 848. Exactly the opposite. It shifts you from the self-satisfied, self-centered view of yourself. It makes you really think you are nothing like what you thought. In short, this work done rightly is very painful to you and will smash up all your self-centeredness. As regards the remark that this work is selfish, you must all understand that this work is going against your selfishness at every moment, against your self-complacency. This work is to wake us up, and if applied rightly it is a very powerful and painful thing. It is something that destroys your self-complacency, your selfishness, your self-esteem, your fantasies about yourself, your pictures of yourself, and, in short, your false personality. It makes you see yourself naked, makes you see what you are really like. It destroys the Pharisee in you. It makes you see that you have to do something about yourself before you try to help other people. But surely helping other people comes first. How can you help other people unless you have become more conscious of yourself? How can the blind lead the blind? Before you start off helping other people, for heaven's sake, look at yourself and see whether you can really help yourself to begin with. Do you call this self-satisfied imposing your self-will on other people, helping them? The work can help you to change, and when the work has begun to change you, then you can help other people according to the degree that the work has changed you in yourself, and then your help will be valuable. But to start as you are, thinking you can help other people as you are, means simply that you impose your ideas of what other people should be on them without realizing what you are like yourself. The more you change in yourself through pain and self-realization, the more you see what you are like yourself without self-justifying, the more can you help others. The less blind you are to yourself, the more you can help people who are still blind to themselves. But to become less blind to oneself takes many years of hard work, and much pain, and much overcoming of self-will, self-love, and much overcoming of prejudices, of thinking that you know everything, thinking that you are a starting point in yourself. This work teaches us to start from a quite different point from what we imagine we are. This work does not begin with false personality, i.e., with what we imagine we are. The whole world is full of false personalities, and each false personality thinks he or she knows best. The work is a very big thing that gradually drains away from us all these imaginings and falsities about ourselves. Then perhaps we can begin to help other people, but in a quite different way from what we would have started from before we met the work, and before it began to act on us internally through its simplicity and sincerity. The work is a very wonderful thing, if you begin to apply it to yourself, something very quiet and gentle and absolutely genuine at every point, where it really begins to penetrate through layers of falsity and imagination that lay in us uppermost. If you begin to have work eyes in you, that is that begin to catch some of the meaning of the 849 work, then you may have insights beyond your average level of being, and these insights, if affirmed in the best part of your mind as truth, will gradually change you, and begin to work on your level of being and alter being. Then gradually what you know on your best side will be able to be done and carried out by your being. The work says that this transformation is possible in everyone if they will only work on themselves. So begin by thinking what non-identifying means, with yourself, with your thoughts, and your feelings. It is not doing. And gradually this process of not doing will enable you on a very small scale to do. Quermead, Ugly, February 16, 1946. Commentary on Giving Up One's Suffering. You have often heard before that the only thing that we can sacrifice in the work is our suffering. The work teaches that we have to have a new kind of suffering, not based on our ordinary mechanical suffering. All change in oneself can only take place by giving up what one was, and becoming something different. To change oneself means to become different. I cannot change myself if I remain the same person that I am mechanically. Therefore, in order to change, I must give up something. Sacrifice something. The idea of sacrifice runs through all esotericism. It is quite obvious why. The reason is that you cannot change yourself unless you give up or sacrifice something that you are at present. It has often been repeated in this teaching that change of being means that you must alter something in yourself and your being. You cannot be what you are, and at the same time change. Change of being always involves giving up something, and so sacrificing something in your being. And the work says that the first thing that you have to sacrifice, and here I may say emphatically the first thing, is your ordinary mechanical suffering. Now unless you see what is meant here, you will not start the work right in yourself. You will begin from your own ideas of what you have to sacrifice or give up, and that will be no good, and will lead to no results. A man, a woman, must give up their suffering, and sacrifice that first of all, because this can lead to a change of being. For this to happen, one must be able to see through self-observation what one suffers from. I remember that Mr. Ouspensky spoke very early about this question. He said first of all that everyone without knowing it has fallen into typical forms of suffering from which they derive self-justification, namely, they justify their suffering, and so take it for granted as part and parcel of themselves. He called it a kind of thing that you drag behind you all the time, or push in front of you. He 850 described very clearly in words that I have not remembered enough how people are chained to the suffering that they have accumulated according to their own ideas of life, and how it has treated them. He said, all this suffering belongs to the side of personality. He said, people suffer uselessly, but cling to their suffering. People have not found life to be what they supposed it would be, and instead of seeing their forms of imagination, and their acquired attitudes to life, they only think they have real, genuine suffering, and so feel in consequence that no one really understands all that they have been through, and so on. Everyone, he said, is dragged down by this acquired suffering, from which come all internal considering and account-making. All your internal considering and account-making, he said, is based on this acquired suffering which people value very much. He spoke about the impossibility of escaping from the personality with its acquired attitudes and buffers save through a force entirely new that can destroy all this litter, this useless mess in ourselves. He said, we have to begin to think in a new way both about life and about ourselves, and this is only possible when we feel a new force entering us, carrying with it new ideas, new ways of taking in things. The redemption from suffering is difficult but possible, whereas in life it is impossible. When you begin to understand this work, and all that it teaches, and compare it with what you are, you will understand what I mean. You will see how what you are is quite different from what this work teaches that you should be. Mr. Ouspensky used a rephrase that I always remember. He said, when you begin to be alongside this work, and become conscious of what you are like through self-observation, you will see how you are not like this work, how your being does not correspond with it. People asked, then what should we do? The answer always was, you must remember yourselves, and the first thing you must give up is your suffering. I think he meant, as regards the latter part of what he said, that as long as you carry your suffering with you, you cannot do the work. You have to give it up, that is, you have to sacrifice this strange thing in you that is the basis of all internal considering and account-making. On another occasion Mr. Ouspensky said, no one can reach a higher level of being unless he gives up his present forms of suffering. At that time he was talking about our idea of justice, and was emphasizing how what we call justice has nothing to do with justice. He said, justifying yourself is always from your own idea of justice. For example, everyone justifies their negative states. He meant that everyone has a sense of what is justice for them, and finding that life does not correspond to it, they cling to the sense of what they think should be justice for them. Consequently, we justify our negative states, our internal considering, and our account-making, and if we view the whole thing from the work point of view, we begin to realize that we cannot justify ourselves on our own ideas of justice. We have to act from another sense of justice. Suppose you talk wrongly in this work, and you are 851. Brought to the point of having to confess that you have talked wrongly, you will find that you always justify yourself on the basis of your own ideas of justice, personal justification of yourself. And behind that will lie your suffering, which springs from the idea of justice that you have acquired and imitated. This has to be broken by something higher, by some higher form of what is justice. You may say to yourself, towards life I am quite right in feeling injustice, but towards the work and its ideas I cannot say the same thing. In the work we are under a new discipline, a new sense of justice, namely, of what is right, of what is just, from a higher level. So we have to learn to serve another set of ideas quite different from those we have acquired from life. Mr. Ouspensky said, "We are like monkeys. A monkey can justify himself in terms of being a monkey, but we are trying to become human beings, and can no longer justify ourselves in terms of being monkeys." He constantly emphasized that we are being taught in this work ideas and self-discipline which were not necessary in life. He said, "We are trying to obey higher laws, i.e. we are trying to become conscious people, so that we can live amongst conscious people, and learn how to behave amongst this higher level of beings. This work comes from conscious people." Now to return to this question of the first thing that we have to sacrifice, namely, our mechanical suffering, it is quite clear that first of all we all have to become aware of what forms our mechanical suffering takes. Unless we are conscious of a thing, we cannot sacrifice it. You cannot start from something that you are unconscious of. The work is to increase our consciousness of ourselves, of our state of being. No one can work on his being, unless he is beginning to observe what his being is like. The work says that everyone as regards being has his or her own form of suffering, of negative emotions, of grievances, of sad thoughts and feelings, and so on. This applies to everyone. There are no exceptions. And this thing in ourselves we are told to sacrifice at the very outset of this teaching. Therefore it is very necessary to try to observe one's form of suffering. You may ask, what are these forms of suffering that we have to sacrifice? There is the suffering of man towards woman, of woman towards man. For example, a man may feel that he has never met the woman who really understands him. Or he may feel simply that he has never been properly appreciated or given a chance, and so on. Or a woman may feel that she has never been married, or that she has never had any children. Or that she is always having children, and this is her suffering. Then take all the mechanical forms of suffering that arise from feeling that you have never been understood by your parents, your husband, your wife, or your children. I think it would be impossible to enumerate all the forms of suffering that people form in themselves and cling to as the most valuable things in their lives. And it is exactly this suffering derived from life, and all its awkwardness, that has to be sacrificed. And here I would remind you of what 852 was said recently about, if only I had been given a better chance, if only I had had a child, if only I had met the right kind of person, if only the war had not broken out when it did, if only I had not invested my money in German marks, if only I had been taller, if only I had not got the face I have, if only I had more money, if only I could meet better kinds of people. If only I had had more sympathy in all my troubles. This, if only, is connected with all your mechanical suffering. That has to be sacrificed. Another form of suffering is a sense of failure. The strange thing is that this can be enjoyed. A person having made no real effort in life may fail, and in a curious way enjoy his failure. Or a person may think he has done his best to make relationship with someone who is difficult for him, and having failed to do so may enjoy his failure. This curious form of suffering cannot be gone into in this paper. As I say, this is a very curious form of suffering whereby some people adapt themselves to life by being failures, and liking to talk about it. But in such cases you will always find that they have some form of pride or vanity that makes it possible for them to pretend that their failures are genuine, falling back on the feeling that they are, or could have been successes at something else, especially if they have pride in their social position, birth, or something of the same kind, i.e. in something purely negative, not really themselves. I have sometimes thought that this is the most difficult form to deal with when people admit failure, holding always secretly onto something else. This is a spurious kind of suffering. At the same time, it must be seen through and sacrificed. Behind it lies the sacrifice of pride and vanity. But this example only shows how extraordinarily insincere people are with themselves and how self-deception makes it possible for them to carry on their lives. We do not see the other side of the whole matter, the dark, unaccepted, unacknowledged side, but that is why the work says that uncritical self-observation lets an array of light into this dark side which stands in the way of all individual development in everyone. We are all frauds, but we do not see through our fraudulence, and in the work we must begin with this. All our mechanical suffering is fraudulent, only we will not admit it. Fraudulent suffering is the keynote to what we have to sacrifice. Real suffering is utterly different, and always opens us to a higher level. Fraudulent suffering closes us. It is extraordinary how a moment of real suffering makes everything false fall away from you, and at such moments you understand quite plainly what this work is about. But fraudulent, self-invented suffering comes between us and higher centers, that is, between us and the voice of the work, that is always speaking to us, and which we have to learn at first from outside, from a teacher. And after a time can begin to hear speaking to us inside. The extraordinary thing is that you meet people very often who deny that they have any kind of mechanical suffering. They are usually very self-complacent people, and quite dead in themselves, and yet if you are clever with them you will soon find out that they 853 have their private forms of suffering derived from life. Now it is a very good idea to try to observe your typical forms of mechanical suffering, and here it is a good thing to try to observe your fantasies, i.e. the passive work of the imagination in you. I remember once being very much struck with the idea that at least 1 million people die every week, and probably far more, and that many of them think that they are going to a better place. They are all full of their own personal problems, their own grievances, their own suffering on this earth. How many of these people do you think suppose that you were some kind of being on a higher level, who had to direct them to different places in the spiritual world? How many of these people would strike you as not being of the ordinary type? Would not each one of them come to you complaining, i.e. bringing to you all their mechanical sufferings, grievances, all these questions about how someone did not say good morning to them, and how many would come to you quite clean, without any grievances, without any sufferings from the earth, and when asked what they wanted, would answer, not that they wanted justice, but that they wanted to know more, and be more, and understand more? This vision impressed me very much, and made me think very deeply about what I might be under these circumstances. We have often spoken about forgiving debts, and about how it means canceling complaints against others. All our earth problems are of no value at all at a higher level of being, and our work is to cancel our earth problems, our earth suffering, our internal accounting, our negative states towards others, our grievances towards others, our dislike of others, and our hate of others. Otherwise we are earthbound and so like those monkeys of which we have spoken. Do you think this is a very harsh idea? I fancy we can gain some idea of what all this means, even from life. If you want to reach a higher position in life, can you bring your grievances, and all the time, your personal, petty problems, in view of the position that you wish to reach? Mr. Ouspensky once said to me, people do not understand that this work is about going somewhere, and that it lays down definite instructions as to how you can go there, provided you work on yourself, and that therefore, as a person advances, the work changes for him. He was talking to me at the time about something in myself that was holding me up, and he said, "Don't you see that it is nothing to do with me, this, but that it is in yourself, and that as long as you do not work on it, and try not to identify with it, it will always hold you back?" He said, "You object to these people, but they are you, and you are them." Naturally at that time I did not see that this was part of my suffering. I did not realize that this was one of the meanings of giving up one's suffering. On another occasion he said to me, looking at me sideways, "Why do you enjoy your negative emotions so much?" And I always remember not exactly what he said, but this look he gave me sideways. It was, in fact, through this look that he gave me, that I began to observe that I did enjoy my negative emotions, that is, my 854. Mechanical suffering. I suppose that by now many of you begin to understand how much you enjoy your negative emotions. The work says that to reach a higher level of being there must be no negative emotions, and that the negative part of the emotional center must be destroyed in us, otherwise, if with our present forms of suffering higher centers came, they would simply intensify everything 1,000 times. On one occasion I heard G say, "We must destroy our emotional center." Being still very young in the work, I thought what a terrible thing this would be, and how harsh and cruel everything would be if one's emotional center were destroyed. When I became older in the work, I realized so very clearly what was meant. Our emotional center, as it is nothing but self-emotions with the resultant negative emotions arising from them. The purification of the emotional center must, practically speaking, destroy the emotional center in us as it is now, with all our little personal, sensitive, difficult reactions, our little personal feelings about everyone, our bundle of sensitive likes and dislikes, in short, our very small petty emotions that we have as long as self-emotions govern us. When you begin to serve this work, really you have to lose these petty, daily, small self-emotions, and you can only do so by realizing that the work is much bigger than you. We spoke about this recently in connection with the realization of greater mind. You have to serve the work and not yourself. The work must not be a function of yourself, but you must become a function of the work. What does serving the work mean? It means obeying what the work teaches you. It was said recently at a meeting that you must understand that serving the work means serving it psychologically, to begin with. Suppose that you were about to pass on some unpleasant scandal, and you suddenly remembered yourself in connection with what the work teaches, and did not pass on this scandal, knowing that to do so is mechanical, and that it would only do harm. Then you would begin to serve the work. Or suppose that you wish to be negative, because someone has not treated you in what you think the right way according to your own form of justice, and you remember yourself, and do not react mechanically, then you will be serving the work. To serve the work means to obey what it teaches you to practice on yourself. You want to be gloomy and moody, to object, and so on, and you observe your state, and begin to separate from it, then you are serving the work. And in so doing you are giving up some of your mechanical suffering. Or suppose you are about to pass into one of your typical force-losing states of worry, of complaining, of being upset about everything, of disliking everything. Suppose that you observe this, and cease to identify with it because of the feeling of the work in you, then you are serving the work psychologically. You are beginning to work on yourself, you are beginning to see what the work means in yourself. You are beginning to obey something that is not yourself. All this belongs to giving up your suffering. But to work on 855. Your typical forms of suffering. Close and sincere observation of your being is necessary, and directing the work onto those places in your being through the light of self-observation, and trying not to go with these reactions, not to identify with them, not to put feeling of I into them. And the more you value the work in which higher meaning is something above the meaning of life, the more will the work help you to overcome your mechanical suffering. Quermead, Ugly, February 22, 1946. The psychological meaning of foot. On one occasion it was said by Mr. Alspensky that he had leather to sell for those who wish to make shoes for themselves. There are two kinds of shoes. The first shoes are made by life, and us we learn to behave in certain ways, to think that these people are right, and those people are wrong. We imbibe ingrained attitudes through imitation according to our social position, and all the rest of it. Some of these shoes are made more by the mother, and some more by the father. When you see a person walking in his father's shoes, or perhaps in his mother's shoes, you understand that that person is not awake yet. All this has reference to the feet, and we have to think tonight about the meaning of the feet esoterically. Life shoes wear out sometimes, and on the other hand sometimes they remain permanent. A person who has never questioned his acquired life attitudes, his buffers, his prejudices, and so on, will perhaps have permanent shoes made by the action of life on him. At the same time, it is possible for a person to come to the point in which his or her shoes get worn out. Now the shoes are that with which we walk on the earth. Esoterically speaking, our feet are where we touch external life, and the shoes that cover our feet represent the attitudes and prejudices and opinions that we meet life with. When the work says it has leather to sell to make shoes, it means of course to make new shoes, so that we can walk in life in a different way. The foot, psychologically speaking, is the most external part of us, the part of us that meets with life. You have heard about the first conscious shock, which takes place at the point where external impressions enter us. Ordinarily there is no shock here. External life enters us, and we behave towards it always in much the same way. We take everything as we have always taken it. We behave in the same way. We relate ourselves to external circumstances, to people, to all that belongs to external life in the way we always have done. The first conscious shock consists in the transformation of impressions. If you take everything coming in through the senses from external life, in the same way as you have always done, you will not transform life. 856. Every time you see A or B, who exist in external life, whom you see and hear through your external senses, you react to them in the same way as you always have done. You are not working on yourself, you are not giving yourself the first conscious shock, which consists in receiving external impressions in a new way. A man, a woman, heavily prejudiced, orthodox, and opinionated, will naturally find it very difficult to take in impressions in a new way. Where their psychological feet touch life, they will always walk in the same manner. Now if we turn this into work terms, we can say that in such a case we behave mechanically. So the mechanical side of us is our feet. As long as we behave mechanically towards every situation, we will always walk in the same places, psychologically speaking, that is to say, we will not be giving ourselves the first conscious shock, or transforming incoming impressions. Remember that all you see and hear, all the people you know, all that you read, is incoming impressions, because we are only in contact with external life through incoming impressions from our senses. It is just at this point of incoming impressions that the work teaches something quite definite. If these incoming impressions always fall in the same place in you, and excite the same reactions, the same dislikes, the same likes, the same judgments, the same criticisms, the same thoughts, the same feelings, then nothing can shift you from where you are. You will not be doing this work. In such a case, one is a pure machine, a pure example of mechanical behavior. Your feet, which are this mechanicalness through which you touch life, will always walk in the same way. We were speaking recently here about how the work from the very beginning teaches us that we have to go against our mechanicalness, and also how this is impossible unless by long observation we can see our mechanicalness. This is the introduction to the work. A man, a woman, who cannot observe themselves and their mechanical behavior cannot work on themselves. They take their mechanical behavior for granted, being certain that their automatic condemnations, their criticisms, their prejudices, their contempts, and so on, are absolutely right. In short, They take life in the only way they can as long as they do not observe how they take it. I think the main point lies here, namely, that, accepting these mechanical reactions to other people, to external life, they feel that they are not only absolutely right, but that no other way of taking people and the events of life could be possible. This is a mistake. Sometimes quite genuinely a person may say to me, "How can I take this or that person differently because I feel sure that this or that person is wrong, and not the kind of person that I would ordinarily know if I could help it." This means that there is no act of transformation taking place in them. The external impressions come in, and, like the automatic telephone exchange, ring up the same reactions in them, and they feel that this is the only way to react. Speaking recently about this, I said, it was a good thing to read the Sermon on the Mount, and to realize that it is all about reacting in a 857 new way. To react as a Pharisee is one thing. A Pharisee means one who reacts in a fixed and prejudiced way. But the Sermon on the Mount has nothing to do with praise of the Pharisee, and thus it has to do with destroying the Pharisee, with taking things in a quite different way. So it belongs to the teaching about the first conscious shock, that is, the transformation of incoming impressions. But we always take incoming impressions of other people, of life situations, in the same way. We are not creating this first conscious shock. We are still wearing our life-made shoes. Certainly we are not shod with the leather of the work. From what has been said you can understand that the foot represents the purely mechanical side, or personality governed by false personality. In this work we are told that we have to make personality, speaking in general, more and more passive. That is to change one's mechanical reaction. Personality is something acquired in us, chiefly through imitation. You have a mother personality, a father personality, a mixed personality, a school personality, a college personality, and so on. As long as this personality, however acquired, is active in you, you will always take every person in the external world, everything said, everything read, everything seen, in exactly the same way as you have always done, and you will feel that you are quite right in taking things in that way. Why? Because you have never challenged your personality, you have never begun to observe this thing called personality in you, but have accepted it as truth. You stand on your personality, just as you stand on your feet, because, psychologically, your most inveterate and habitual psychology is your feet. The psychological man, the psychological woman, rests on the feet of the most mechanical eyes, in the moving parts of centers. It is the basis of your reactions, the source of how you behave. Now the work has leather to sell, to make new shoes, new feet, new ways of behaving towards life, and all its incidents. It is a marvelous thing to realize that you can behave differently towards any single thing in life, that you need not take it as you are taking it, and that, in short, you can behave differently, and feel differently provided you begin to think differently, that is, change the mind. As you know, this work is to make us think differently, and from that gradually to feel differently, and eventually to see ourselves with new eyes. Do not you ever get tired of the way you behave. It would indeed be wonderful not to think, not to feel, and not to behave in the way we always mechanically do. When Smith realizes Smith and wishes to separate from Smith, he begins to understand what this work is about. He begins to see what mechanicalness means, and through self-observation, to realize the mechanical figure in him, the pure machinery, to which hitherto he has been a complete slave. It is said in the work that the realization of our mechanicalness is the first step towards self-remembering. The quality of the first conscious shock is sometimes denoted by the term self-remembering. It is said that if a man will give himself 858 this conscious shock in the midst of his cares and anxieties, he will create in himself new force. In fact, he will actually make new hydrogens, new energies in himself. It is in this sense that it is meant that the realization of mechanicalness is one of the first forms of self-remembering. It is a form of transformation of impressions, of the transformation of our whole relationship to ourselves, and so to outer life. It is a step towards not being a pure mechanical function of the personality. If you can understand something about this first conscious shock, that takes place just where incoming impressions enter you from outer life, you will begin to feel the magical experience, that you need not take this typical situation in the typical way you have always taken it, that you need not feel this dislike that you always feel, this hatred, this disgust, this boredom, this sadness. You begin to learn what it means that you need not identify with everything. So you begin to see where, in what direction, new life can begin. All this belongs to the understanding of the first conscious shock, which is transformation, to the realization that one need not react to impressions as one has always done. As I said, this mechanical, habitual side of us is called, esoterically, foot, the psychological basis of yourself, what you stand on at present. There is a very interesting passage in Isaiah, which begins with the strange remark, that you must turn away your foot from the Sabbath. Isaiah is an esoteric book. It is full of esoteric teaching. That means at once that it cannot be taken literally, just as any parable in the Gospels cannot be taken literally. It has inner meaning behind its literal meaning. Let us take this first phrase, if thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath. If you take that literally, what can it mean? If you take the Sabbath as going to church, it seems to mean that if you turn your foot away from church it would be a good thing. But of course it does not mean this. You have to understand the passage psychologically. The foot is your most mechanical eye, situated in the most external part of centers, the parts where you touch the ground, i.e. external life, and react to this external life mechanically. If you turn yourself away from your mechanical reaction in connection with the Sabbath, then you may get something worthwhile. Let us quote the whole passage. If thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath, from doing thy pleasure on my holy day, and call the Sabbath a delight, and the holy of the Lord honorable, and shalt honor it, not doing thine own ways, nor finding thine own pleasure, nor speaking thine own words, then shalt thou delight thyself in the Lord, and I will make thee to ride upon the high places of the earth, and I will feed thee with the heritage of Jacob thy father, for the mouth of the Lord hath spoken it. Is Leviticus 13:14. If you look at these strange verses psychologically, you see that they are full of meaning, and they tell you exactly what this work tells us now. This work tells you that if you go against your mechanicalness, even for a short time you will get some result. The meaning of Sabbath. 859. In its original sense is cessation. The meaning of the Sabbath is to cease from your mechanical self, to cease from having your own way, from speaking as you do ordinarily, and so on. You can have your Sabbath, your cessation from your mechanicalness, whenever you like. For example, you can have the cessation from your mechanical self for half an hour, and even for 5 minutes. What does it mean to cease from doing your will? It means to do the will of the work. For example, at this particular moment, to do the will of the work instead of serving your self-will may mean not to identify with your present suffering. Or it may mean not to justify yourself, as you are doing. Or it may mean to externally consider that person. All this the work teaches us, or it may mean for you at this moment, to stop making internal accounts, to stop internal considering. This is what the work teaches us. It may mean not to go with negative emotions, or believe in them, but to separate from them. This the work teaches us. It means, in short, all that the work teaches us, and when we try to do this for a short time we have our own Sabbath, our own cessation from ourselves. So we turn our foot away. Most people think that Sabbath is rest from life, work, but esoterically the Sabbath means work on yourself by ceasing from yourself. It is a good thing to work on yourself sincerely for a short Sabbath, and try to bring the whole of the ideas of the work into your mind so that they lift you up from mechanical life. The work is a higher power acting on us, but we must bring the whole of the work into our minds, and the whole meaning of it to lift us up from too petty talking, too many life anxieties, too easily indulged jealousies, to this higher power, and if we do this work we will always find results. But do not start with turning away only from your physical appetites. Rather begin to turn away from things in your emotional and thinking centers. Turn away from being negative, from feeling that other people should do what you find you have to do. Turn away from your identified states, from your ordinary judgments of other people. Turn away from your depression. Turn away from the feeling that you are right. Turn away from all the work teaches us to turn away from. For then one can get new force, which Isaiah, in the same chapter, describes in these words. And the Lord shall guide thee continually, and satisfy thy soul in dry places, and make strong thy bones, and thou shalt be like a watered garden, and like a spring of water, whose waters fail not. Is Leviticus 11. This is a description of the results of giving the first conscious shock. 860. Quermead, Ugly, March 2, 1946. Commentary on Being Sealed Against Life. Eventually we must become channels for this teaching. If we can pass on this teaching as it is taught, we get something for ourselves. In order to do this, something must be sealed in us, sealed tight against the effect of things happening outside us. The work must be given a place in us, where eventually nothing from the external world can affect it. We spoke some time ago about the work being like a new being forming in oneself, and how one has to protect this being, and fight for it often against the logic of the external senses. We spoke last time of the meaning of the foot. Your foot is your external side which touches life. I will speak sometime more fully about what the eyes mean in contrast with the foot. But, briefly, The eyes mean esoterically one's inner psychological understanding, as distinct from the understanding that one gains from the senses, or one's foot. It used often to be said in the work that we have to go against life. For example, you read the papers, and see how everyone in the world seems to be angry and violent, and you may have the thought, what is the good of the work, if everything is going in this way? Now does not such a thought mean that you have not sealed off the work from the influences of life? One is letting one's attitude to the work get mixed with things belonging to the great machinery of life, just as if one expected external life to correspond with or conform to the work. The sealing of oneself off from life, so that one can guard and keep separate the work ideas, is necessary. It has to be done sooner or later. The work is under other laws than life is. Its source is from another direction. If you judge the work by what happens in life, you will not understand it. Here in this work we are studying something different from life. We seek to come under influences different from the influences of life. We try to form something in ourselves that life cannot shake. Whatever happens in life, whether war or peace, poverty or wealth, bad weather or good weather, failure or success. The idea is that we have to form in ourselves a place where the work exists, and have to guard this place. As you know, the work teaches that everything that happens in life happens in the only way it can happen. It says that life is a great machine. It teaches that organic life on Earth serves a cosmic purpose. The sensitive living film surrounding the Earth is used for a deliberate purpose. Yet there is a chance for man, an individual man, to disconnect himself from some of the mechanical laws of life, and begin to grow through more conscious laws. When you take the standpoint, the non-correspondence of life with what you expect becomes no longer a source of negativeness. And if you feed sufficiently on the ideas of the work, you are able to guard this inner place that we spoke of, and then events that formerly dragged you down into negativeness no longer have that power because. 861. You begin to have the power of the work, as I have often told you. Do not try to find the will of God in life. The Lord's Prayer begins with the idea that God's will is not done on this earth, but may be done for you. We spoke last time about making shoes, and how the work had leather to sell to make new shoes. We also spoke about how our life shoes wear out, at least in certain cases, because some people seem satisfied with their life shoes. One ancient teaching of esotericism was given under the name of Hermes. From this arose the term hermetically sealed, which was used in esoteric alchemy. Esoteric alchemy was based on the idea that man as base metal could be transformed into gold, i.e. that man regarded as some metal, say lead, as he is at his present stage, could become by some knowledge and the practice of it turned into gold. This was esoteric alchemy. Exoteric alchemy was based on the idea that actual lead could be turned into gold, which is a possibility. A hermit was a person who followed the teaching of Hermes, and sought to seal himself off from the effects of life by going into a cave or desert. This is not the idea of the work. It would be getting rid of life artificially. We have to seal ourselves from the effects of external life, when they are actually happening to us. Here comes in the idea of practicing non-identifying. With what, by the way, are you identified at this moment? Of course, without self-observation you have no idea. Without it one is simply identified. The state remains in darkness. It is not brought into consciousness. In general, when such is the case, at most moments one is not making an effort to separate oneself from the effects of external life, and so there is nothing sealed. Such a person is not living consciously. How can we say that such a person is working? But he will not recognize that he is behaving in this way unless he lets light into his inner darkness, i.e. observes his state. When you do not know how you behave, all this is dark to you. Yes, you are doing it all the time, but you do not know that you are doing it. This is the strange thing. You are not conscious. You are asleep to yourself. It is correct in this case to say the person is a machine, a mechanical person. Now in a machine nothing is sealed, nothing is made tight against the impact of external things. It is turned by life, as a machine is turned by a belt. Let us return to what was said at the beginning of this paper, that each one of us must become a channel for the teaching of this work. To become a channel in this sense the work must be sealed off from life, otherwise life will keep changing it. So one must never put the hand on the mud of one's feet, and bring it up to one's eyes. The understanding of life is one thing, and the understanding of this work is another thing. Life must not prevail over or stand higher than the work. A man in this work is a man who, in spite of external circumstances, whether they are helpful or riot, continues to work. Life does not shake his understanding of the work. His eyesight, which in this case means insight, maintains him. Esoterically there are two kinds. 862. Of blindness. There are the blind people whom Christ healed, people who are blind internally. And there are the blind who have had their inner sight awakened, and now are blind to external life. We know that we can take a thing from a life point of view, and from a work point of view. When one takes something as work, the result is different. There is a higher level of understanding, above that on which one's feet rest. On this level one realizes that everything that happens to one in life is the best thing that could happen to one, if one takes it as work, as a means of development. You realize in a practical way how you are created a self-developing organism. You no longer take life as an end in itself, or expect it to be as you wished, but you take it as a means to an end. I bring in here once more the phrase, that to an intelligent person neither life, nor one's own life can be understood in terms of itself. An additional idea is necessary. Have you ever meditated on this when you were in life difficulties? Have you glimpsed that they may be just what you need? In ancient myths many esoteric ideas were introduced in the form of allegories which if taken literally seem nonsense, but if taken psychologically have meaning. You remember when Odysseus landed on the island of Circe, he was given by Hermes a magic herb which protected him against her enchantment, although his companions were turned into swine by her spells. Do you think this was an actual herb? Maybe perhaps aconite. But I fancy that this work, if it were really taken into oneself, would begin to have the same effect, namely, to protect you from the enchantments of life, from its illusions, from its mirrors. You remember the work myth that we are all in a hall of mirrors. In it everyone is rushing, as they think, straight ahead, to progress, but owing to the mirrors constantly changing their angle, everyone is only going round and round in a repeating circle. A man may already feel something of this. I mean, that we may think that we are tricked by life, and not merely blame people or things. Yet without the ideas of the work we have no way of understanding this right suspicion. I was turning over some notes the other day written long ago, and came across this passage which I will quote. It was concerned with a man who had recently joined the work. He said he had the impression, when he returned from any entertainment or social function, that he had been tricked, not by the entertainment or by his hostess, but by something he only felt dimly, but it was always present with him, some power that made him feel rather a fool, and seemed to use him for purposes of its own, and yet not malevolent so much as businesslike and practical, acting for its own purposes amongst people who are foolish enough to let themselves be hypnotized by it. I quote this because it seems to me that here you have a man who is beginning to have traces of magnetic center. He feels in some way that he is being used by some power which he cannot resist, and which is tricking him. I would say that if a man begins to feel that life is tricking him, if he begins to feel this hall of mirrors, he is already beginning to reach a 863 stage in which this work and its ideas could become useful to him. I mean, that he might understand that life, and his own life, cannot be understood in terms of themselves but need another interpretation. So the work might be of use to such a person. Quermead, Ugly, March 9, 1946. A note on the difficulties of giving out and receiving esoteric teaching. Tonight I will speak about the difficulties of esotericism, both from the point of view of its being given, and of its being received. We might imagine human life on Earth as comparable to some vast hotel into which air has to be blown to keep people alive. This ventilating system can be compared with a conscious circle of humanity trying to introduce air or spirit into the people in this enormous hotel, otherwise the people in this hotel would gradually die. Such a danger exists now. If this air were cut off, people would actually die, that is, if mankind were cut off from higher levels. In the Gospels it is said that a man must be born of air. The word in the Greek for air or spirit is the same. In some of the ancient Gnostic writings, man is divided into different classes from the standpoint of esotericism, that is, into more or less mechanical. There is, for example, the Hillock man, the lowest type of man, which we would call number one man. The word hillock comes from the Greek word meaning matter or wood. Such a man is a wooden man, a fairly good definition, if you come to think of it. The next class was the pneumatic man, the air man. In the Greek the word tdia means air or spirit. A pneumatic man is thus a man who has spiritual understanding, as distinct from literal, material, or wooden understanding. Such a man may perhaps see life spiritually, as a combat between good and evil rather than only as a means of gaining his own advantage. Perhaps he sees life as the will of man fighting against the spirit of evil, in a universe of mystery. In any case, he sees life in a different way from the hillock or wooden man. We can understand Christ's words, that a man must be born of spirit or air, in the sense that he must come into an entirely new understanding. The work gives us a different view of life. in seeking to make us take ourselves and life in a new way. It is spiritual in that it seeks to transform us from the purely material standpoint. I will add here in parenthesis that the Gnostic schools preceded the advent of Christ by 1 or more centuries, and anticipated his coming, and that in the Gospels there are 1 or 2 purely Gnostic parables, such as that of the unjust steward. Gnostic comes from s, which means simply knowledge, that is, it was a term that referred 864 to certain schools of knowledge that were not purely material, i.e., not business schools. In this commentary I will use the term spiritual man in the Gnostic sense, as distinct from a materially minded sense-based or wooden man. The trouble in using this term is that it has been so overused. As I said, through the work one can have a spiritual understanding about the meaning of life quite different from the literal, wooden interpretation of life. Things have another meaning. In other words, we get to that point in which we realize that life, as transmitted through our ears and sight, is the outer appearance, not the reality, of things. We spoke last time about the hall of turning mirrors. Humanity rushes, as it thinks, forward. Actually the mirrors turn and humanity goes round and round. This especially applies to the hillock man, who, so to speak, sees his future always in front, and pursues this fantasy. He is immersed in life, he is identified with everything that happens in life, and so he takes life as it appears, and so, as an end in itself. But nothing in life is what it appears to be. Now the work teaches that the conscious circle of humanity are sowing into life spiritual ideas, namely, ideas that separate us from the power of external life, as seen, as read of every day in the papers, as experienced in our ordinary domestic situations. It has to make and keep going a connection through which higher influences can reach man asleep. There is another interpretation, and through it another feeling of life, and of one's own life, which can begin through understanding this work, and this comes from the conscious circle of humanity, who give out influences different from life. Where there is no vision the people die. Today, when vision is ceasing, the power of external life, of machines and war, increases. Man must serve one or the other. Without vision, without the influences from conscious man, humanity is enslaved by outer life. Because it has no inner life, having given up the idea of religion, it has nothing with which to resist outer life. When there is no inner life, one passes into the power of outer life completely. Man becomes helpless, a creature of mass movements, mass politics, of gigantic mass organizations. Certainly we can suppose that ants must have no inner life. Some people say, if there be such a thing as the conscious circle of humanity, why do they not appear openly, and tell everyone exactly what to do? As a matter of fact, they have always been telling people what to do in different teachings and religions all through the ages, and some have appeared. But they cannot compel man, they cannot have police systems, they cannot force people to awaken, by torture, because man is created a self-developing organism. Any religious system of force is at once a dead system. You cannot make a man awaken by external force or compulsion. A man can only begin to awaken from his own understanding and his own will, to awaken which begins when he sees his state. For that reason the conscious circle of humanity is limited by higher laws than those on this earth. It has therefore to work indirectly. The forces of life can work directly and violently on 865 people by means of police systems and guns, and all the savagery that we have seen in this century, and indeed throughout history on a smaller scale, but such compulsion does not wake a man internally, it does not lead to self-development, it does not make essence grow. I am saying all this in connection with what was said recently, that we have to keep the work in a separate place, in ourselves, and guard it from the influences and appearances of life. This is impossible unless people understand eventually as much as they can of what this work teaches, otherwise they will fall into various deep pits of thinking derived from life, and not from the work. They will say, why does not God or this so-called conscious circle help humanity? They will say, why is not something done straightforwardly and plainly? Why are not people told exactly what to do and made to do it? But a man can only grow through his own choice and his own understanding. And from inside, because it is the individual man, in himself, the essential man, that the work and all other esoteric systems seek to awaken. It is the internal, not the external man, that must grow. For this reason the work must be kept separate and guarded in our minds. I spoke recently about the foot and the eyes, and what they mean psychologically, that is, esoterically. I said, you must not let your hand touch your foot or shoes, and carry mud up to your eyes, because this is sin. Sin meant originally in the Greek to miss the mark. The mud on your foot, the mud of life, must not be mixed up with your understanding of the work. We all live mechanically, and so we do not accept it. This is mud on the feet. We all justify ourselves, and think we do not. It remains dark to us. This is mud. Above all, we identify, and never see it. We identify with our suffering. We feel undersized at one moment, and oversized at the next. We take our lives as they have turned out as our basis, what we rest upon in thinking or feeling what we are. This is mud. The wrong feeling of I is mud. We all take our self-merit as valuable. It is mud. We have many ideas of superiority. This is mud. Everything from false personality is mud. Every interpretation of life, as appearance, as seen, without any transforming ideas, is mud. Mud, therefore, is a long study. But I find it too difficult to give you a handbook on mud, simply because mud is our way of taking life, and its results on one's imagination of oneself, and the work is something quite different. If we could see internally the meaning of our lives, and the kind of people we are in the light, the consciousness of the work, if we could lift our level, if we could see what it means that we cannot do, then indeed we would see no longer merit on our feet but mud. The worst kind of mud is formed by various ways of thinking we can do, i.e., that we are right, erred by feeling merit for it. We spoke recently about suffering and how the work teaches us that we have nothing real to sacrifice save our suffering and indignation. That suffering, that negativeness, that long, unchecked, making of inner accounts of the results of internal considering, of not being rightly appreciated, all that is indeed mud, in the light of the 866 work. It is an Augean stable of filth through which a river of water must flow to cleanse it. River is water, water is esoteric truth. It is still a curious matter how people take filth in the wrong way. I mean, they do not see the filth of their false personality, of merit, of superior feelings, of self-complacency. When a man feels the power of the work ideas, he begins to see internally. His inner sight opens, and he then makes contact with the conscious circle of humanity. He receives influences different from those entering his senses from life. But he must keep his feet washed. When Christ washed the feet of his disciples, it meant that his teaching, if understood and followed, cleansed the external man, the external woman, from the mud of false personality. Try to bring the work into your minds when you feel negative, and see what it means for yourselves to wash the feet. When a man feels the work and senses its meaning, the sight that he now has psychologically is different from the sight that he has had from the foot. He now sees Smith as his foot, so to speak. He sees the mud of his foot, but he must not lift that mud up to his eyes, which are viewing a different order of meaning, a different world, a different level of consciousness. There are many phrases in the Old Testament about this. I quote one passage. And it came to pass, when Joshua was by Jericho, that he lifted up his eyes and looked, and, behold, there stood a man over against him with his sword drawn in his hand, and Joshua went unto him, and said unto him, Art thou for us, or for our adversaries? And he said, Nay, but as captain of the host of the Lord am I now come. And Joshua fell on his face to the earth, and did worship, and said unto him, What saith my Lord unto his servant? And the captain of the Lord's host said unto Joshua, Put off thy shoe from off thy foot, for the place whereon thou standest is holy. And Joshua did so. Joshua v. 13-15. This means that he lifted up his spiritual eyes, and saw that he was confronted with a sword, i.e., that he was confronted with spiritual truth which was contrary to the way he was trying to go. Sometimes we may have such an experience ourselves, when we lift up our eyes in this sense. We may see that we are going quite contrary to the truth of this work, that we are going with our foot, when we should go with our eyes. The very fact that he is told to look up, he lifted up his eyes, means that he no longer looks down at his feet. He becomes aware of another path to follow, quite different from that which he would have followed if he had been looking downwards at his feet. Self-remembering is lifting up the eyes. David said, I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, whence cometh my help. Psalm 121. To lift your eyes up in this work is to remember yourself, i.e., to have insight into its meaning. Because the spiritual eyes are inside, not outside. We speak in this work of the inner senses. When a man remembers himself, he gathers about him all the work that lies in him and all his understanding of it. This is his most supreme form of 867. Self-remembering. He then sees the issue with new eyes, and all that the foot was muddy with, namely, all that he was identified with and taking personally, all his life resentments, and internal accounts, and useless suffering, and all the rest of it. All this vanishes, as if it were nothing, when seen through the spiritual eyes, the spiritual insight. From the standpoint of esotericism, we are all blind, looking down at our feet, When Christ healed the blind, it meant not merely something literal, but something psychological. Whereas I was blind, now I see. Paul had to be struck blind before he could see. This work is to make us see. One has first to see one's foot, so it begins with self-observation. Through Smith observing Smith, which is his foot, and separating, he enters possibly another range of influences, and perhaps begins to make contact with the influences of this work. This is practical work. But it must be kept separate from the feet, and the mud of the feet must never be brought up by the hands to the eyes. Quermead, Ugly, March 16, 1946. Further note on sealing oneself from life. At a recent meeting here we spoke further about the question of sealing ourselves from the effects of life. I spoke last week about inner stop. This is a work phrase, and it means that there are certain situations in which we must stop impressions from taking a negative form. We must stop this internally, as an act of the work. I said that supposing you see someone in this work whom you do not like, and every time you see this person you allow negative impressions to fall on you, and accept them, and so identify with them, the result will be that sooner or later you will discharge these negative impressions in words and deeds on someone else, or on the person whom you dislike. Your dislike is nourished by what it feeds on, and what it feeds on is your continual reception of unpleasant ideas about this person. So, if you take an unpleasant impressions, eventually you will have to give them out. Inner stop means that you do not allow the impressions to have an effect on you. You do not argue about them, but you simply stop them inside. The other point that was mentioned was that we have to make ourselves passive to life. Things do not go the way that we expect them to go, and, as a result, we are continually upset. To make oneself passive to life is of course a very great matter. We have to begin to try to make ourselves more passive to what happens, and this requires great inner activity. It requires a very conscious relationship to oneself. In my case it means to make Nicoll passive to what happens so that what he experiences is something that I do not accept necessarily. You will see at once that unless I can make a distinction between I and 868 Nicoll, I cannot make myself passive to life. If I take Nicoll as I and I as Nicoll, then I will be always under the domination of life and its changing events. I will be simply a mechanical man. Now it has been said very often that this work must be protected from life just as small children must be protected. How will you protect the work from life so that it can grow and develop? If your name is Smith, you must protect the work from Smith. This means that you can only protect the work in yourself if you can separate from your mechanical personality. You cannot add the work to Smith. You have to start with Smith and begin to see Smith, and to become different from Smith. Then you can make a place in yourself for the work, because otherwise Smith, who will never understand the work, will always pull it to pieces and destroy it. The work starts with inner separation from your personality. Your personality has been acquired through the third force of life, and the third force of life will keep it active, that is, life will keep, in my case, Nicoll, in its power. I have to separate from Nicoll. I cannot straightway overcome Nicoll, because Nicoll is very powerful in comparison with I, for a long time. But the very act of beginning to see Nicoll, in my case, makes something else in me which is not Nicoll. This new thing which is separated from Nicoll is a part of me that can grow, and receive, and understand the work, but for a long time this small, detached part of me must endure Nicoll, and Nicoll will constantly take charge. Self-observation, in my case, is the seeing of Nicoll. All this occurs to every one of you, or at least it can if you observe yourselves. Observing, I, does not identify with what it observes. I observe myself, but that does not mean that I can change what I observe. Something in me begins to observe me. This something, which is observing, I, is the starting point of a new place, which leads to deputy steward, and real, I, or master. But if nothing in me has ever observed me, and if, simply, I am always myself, the work cannot start in me. I will be unable to make any inner stop in myself except from outside social reasons such as fear of loss of reputation, in which case it is not inner stop. I will never understand where the work begins. Certainly, I will never be able to make Nicoll passive. I will be Nicoll all the time. When a man begins to observe himself genuinely, when he begins to distinguish between this outer and inner, between his feet, and the mud on them, and his eyes, his insight, he then begins to enter the work genuinely. He may have thought he was in the work years before. He begins to see what his task is. Whereas he was blind, he now begins to see. He has insight into himself. He begins to see his feet which have carried him anywhere. Whenever you take every psychological event in you as, such as an unpleasant train of thought, or an unpleasant mood, you put the feeling of, I, into it. You take it as yourself, as I, not as it. Some people identify with all their thoughts and moods and feelings and sensations. They say, I, to them all. They do not understand the work. 869. By an act of self-remembering you draw the feeling of, I, out of these inner states. But even self-observation can partly do this, because, if I observe a state in myself, I am no longer completely that state of mind. If I observe an unpleasant train of thought in myself, I no longer identify completely with that unpleasant train of thought. Now identification is putting the feeling of, I, into whatever happens. You can identify with your negative states, that is, you can take them as, I, if your name is Smith. Instead of saying Smith is negative, you say, I am negative. You can reach a stage in this work in which you begin to have a feeling of freedom from your moods, your emotions, and your thoughts. You observe them starting off, but you do not go with them, because you do not feel that they are you, that is, they are not I. You may not be able to stop them. The work does not say that you can stop your moods and thoughts just like that. It says that you can separate from them, observe them. It is quite true to say that you may get tired of your thoughts, or your moods, or your feelings. This may be simply that they wear out and will repeat themselves, or it may mean that you have reached a stage in your consciousness of yourself in which you have something else in you that gets tired of them. Some negative emotions are certainly so difficult to deal with that it is a good thing that they wear themselves out. Yet if this happens unconsciously without any attempt at self-observation, they will renew themselves after a short time. But if you have practiced self-observation, you will remember about them next time they come round. This is called work memory. That memory that comes from self-observation which is a special form of consciousness. Self-observation is a conscious act. You will know that you have been through this or that before and that these states lead nowhere, and so you will not identify with them so fully as you did formerly. This means that you begin to become sealed to a very small extent from their power, and later on in the work you may become almost completely sealed from the power of certain old trains of thought, certain old moods, certain old feelings. You will not consent to them, you will not believe them. You will say, "I have been here before," and remember what happened, and quickly depart. You will know better some evil places in your psychological country. A state is a place. Psychological places can be revisited, but we are told what places to avoid, that is, what states to separate from, to seal ourselves from. But self-observation is the first necessity. What is self-observation? Let us imagine a play going on and a large audience looking at it, absorbed by it. This is yourself and your many eyes, and the stage is life. When you observe yourself, you turn round and look at the audience. 870. Quermead, Ugly, March 23, 1946. The importance of observing mechanical disliking. In the recent commentaries, the main subject has been the sealing of oneself from life. The work cannot be formed in a person if he puts it right on the wayside of his life. The seed of the work will not grow if it is scattered on the wayside, as is clearly shown in the parable given by Christ of the sower and the seed, in which it is said that the sower went forth to sow, and, as he sowed, some fell by the wayside, and the devil came and devoured them. The devil, of course, is ordinary life, and the world of the senses, and so the outer mechanical side of us, which is occupied with all the cares and anxieties of life. We understand so far that the work must be protected in us from outside defects, and must gradually penetrate more interiorly until finally it leads to contact with higher centers, and real I. In this connection, at a recent meeting we spoke about things that help to isolate us from the outer influences of life. All that the work teaches comes in here. First we spoke about how knowledge of our being helps, because we no longer trust ourselves, or take ourselves for granted, or live on the surface of ourselves, but begin to realize how we are many, and how there are very dangerous sides in us from which we must separate. The next point was how we must practice non-identifying. Then we spoke about the importance of remembering oneself in the midst of life, and through that feeling the difference between life and oneself. Self-remembering is, of course, the supreme thing to use. And finally we spoke about how necessary it was to stop internal considering, which always arises from life situations, and which keeps us down in mechanical eyes which cannot possibly understand the work, and will only destroy it. It is obvious then that we have to create a special place for the reception of the ideas of this work. Tonight I will add one or two other comments on this question of how we must begin to seal a place in ourselves from life. I will mention first mechanical liking and disliking. If a person has very strong disliking, he will only reinforce his personality. When you reinforce your personality, you do not seal yourself from life, but increase your vulnerability to life. Some people admire their strong dislikes and prejudices, but that is a mistake. Let us reflect for a moment on what is the ultimate object that we have to attain. Before man can be reborn, The work teaches, he must realize his own nothingness. A person who has very strong dislikes, and justifies them, certainly does not realize his own nothingness. He feels himself very much to be something. It is a good thing to work on one's mechanical dislikes. But first of all it is necessary to be able to observe them. This is always the starting point. If a man could really begin to feel his own nothingness, he would be moving inwardly towards real I, and certainly he could not be so full of mechanical dislikes. A strong 871 feeling of dislike simply strengthens our mechanical personality. We are told, in fact, to like what we now dislike, for this is acceptance, and all acceptance means the giving up of useless suffering. If you persist in dislike and justify it, and make a mass of internal accounts in connection with it, you are simply adding to your mechanical suffering, and wasting your force, and stopping the development of understanding. One of the ways towards feeling one's own nothingness genuinely is to begin to try to like what we dislike. To live in mechanical disliking is to live mechanically, and in that case your being will remain exactly the same, and you will therefore attract exactly the same events. Or it is a good thing to say to yourself, what is my being like in regard to disliking? This is a practical way of beginning partly to see one's quality of being. You get a man, for example, who objects to most things, who dislikes most people. This arises from his level of being. He may find life very difficult, but he does not connect it with his state of being. He does not see that, as long as all these dislikes and prejudices and narrow attitudes exist in him, his being cannot change, and certainly such a man will never be able to get near that point called in the work the realization of one's own nothingness. Such a man will probably think that everyone dislikes him, and that if he could only go to a new environment, and start over again, things would be different. But actually his being would at once attract the same situations, and after a short time, in which he felt enthusiastic at meeting new people, he would find the same difficulties. For this reason it is important to work on one's dislikes, especially on one's strong dislikes, which only increase the power of the personality, and through that the power that life has over us. There will then be the question of sealing oneself from the effects of life, because strong dislikes will connect oneself with life continually, at every moment. There will be not even a breakwater, and certainly not a seawall in such a man. In observing your disliking, start with your strong dislikes, and try to make a list of them and write them down. Then say to yourself, how is it that I dislike this person, or that nation? Now I will tell you a way of beginning to deal with your strong dislikes, once you have observed them. There are such things as irony and humor. I will only add that it is a good thing to begin to be ironical about yourself and amused by your prejudices. Now you will remember that we have to live more consciously in life. All this fourth way is based not on faith, or hope, or love, but on increase of consciousness. Faith, hope, and love, which have been in the past the basis of three major religions, are not excluded. But the emphasis in the fourth way is laid upon increase of consciousness, and that is why the fourth way begins with self-observation, the object of which is to make us conscious of ourselves, of what we are like, namely, to make us have real impersonal knowledge of our being. If a man has strong mechanical dislikes, and is controlled by them, he is not living consciously. On the contrary, he is living mechanically. But if a man 872 observes himself, and becomes aware of his strong mechanical dislikes, and the prejudices and attitudes that leave behind them, and begins to struggle with himself and refuse to go with them in a completely identified state, he is then breaking new ground in his own being, and attempting to live more consciously. A moment or two of conscious behavior in the midst of life each day can give one increase of force, and alter things a little. We can't all work for a few moments every day in a real way. As I have told you repeatedly, we cannot work continuously, because we have not sufficient force of consciousness. But every moment in which you behave more consciously, and see clearly how you might have behaved mechanically, gradually increases the force of consciousness in yourself. You may not see any particular result for the time being, but you will gradually see the result, that is, you will gradually notice that some mechanical reactions, mechanical thoughts, by which you had been chained down hitherto, have less and less mastery over you, and with that will come a change in the feeling of what you are. You may imagine that you used to be a stronger kind of person, but you are wrong, because your strength lay in mechanical reactions. You thought your violence was your strength. Violence in the work is always weakness. And so you begin to see a little what it means to realize your own nothingness. It is this realization of nothingness that can attract new being. But this feeling cannot be invented. It is no good saying that you are merely nothing, for such phrases conceal a great picture, and so belong to false personality. One feels it, but does not say it. No one speaks of real feelings. When you begin to have traces of feeling your nothingness and dislike of your hitherto-ness, you find yourself flexible and so more capable. In fact, you feel released. Released from what? In my case, I feel released from Nicoll. As I said, strong personality is always a sign of weakness in the work, since when a man cannot separate himself from himself owing to his strong mechanical system of likes and dislikes, of thinking he is right and others are wrong, he is a weak man, in the work sense. Such a man cannot change, he cannot seal himself from life, i.e., from himself, and so the work can never find its right soil. The seed of the work will be sown by the wayside, and so his mechanical centers, the devil, will come and snatch it up. In general, it is the personality that is the devil. Good soil is that which stands behind personality, that more interior understanding which is not influenced at every moment by the flickering events of life, and by the mechanical responses of the personality to these events. Let me remind you what self-observation is, because without self-observation no sealing can take place. A man is composed of many eyes, amongst which sits observing eye. These eyes are all looking at a play on the stage. The play represents life. This is the situation of man asleep. When a man begins to observe himself, observing eye turns round from the stage, and looks at the audience and notices how each one is reacting. Some of these eyes are perhaps jumping up and down. 873. And shaking their fists at the play. Others are absorbed in it, others snoring, and so on. Observing eye begins to notice all these different reactions in the audience. This is self-observation. Thank you for using Commentary on Acceptance of Oneself. Someone asked recently, is self-observation a moment of accepting oneself, or does that come afterwards? Self-observation is different from accepting oneself. The point about self-observation is that it must be uncritical. It is through the work of observing, that we begin to awaken to what we really are, and see our contradictions. Owing to the fact that we are many and that our level of being is characterized by multiplicity of I's, and so by lack of unity, lack of rely, we live in fragments which are not joined together, and never clearly see that this is the case. So we are, without seeing it, all very difficult and contradictory. Tonight I wish to speak about acceptance. Acceptance comes after the work of uncritical observing. Self-observation is not acceptance, but what self-observation does is to present you with a fuller consciousness of yourself, and, through the new material that it has collected in its special memory, you have to come to the question of acceptance, that all these things are true of you. There is, however, a curious state in us all owing to which we do not accept ourselves. It is a curious state because we may know something about ourselves but will not admit it to ourselves. It does not belong to our general estimate of ourselves, to what we accept about ourselves, and one reason for this is that the action of false personality with its picture of what we pretend we are like prevents this clear insighted acceptance from taking place. This is part of our hypnotic sleep. Here comes in the activity of self-justifying. But at the root of the whole problem lies this question of the hypnotic sleep of man, which is kept up by buffers. Buffers prevent us from seeing contradictions, and so prevent us from awakening from sleep. Buffers replace real conscience. If we had real conscience, we would see and feel all sides of ourselves together. Such a state would completely destroy false personality, and all forms of imagination that contribute to its strength. We would become simpler, nicer. We all have buffers in every part of the center, but do not see them. Buffers take the place of conscience, of consciousness. As long as we are well buffered, we get through life fairly easily, and have a good sense of our worth. Yet if buffers were suddenly destroyed in us, we would go mad. Now it is only through the new memory that forms itself around observing, that we can begin gradually to see contradictions, and become simpler. I spoke 874 some time ago about the dark side of us, the side that we do not properly admit into our consciousness, and both know about and do not. Mr. O. once said, we see only one half of things. We have to accept this dark side. It does not seem to correspond to our estimate of ourselves. Self-observation is compared, as we all know, with a ray of light let into our inner darkness. So we gradually find that we are not what we thought or imagined. This is the beginning of self-change. We gradually find that imaginary I does not fit us properly. We are trying to be something that we are not, and this produces a psychological inner strain. We do not correspond to ourselves. Here the idea of false personality comes in. You say, for example, thank God, I am not like that publican. You may remember the parable. If you say this, you are lying to yourself through the action of false personality, which always lies to you and always seeks to be superior to others. You are like that publican. You are no better and no worse than that publican. How can a person gain any peace, any inner balance, if all the time he is saying in so many words, God, I thank thee, that I am not, as the rest of men, extortioners, unjust, adulterers, or even, as this publican. I fast twice in the week, I give tithes of all that I get. And imagine calling in God, who is defined as living, and active, and sharper than any two-edged sword, and piercing even to the dividing of soul and spirit, of both joints and marrow, and quick to discern the thoughts and intents of the heart. Heb. IV 12. Whatever we may understand by God, we may be quite sure that we can hide nothing from this supreme force of consciousness, and that all our buffers, all our pictures, our pretenses, all our inner lies, and everything to do with false personality, all this is nothing but so much dirt. As we live on one side of a circle. We live in the front or the back. So we cannot walk round the full circle of being. WC only admit part of our being at a time. Mr. O said, we must see both sides together. Because we live in a half-circle of ourselves, and the other half is buffered off and not accepted in consciousness, we are easily upset. Do you think there is anything that we can be accused of that is not to some extent true? I cannot believe that a man, who has become conscious of the full circle of himself, would lose anything save the valueless things of false personality. Would not this give such a man a greater inner stability? Such a man would no longer have buffers, and let me remind you here that once a buffer is destroyed it can never reform itself. I fancy that such a man would never be rendered useless by anything that was said to him that might in another man offend his self-love, his vanity, his pride, and produce endless hatreds and recriminations and jealousies. When people talk to me about their private difficulties and their hidden life, I do not find anything astonishing, because I have learned through this work that all these things are also in me, and that it is useless pretending they are not. Do you remember that the other person who prayed said, God be merciful to me a sinner, and it was said, this man went down to his house justified rather than the other. 875. Notice, not self-justified, but justified of God. No one can feel his own nothingness, unless he accepts this other half of the circle. Then he will feel no illusions about himself, and in a quite strange way he will feel at peace. He will feel stronger, not weaker, and it is in that he will be shewn what he has really to work at and transform, because he is then no longer building on the sand of false personality. Quermead, Ugly, April 6, 1946. Further note on acceptance of oneself. Preliminary note on silence. The work says much about the practice of inner silence. One must practice the sealing of oneself from oneself, as regards mechanical talking, the sealing of oneself from one's mechanical self, from mechanical talking, from scandal, bad talking, which makes it so difficult to seal oneself from oneself. The work can only grow from what is sealed in oneself and protected from life. We can know many things about one another, but never speak of them. One rule of the work is that when we meet each other, accompanied by strangers, we do not recognize each other. This is an example of silence. I will speak further of this, and what the intention of it means, at a later meeting. Ordinarily, that is, mechanically, everyone blurts out how he or she saw so and so with so and so. This is mechanical, and usually scandalous talking. This is what is meant by the verse in the book of Proverbs, "The wicked man speaketh with his feet." Prov. Vi 13. At a recent meeting it was said that one must not work against one's being until one has accepted it. It must be understood that this means something on a very big scale. We have, of course, as we are, to try to work on our being according to what the work teaches us to do in that respect. I find this very difficult to explain. Let me try to give some approximate example. Let us take mechanical talking, about which the work speaks so much. If I do not accept the fact that I talk mechanically, I will not be able to change it. I will say that I work against mechanical talking in myself, that I always do my best not to talk mechanically, yet at the same time, if you can see what I mean, I am not necessarily accepting that I talk mechanically. I am still working from false personality, therefore my work will be unreal. Some people, Mr. Alspensky once said, work all the time in a kind of dream. They do not really see, he added, what they are working on. For this reason he emphasized so much that we have to see this other side which we keep in darkness, and do not properly accept. As was 876 explained, this is due to the curious action of buffers in us which prevents us from seeing what we are really like, and what we have in ourselves. Things have to be driven home into us before we can find the strength really to see and change ourselves. That is why sometimes it is very useful to be told by your teacher that, for example, you talk mechanically. It becomes a shock, although in a sense you have admitted that you do, but you do not do anything about it. When a person tells you that he knows quite well that he is a liar, and admits it quite easily, you may be quite certain that he has not accepted the fact that he is a liar. If he really understood emotionally that he is a liar, he would never mention it just like that. As I said, the action of buffers is very curious, because it keeps us in a sort of half-state. We both know, and we do not know. But the actual fact has not yet been driven home into our consciousness, that we are liars, and lie practically every time we open our mouths. Just in the same way a man can acknowledge that he has many different eyes in him, he may talk glibly about it all, but he does not yet accept it. He does not see emotionally that it is quite true that he is not one but many different people. In such a case the work rests on the surface of such a person, and has not yet penetrated and become real to him. He may say that he observes himself every day, but he is not really observing himself. He imagines he observes himself, and so he lives in imaginary, the work has to penetrate into all centers eventually. The great problem of the work is how to awaken the emotional center. When the emotional center is awakened, your whole theme of yourself changes. You see that you do not remember yourself, you see emotionally that you do speak mechanically, you see emotionally that you do not work on yourself, but all the time pretend that you do. It is the awakening of the emotional center that drives things home, so that we realize these strange words, "Thou art a man." David, after he had taken Bathsheba for his wife, having caused her husband Uriah to be slain in the forefront of the battle, was visited by the prophet Nathan, who told him a parable. The parable was about a rich man with many flocks, and a poor man, who had only one ewe lamb. Although the rich man had many sheep, he took the poor man's one ewe lamb, and killed it, when he needed a meal for a guest. On hearing this, David said in anger, "The man that hath done this is worthy to die." Whereupon the prophet said to him, "Thou art the man." Isam. Xii 7. You know how difficult it is when an accusation is brought home to you, how you turn, and twist, and justify yourself, and find excuses. In other words, you cannot accept it. This work becomes very real and grim as people advance in it, and that is why acceptance is so necessary. Acceptance destroys personality, and all imagination about oneself, and brings one to a new basis from which the work can start. But for this to happen, real self-observation must take the place of imaginary self-observation. Something must be broken in us before we become sane, before we can begin to awaken. 877. Let us review briefly what this work teaches us about man on this earth. The work says that man on this earth is asleep, and that the whole world is full of sleeping people, and for this reason nothing can go right with the world. The work says that this sleep is a strange form of sleep, and calls it hypnotic sleep, and here the work parable comes in which it is said that there were two farmers who had a great many sheep. Being very lazy and mean, when they found that some of the sheep were escaping, they decided to hypnotize the sheep, and to tell them that everything was very beautiful and wonderful, and to teach them to sing hymns, and to make them believe that they were all going to heaven. Actually, all that they wanted was the wool on the sheep's backs for their own purposes. This state of hypnotic sleep which humanity lies in is not outside you but inside you. This is why the work says that everyone lives in false personality, and in imaginary I. If this hypnotic state is to be broken, we have to wake up to ourselves, and as long as we are governed by false personality and imaginary I, we shall remain asleep. It is for this reason that the work teaches us so much about what we have to do, what we have to observe, and what we have to work against and separate from in ourselves. Let us speak for a moment about negative emotions. You know the work teaches that the emotional center is dominated by negative emotions, and that this beautiful and wonderful instrument, which if purified can give us even clairvoyance, is rendered useless by all the self-emotions arising from false personality. When people identify with the infinite variety of their negative emotions, they remain in a state of hypnotic sleep, and are used by these two farmers, who simply want their wool and their flesh, and so it is a good thing to study how to awaken. All awakening begins with self-observation, through which you gradually realize that you are not the person you thought you were. That is, if you accept what you're observing, it gradually teaches you about yourself. All this is called making personality passive so that essence can grow. When you can accept every accusation and insult without reacting violently, you are beginning to understand the place from which this work can grow, and produce another being, in you. So notice what upsets you most violently, what makes you indignant, what makes you say that you cannot stand it any longer, for this is a very good guide to self-observation, and to what you have to observe. When you begin to feel your own nothingness, you begin to receive the help of the work to replace that nothingness by something. So you have to go down a long way before you begin to go up. 878. Quermead, Ugly, April 13, 1946. The Parable of Walking on the Waters. In a short time we will start the teaching of this work from the beginning. At present we will continue to speak of this question of sealing oneself. I remind you that the work cannot fall on our ordinary selves, and grow, and produce results. A person must feel the work has something utterly different from life, and all he has learned from life. You can say it is spiritual, not physical, not material, not outside you, as life is. For that reason it was said, that the kingdom of heaven is within you. We spoke about the meaning of within or inner. As a practical example it was said, that observing, and the practice of self-observation move the center of gravity of consciousness inward. You begin to see yourself as something outer, acquired. You do not just be yourself. You begin to see anew you. This is a movement inwards. Tonight I wish to refer to the parable of Christ walking on the waters in connection with the idea that we must seal ourselves. We must seal ourselves sometimes from life, and from the way we take life. They are really the same, but not quite. The man, the woman, easily upset, must seal themselves from life, that is, from what upsets them. But this depends whether they can separate from that side which is upset. So it is a sealing of oneself from life, and from one's mechanical personality, which latter determines for one how one reacts to life, takes life, judges life, and feels one is right or wrong. In my case I may be able to seal myself from Dr. Nicoll and the way he takes everything. That does not mean that I overcome Dr. Nicoll. It means simply that I have a place, a locked room, a private room, where Dr. Nicoll cannot enter. Here the work can grow. After a time, this inner place, gained through self-observation, when it is strong enough, can no doubt overcome Dr. Nicoll. But at first this is impossible. Yet if I ever get as far as this, a distinction is made, a separation inwardly. I am now two, not one. No one, the work says, can't shift himself from where he is unless he divides himself into two, becomes an observing and an observed side. If you have magnetic center you are in a sense two, but not yet actually. You have the possibility of the work. All growth is by division. One cell divides into two. Man as a self-developing organism, a cell, must become two first, of all. In my case I and Nicoll must become a very real experience of inner separation. I observe Nicoll doing things, yet am not Nicoll. This is not easy. It is easy to hear, not easy to do. To do what the work teaches is one thing, to hear what it says is another. The second note in the work octave of personal development is, we are told, to apply what the work teaches to ourselves. This is not understood save after long contact with the ideas, and a real struggle about the whole matter. The work begins to fight with life in you. People say, for instance, oh, the meeting was all about self-observation, and we have heard all that so often. No. 879. Doubt you have. But have you ever really observed yourself consciously, and uncritically, and looked at yourself from this absolutely neutral angle, where no self-justifying or excuses count? Or are you all the time taking yourself as yourself, and thinking it is the only way to take life? In the parable about walking on the waters we have an idea that exists in different form in the work. Suppose we could always remember ourselves. then we should be at the third level of consciousness, and all that took place lower down at the second level, where in my case Nicoll exists, the so-called waking state of consciousness, would have no power over me. That is, you would be sealed from your mechanical ways of thinking and feeling, and acting, and taking life, and judging it, and so on. So you would, as it were, walk on yourself. Now imagine that you suddenly identify. Then you would sink. Where would you sink? You sink down to the ordinary level of yourself, in my case, to Nicoll, to how you take life, view life, think of life, judge life, as you were taught, that is, as your personality was laid down in you, to what you acquired. Let us quote the parable. Jesus therefore, perceiving that they were about to come and take him by force, to make him king, withdrew again into the mountain himself alone. And when evening came, his disciples went down unto the sea, and they entered into a boat, and were going over the sea unto Capernaum. And it was now dark, and Jesus had not yet come to them. And the sea was rising by reason of a great wind that blew. When therefore they had rowed about 25 or 30 furlongs, they behold Jesus walking on the sea, and drawing nigh unto the boat, and they were afraid. But he saith unto them, It is I, be not afraid. They were willing therefore to receive him into the boat, and straightway the boat was at the land whither they were going. John vi 15-21. Every parable in the Gospels is about something in this work. Suppose that you have to make some parable about self-remembering, or about false personality, and so on, you would find yourself writing parables just as they are in the Gospels. Let us think what this parable means about Christ walking on the waters. It is more fully explained in one of my chapters on the Gospels, but we can understand to a certain extent what it means now. Notice that Christ was tempted to become a king on earth, and then he went up into a high mountain. What do you think this means? Always understand that Christ was tempted, as we are. It would be a great temptation to be made king of the earth. But he went up into a high mountain. Surely that means that he remembered himself, remembered what he had to do, what his task was. Exactly the same idea in different images comes into the next part of the parable. The storm arising at sea represents the storm that arises in us all, let us say, when we get negative, when we identify. Christ walking on the waters represents a state of being in which he could walk on all these stormy waters of himself and not sink. The two ideas, going 880 up into the mountain, after he was tempted to be king of the earth, and again, how he walks on the stormy waters of himself, are similar. They represent the state of self-remembering. And the interesting thing is that when Christ says, "It is I," the Greek construction is very emphatic. Literally it means, I am which, as you know, is the definition of Jehovah, who said once, "I am that I am." The third state of consciousness which none of us has attained except in flashes is that state in which one remembers oneself, one becomes I, above all the other little I's in oneself. So you can see that these illustrations in these parables are about self-remembering, showing how Christ had the complete power of remembering himself, of finding real I in himself, which gave him power over all his life I's. and this of course means that he could seal himself from himself and the effects of life on his human self. Two sides of self-remembering are spoken about in this parable. When Jesus withdrew himself into the mountain, he remembered himself in what we can call a passive way, that is, he withdrew himself from himself and reached a higher state of consciousness, in which no further contact existed with his lower eyes. Then we find that the other side of self-remembering is also mentioned. He went down into the stormy sea, and walked on it. One of the greatest teachings of this work is that we are not properly conscious, and that we cannot do anything with ourselves in a real way, until we begin to reach the higher level of consciousness called self-remembering, self-consciousness, self-awareness. You will remember that I spoke to you all about this recently when I said that the driver has to climb up to a higher level, otherwise he cannot drive his horse and carriage. The practice of self-remembering is possibly not so difficult as you think. It is arising above one's stormy seas, above one's personality, jealousies, envies, anxieties, cares, and all the rest. Many times it has been said to you that unless you believe that there is a higher level both in yourself and in the categories of mankind, i.e. a conscious circle of men, you will not be able to remember yourself. If you have magnetic center in you, you have always known in a strange way that there is something higher, but magnetic center by itself can only lead you to the work, and cannot keep you in it. If you hear the work with your mind, and not with your external ears, you begin to see what it is about, you begin to find in yourself endless verifications. Through the power of the work taking the place of magnetic center, you can begin to remember yourself, but if you take life as itself, you will sink, i.e., once a difficulty arises in life, and you feel yourself badly treated, you will identify with all the small I's in yourself that have been formed in you by your upbringing. So you will fall down, you will sink into the waters of your own personality, and then you will forget yourself, and become just an ordinary mechanical man serving nature. Merely to try to remember oneself by withdrawal, by going up into the mountain, is not enough. This will certainly give you an idea of what you have to do, what your real aim is, but then. 881. Having heard with your inner mind what you have to do, you will have to go out into life, and walk on the waters, and not sink. But let me repeat, as long as you take yourself as yourself, you will never get anywhere in this work. If you cannot observe yourself, you cannot shift from where you are. Quermead, Ugly, April 20, 1946. A note on false personality and imaginary I. Let us once more think about the three lines of work. We are taught that a person must do the three lines of work sooner or later, otherwise nothing can ensue. The first line of work is work on yourself through self-observation, and applying the ideas of the work practically to yourself, that is, not identifying with your negative states, and so on. The second line of work is work with other people in the work, and externally considering them. This line is very important for many of you at present. The second line of work depends on seeing a person as yourself. I am them, and they are me. In the second line of work, it is necessary eventually that people you are working with in the work begin to exist in you, and become work eyes. Thou shalt do no murder means on the psychological level, as distinct from the literal level, that you give existence to another in yourself, and do not murder that existence by temporary acts of self-will. This gives a field of force, and is the beginning of forming a work accumulator. In the work this is possible. In life it is not possible because life divides people through hatreds, scandals, etc. If you have followed the first line of work sincerely, you will begin to see that you are not what you imagine. Then, and then only, can you do the second line of work rightly. You see that what you criticize in others exists also in yourself. If you try to do the second line of work in a charitable way, without having followed the strict discipline of the first line of work, if you have not seen that in yourself exists so much that you criticize in others, you cannot do the second line of work rightly. You will do it sentimentally, piously, that is, in an entirely false way. You will then be awfully kind to a person whom you really hate, which is a horrible thing. The third line of work is about my work, and what I am aiming at. It has to do with how this work can be carried on, how each of you can help me to carry on this work. Some people can do the first line of work to a certain extent, and also touch the third line of work, but all three lines are equally important. Tonight I wish to speak to you about the first line of work, and to a certain extent about the second line. Recently it was said that false 882 personality and imaginary I are two different conceptions in the work, although sometimes we have spoken of them almost together, as if they were the same thing. Let us take the conception of false personality in us all. No one can do the second line of work if false personality is predominant in him or her. False personality is the unreal thing in us. Personality is not really in the same category. All of us have to have strong personality in ourselves. For example, we all have to learn our jobs in life, and be able to do something more or less in life. Personality is the acquired side, and the work says you should have a good acquired personality before you can really do this work, but false personality is quite different. I may, as a result of my training, have acquired from my personality a certain knowledge of medicine. This is quite right. A person who has never learned anything from life, and cannot do anything in life, is not a suitable person for this work. People who try to enter this work, who have done nothing in life, who know nothing in the ordinary sense, who have never had the patience to learn anything, who are no good at any jobs in life, are quite unsuitable for this work. They have not in the faintest degree touched this level which the work calls good householder. That is why I often ask, when someone suggests bringing in a new person into the work, what has he or she done? If I hear that this person has done nothing at all, has taken up this or that, and dropped it, and is incapable of adapting to life in any way, then I am reluctant to accept this person. We were once upon a time all of us asked in the early days of the work, when we tried to introduce a new person, what is he? What has he done? On one occasion, that I remember very well, I thought that someone would be suitable, and I was cross-examined very severely about what this person had done, what he was, what he knew. I remember that I answered that he was a very nice person, but had not done anything at all, and I was told that it was quite impossible to have such a person in the work. O said to me on one occasion, "You are trying to bring in a person, however nice he may be, who has not gone through the ordinary life training. Such a person," he added, "will enter this work, having failed in life, thinking that here in this work he will have an easy time. So you must all understand that in bringing new people into this work you must be intelligent, and not bring in a lot of tramps, who are no good in life. Let us continue with the attempt to understand what false personality means. Every one of us, whether we are good at life or not, has very strong false personality. Let us begin by saying that false personality is an invention of yourself, a pretense. It is something unreal in you, which only self-observation, uncritical and sincere, can modify, and finally make passive. We have been speaking for a long time about how we are not what we imagine we are. Sometimes I deliberately work on someone in this connection, i.e. the undermining of false personality. When I see it is quite impossible to do anything in this direction, I stop. Sometimes I wait, and if nothing happens I know. 883. At once that this person cannot be touched yet, as regards false personality, that is, the imaginary feeling that the person has of himself or herself. In short, there is something of which such people cannot let go, and certainly should not until they have come to that point in the work where some other place in them is sufficiently furnished to allow them to let go of their imaginary ideas about themselves. One interesting thing about a person who is very strongly in false personality is this: such people are always on the opposites. They are always comparing themselves with other people in the sense of feeling better than they are, or, more rarely, worse. They are always making discriminations from the false personality about other people. They are, as it were, dividing people into two classes: people I approve of and people I disapprove of. There was a teaching in medieval times based on the word yes, i.e., emptying yourself of yourself. All the Sermon on the Mount is about it. Perhaps some of you have read that rather interesting esoteric book that comes from Sufi literature, The Conference of the Birds. Here it is related that the birds set off on a journey, corresponding to the path of the work, and when they reach their goal they have lost all their feathers. If you see what this work is, you realize that it is a journey, a path, that you have to follow. We have to lose our feathers. By doing so we make room for something else to enter us. Something we were full of becomes emptied, and then something else can come in, and that which comes in is just what will change us. It is impossible for any of us to add a cubit to our stature by ourselves, but the false personality thinks it can, and it will fight to maintain itself. I remember one occasion, when Mr. Alspensky was talking about the false personality, and how it can only give us unreal things, and only attract unreal things, unreal people, and unreal position. He said, I had come to the conclusion a long time ago that there was no escape from the labyrinth of the opposites, of the contradictions, in which we ordinarily live, except by an entirely new road, unlike anything we have hitherto known, but where this road began I was unable to say. I could only say that I knew already, as an undoubted fact, that beyond the thin film of false reality there existed another reality from which for some reason we were separated, and it seemed to me that the way to this unknown path might be found in the East, in some teaching that I knew nothing about. So you will understand that false personality gives us false reality, and makes us do things which if we have a deeper understanding we may hate to do, and of which we may feel the futility, and yet be unable to change the course of our lives. When we are in false personality in life and externals, and so in rivalry we cannot place ourselves in internal reality. We are glued to the outer sense of things. A person is an outward thing, an appearance of flesh. So one does not see where, or what that person is psychologically internally, that is, the being of the person escapes one. This is the giddy round of outward appearance. I mean, it is false reality, and so unhappy. To place. 884. Oneself inside reality, which is always in motion, to adapt to its changing direction, and to try to grasp it apart from time, and change that, certainly is a movement inwards, and a new vision of what is real. A stiff person with stiff frozen values cannot possibly reach this fluid state of truth. To such a person truth is stone and flexible. But to a person who begins to separate from false personality and imaginary truth, becomes water that is relative or flexible, not either, or not yes, or no, but both yes and no. This redemption from that frozen psychological death that grips so many so early is possible for anyone who takes the following of the ideas of the work as more important than his fixed opinions and psychological habits. I would add here that too, anyone who grasps the ray of creation and its tremendous meaning, even a little, it will be difficult to sit in his small vanity and pride. Apparently, from that great diagram, we are curiously unimportant people in view of many higher levels of beings. This emotion weakens vanity and pride, and so weakens false personality. So the work says, unless a man can believe in greater mind, he is useless in this work. Now we come to the conception of imaginary I. Imaginary I is the imagination that we have a real permanent I, that always answers consciously, behaves consciously, and consistently. We imagine that we are always one permanent person, and always the same. Imaginary I is what gives us a false, unreal sense of unity. The reality that false personality and imaginary I manufacture is that through which we try to live our lives. On one occasion she said, "It is the greatest mistake to think that man is always one and the same. A man is never the same for long. He is continually changing, and yet he imagines himself to be the same I all the time. It is difficult for him to accept that from one moment to another the I in him changes. He is convinced that he is a unity, a real person. But he seldom remains the same even for 5 minutes. We think that if a man is called Ivan, he is always Ivan. Nothing of the kind. Now he is Ivan, in another minute he is Peter, and a minute later he is Nicholas or Sergius. And all of you think he is Ivan the whole time, and perhaps you know that Ivan cannot do a certain thing, i.e. he cannot tell a lie, and then you find that he has told a lie, and you are surprised that he, Ivan, could have done so. In fact, you will say, perhaps quite rightly, that Ivan cannot tell a lie. It was Nicholas who lied, and when an opportunity presents itself for this I, called Nicholas, to be uppermost, Nicholas cannot help lying. You will be astonished when you realize what a multitude of these I's, Nicholas, Peter, and so on, live in one man. If you learn to observe them, there is no need to go to a cinema. These words of G make us think again of the definition of the being of man in this work. The work says that man's being, In this state of sleep in which he is characterized by multiplicity, that is, by lack of unity. Instead of having a real unity, we have this imaginary unity, which is entirely false, and so two people meet together, and hope to be happy, not understanding that they are many, in each. 885. Case about 1,000 different women, and about 1,000 different men. The woman thinks, let us say, that she is marrying Ivan, but she is also marrying Nicholas, and all the others, and vice versa. We will end this paper simply by saying that false personality is one thing and imaginary I is another thing, but they both give us a false reality. That is why the work teaches us so much that we must observe false personality, and observe imaginary I, and try to get behind this imaginary reality to a deeper reality, where things are quite different. Quermead, Ugly, April 27, 1946. Commentary on Attitudes. We have not spoken for some time about attitudes. In the last paper we spoke about false personality and imaginary I. It was said that these two work conceptions are different. Yet sometimes they come close together. I will review briefly in a slightly different way the difference between false personality and imaginary I. False personality is that which gives you an entirely unreal existence, and only attracts to you unreal things. It makes you identify with what is not yourself. On one occasion I was talking to Mr. Alspensky about this, and he said, "It is a great handicap to have a long line of descent." I asked him why this was, and he said that people identify with their ancestors, and yet they themselves are born into the world completely free from ancestors, that is, their real-essence comes into the world quite apart from the conditions into which it is born. In so many words he added, if you feel pride in your origin in time and space, you will never get to your real self. I remember that he repeated to me twice that we have to understand that we are not born through our parents, but that our essence comes down from the stars as something quite independent of our origin. In other words, what we have to understand is that in self-remembering we do not remember our ancestry, or even our parents. We came down from an entirely different source. If you want to see what false personality is like, listen to two charwomen talking together. One of them says that her grandpapa had a house of his own and lived in style. The other one will perhaps say that her grandmother had 10 years penal servitude, and was in the papers. This curious thing called false personality can actually make us feel that we are somebody, because we had at one time or another a very distinguished, very notorious ancestor, who committed several crimes and gave the police a great deal of trouble. False personality is a very extraordinary thing to study both in yourself and in other people. Now, as regards imaginary I, it was said that imaginary I is the imagination that you are always one and the same person, and that you. 886. Speak consciously on every occasion, that you know what you are doing, and, in fact, that you can do. Now we pass to the question of attitudes. All this work consists in separating oneself from one's unreal eyes. False personality is one unreal side of us and only attracts unreal things. Imaginary I also attracts unreal things. But in this work of separating oneself from what is unreal, the work teaches many accessory ideas to which we have to apply self, Observation. Attitudes are unreal things in us. Each one of you has certain ingrained attitudes or points of view, from which you regard everyone else, and also regard yourself. They are chiefly connected with false personality. Let me give you an example of an attitude. A man has acquired an attitude which makes him think himself in some way superior to certain people. When he meets these people, his attitude operates mechanically in him. He does not like these people. Yes, but he does not like them from attitude, from mechanicalness. Suppose that I try to make this particular man see the value of some people towards whom he has this mechanical attitude. I introduce him to them, I begin to talk about them, what they have done, what they have been through, and so on. After a time he unbends. He is very surprised to find that these people are not at all what he thought they were. He will find they are quite interesting people. What is happening to such a man? What is happening is that one has got round his mechanical attitude through which he cannot take in new impressions, and one has, so to speak, undermined him. Undermined him in what? Undermined his false personality, his negative and restricting attitude, and freed him therefore from part of his mechanical, acquired side. This man will now feel freer. The very expression of his face will begin to change, his way of talking will change, and instead of feeling any loss he will feel a sense of gain. On one occasion Mr. Alspensky was talking to me about attitudes. He said that attitudes are very difficult things to observe in oneself. He said, they are laid down very early in us through our acquired psychology, i.e., through what we have been taught, and they are, practically speaking, always negative attitudes. He said that what people call a good education is what gives a person typical negative attitudes, and when these negative attitudes have been properly implanted, this young person is said to be properly educated. He said that in English education, as far as he knew, great emphasis was laid on boys and girls in growing up getting good negative attitudes, and that as far as he could see, that was the only education that was given. On one occasion I suggested that some of us should sing him some English sea shanties. I was standing near him at the time, and he smiled at me and looked at me and said, "Most of these people have been brought up with typical negative attitudes. How could they possibly sing sea shanties?" I could not bear sea shanties sung with an Oxford accent. Now negative attitudes become gradually fixed in us, and then become buffers. A typical negative attitude, unless one escapes from it, gradually. 887. Settles down, as it were, and becomes crystallized out as a buffer. Once it has become a buffer, it is very difficult to see. A buffer, I will remind you, is that which prevents us from seeing contradictions in ourselves. That is why a well-buffered man is often such a success in life. He appears to have a strong will. His buffers prevent him from seeing anything wrong with him, and yet such a man from the work point of view is a very weak man. He is very low down in the scale of being. Sometimes people have brought to me people for this work, and I have seen that they have very strong buffers. Then I know that it will be practically impossible to teach this work to them, because they are too weak inside. That is, they have nothing behind their facade of buffers which keep them in good humor with themselves, and if one should try to destroy a buffer in such people, they might literally go mad, because they have nothing internal, nothing behind them, nothing real. In this work, we begin with the idea of impersonal self-study, that is, we begin with the idea that we have to obtain knowledge of our being. This can only begin obviously by means of turning round and looking into ourselves consciously, noticing how we speak and behave, and so on. This is a movement inwards. Only in this way can a man begin to separate himself from himself. One part of this practice of conscious self-study is to observe our attitudes. When we reach the point of being able to observe attitudes to a small extent, this actually starts something going in us which may lead to something strange, to new thoughts and feelings. So it is said that this work begins with self-observation. We none of us know that we have attitudes. In general, we all take ourselves for granted just as we are, and so never see that this is what we are, that is, that our state of being attracts what happens to us the whole time. How many of you have ever realized that things are your fault? This is quite an easy thought if you take it sentimentally and pathetically. We surely all know this spurious form of self-blame, but what I mean is, how many of you have ever seen in a stark naked way, without any self-justifying, that something was entirely your fault, and that in so many words, thou art a man? Because we have this peculiar illusion about ourselves which is called hypnotic sleep, in the work we do not imagine that we have any particular attitudes. Now, as was said, our attitudes are practically always negative attitudes by means of which we distinguish ourselves from other people, and so stimulate this false conception of ourselves called false personality. Mr. Ouspensky once said, "We must get to observe and know all our negative attitudes." We may in a sense observe our negative attitudes, but we take them as being perfectly right. But, he added, the point here is that we really do not see that they are attitudes implanted in us by our education, and by imitation, and that they are not really ourselves at all. He said, we must not only observe, but know well in our memory what our attitudes are definitely and permanently. And he added, negative attitudes never pay, they simply make you empty. And when we once realize this, we have no right, and no excuse for 888 identifying with them. On another occasion he said, attitudes never think. They work automatically. They are like hard places in the intellectual center, like crystallized thoughts, and since they are practically always negative, they finally become buffers. He once asked me, how do you know when a person is speaking from fixed attitudes? I said, I did not know, and he said, you should know it at once. You become bored, you begin to yawn, when a man is speaking from fixed opinion. He is not thinking. Now attitudes are laid down in the intellectual center, and they take the place of real, individual thinking. They affect the emotional center, but their starting point is in the intellectual center. If you see a person full of acquired attitudes, and nothing else, you will feel at once that it is impossible to speak to this person. That is, you cannot free his thinking from these acquired attitudes. On another occasion Mr. Ouspensky said, if you are full of negative attitudes, you will never be able to get in touch with any of the higher parts of centers in yourself, and so not with any higher level of being. He gave an illustration. He said, when you have a great many negative attitudes of which you are quite unaware, and which you have accepted as being you, it is just as if you have an enormous number of overcoats, and you keep on wearing all these overcoats all the time, and so it is impossible to reach you. In such a case, he added, a man cannot pass through the narrow way of this work, which is a question of inner sincerity. He will not be able to get through the doors and narrow passages unless he begins to discard all these overcoats that he knows nothing about and takes as himself. I would add that you may be able to observe attitudes in other people fairly well, and we know when a person is speaking from a typical attitude. It is certainly tiresome. It is far more difficult to observe typical attitudes in oneself, and yet this has to be done. You can notice it partly by watching your intonation. This is one way out of many. When you are speaking from attitude, you will notice that you are speaking in a flat, dead voice. You will notice this in other people, so try to see it in yourself. Then you may begin to see how ordinarily your life is made perhaps so unhappy, because of these attitudes which you have acquired, and never seen through. 889. Quermead, Ugly, May 4, 1946. The study of mechanical associations. Change of being depends on inner work on oneself. No one can change their being without inner work, because unless they can separate themselves from their level of being they cannot change, and all separation depends on the observation of one's own being. For example, science cannot change the level of being of humanity, or the level of being of yourself. Science is something external connected with the study of the outer world, but self-observation is a question of inner study, the study of yourself. Recently we have been speaking about the study of false personality in oneself, the study of imaginary I, and last time we spoke about the study of attitudes and buffers in oneself. Tonight, amongst other things, I will speak about the study of associations in oneself. We all of us have in us a great number of purely mechanical associations which connect up centers in different wrong ways. These associations belong to our acquired psychology, and so to our personality. We can imagine these associations to be composed of a network lying over the centers, and connecting them up in different ways. Then whenever a chain of associations is touched at one point, the stimulus will cause the whole chain of associations to become active. In the study of associations, it is best to begin with the intellectual center. If you admit a certain thought into your mind, it will ring up, so to speak, the emotional center, and all the other centers, and so produce automatically certain feelings, certain movements, and certain appetites. All this belongs to our mechanicalness. One of the main objects of self-study through self-observation is to observe our machinery. It takes a long time for people to realize that what they take themselves as is really a machine. The work consists in separation from this machinery. Habitual chains of association form a very strong part of this machinery. If you have attained some degree of self-observation, which means at the same time that you have a certain power of seeing your machinery, you will be able then to study associative paths between centers, that is, how one thing rings up another quite automatically. Centers in us are wrongly connected together by these associations. I said just now that you should begin to study by observation how associations automatically work, how a thought can ring up the whole chain of associations, and lead to certain results. It is also possible to study associations from the side of moving center. For example, You begin to walk quickly, impatiently, and instantly a whole scries of emotions and thoughts automatically present themselves. The associative machinery can be studied from the intellectual side or from the moving side. For example, sitting in a certain posture will automatically arouse certain associations which will affect the emotional center and the intellectual center, namely, your feelings, your moods, and your 890 trains of thought. If you bear in mind that your centers are not free, and do not work in the right way owing in part to all these mechanical associations that you have acquired, and if you have some degree of self-observation, you will often be secretly amused with yourself in noticing how some accidentally aroused chain of associations wishes to grip you, and make you identified. If you can notice this, you will find after a time that these automatic chains of associations lose their power over you, and this means that you are really becoming less of a machine than you were before you began to work on yourself. As was said, associations make a network around centers. This network is gradually acquired from one's earliest childhood. As a result, centers cannot work properly, i.e., they cannot do their own work. Consequently, impressions from the external world cannot fall on the right place. They connect with things where there should be no connections. When you begin to realize to a certain extent that you are mechanical and that you are chained to a machine which is not really yourself at all, you will be able to see how your life has, amongst other things, been governed by its automatic associations. You are already separated to a small extent from yourself as you thought you were. This already is a great step forward in inner work on yourself. It is also a step toward self-remembering, because, as you know, one of the first experiences of the great meaning of self-remembering lies in the realization of one's mechanicalness. You are not your machine but something else. You need not take everything in the way you have always taken it, because you are something else. But this realization that one is not one's mechanicalness, not one's false personality, not one's imaginary not one's negative attitudes, not one's laid-down associations, is always accompanied by a feeling of pain, or, as Mr. Ouspensky once said, a sour feeling. And he said on one occasion that very few people could bear this pain, or sour feeling about themselves, and so preferred to fall back into what they had always been. At the same time, I would add that this painful or sour feeling is also accompanied by a feeling of freedom, a feeling of wonder, that one has always been a slave to all this machinery which one has imagined to be one's real self. When you have new thoughts in your mind, new ways of thinking laid down by the work, you begin to escape from mechanical associations starting from the intellectual center. These new thoughts, these new ideas, that the work teaches us, begin to give us a new way of thinking, a new mind. And this new mind can eventually make right connections between centers, if it is given time enough. I do not see how it is possible to break mechanical associations without a complete new set of thoughts, ideas, and eventually a new understanding. Life connects the machinery up all wrongly. It makes people take political sides, religious sides, and so on, but the influences of the work produce, in a person, quite new associations, quite new connections. This work is to make us think in a new way, and that means at once that we cannot think in old ways. If we cannot think in the old ways, then a host of 891 mechanical chains of associations will be broken. At the moment it is very interesting to make some observations about mechanical chains of associations, and I would be glad if any of you would be able to give some actual observations of purely mechanical associations that you have noticed in yourselves. Quermead, Ugly, May 11, 1946. Further note on false personality. In a discussion on the paper about the difference between false personality and imaginary, I noticed one serious mistake. It was said that imaginary I is an illusion from birth. A small child has no imaginary I. Surely you all know that a small child never says I. He uses his name. He speaks of himself in the third person. He says, for example, Bobby wants this or baby wants this. Surely there is no question of imaginary I in the innocent state of a small child. The beginning of imaginary I comes when the growing child says, instead of baby wants this, I want this. This is the beginning of imaginary I. A small child does not feel himself as imaginary I. The formation of imaginary I comes later. We have to learn to speak of ourselves in the third person. For example, in my case, I have to come to the point in my internal development of consciousness, through the work of separation, of saying, Nicoll wants this, not I want it. The formation of imaginary I belongs to a development which is acquired. You know the work says that we are all born among sleeping people, also in a small sense we are all awake at birth. We are born into a world of sleeping people, who say, I, all the time without having the slightest realization of what they mean, so a small developing creature begins after a time to imitate the sleeping people round him, and at a certain moment says, I wish this. Before that point, it is, as it were, innocent. But once it begins to say, I wish this, it has become infected by the sleeping people by whom it is surrounded, and begins to think that it exists as I. You must remember that the development of personality is that which is acquired by contact with life in early days, so both false personality and imaginary I begin to take charge, and from that point the growing person begins to have an entirely false relationship to himself. Amongst all these things that are acquired by imitation and example, in short, by the environment, are first of all and most important of all imaginary I and false personality. The child begins to think that it has an I, a real permanent I. Have you ever noticed when the child begins to say I for the first time? And have you also noticed in what way it says I? As far as I have observed, it is always imitative. The child begins to imitate one or the other. 892. Parent or the nurse or anyone who stands closely to him. But, as you know, this is necessary because personality with all its sins and faults, and wrong connections has to be made in an ordinary growing person, because this formation of personality in general constitutes eventually what we as adults in this work have to work against and separate from gradually. As regards false personality, it gives rise to very many wrong emotional reactions. False personality is based on pretense, especially on imagining that you know something. The realization of our ignorance of even what we know can begin to undermine the tremendous power of the false personality. It is unnecessary for me to say that false personality always wishes rewards, medals, reputation, and all the rest of it. It strives to get the better of other people. It is ambitious. It tries to keep itself going at all costs, and all this is pretense. And behind this pretense lies an enormous ignorance and helplessness which I call the dark side of a person, i.e., the side he will not accept, and will not admit into consciousness. To be amongst people with very strong false personality is real torture for a man, or a woman, who has separated to some extent from the domination of his or her false personality. When the false personality is dominant, it arouses all sorts of self-emotions in the emotional center which can never lead to anything real. Two giants, the work says, walk in front of us, called vanity and pride, and arrange everything for us in advance. This is the action of the false personality on us, so that we cannot, while we are under that domination, help leading false lives. G once said that the whole of the external world, all that is going on now, all that you read in the papers, is maintenance of false personality, i.e., it is all a maintenance of what is unreal, invented. False personality dominates our emotional reactions more than anything else does. O once said, if you can manage to turn all emotions arising from the false personality against yourself, it will have a very different effect. He added, find in yourself what you hate in others, and turn it round, and begin to object to yourself, and to hate yourself if you can. You can only see yourself through turning your emotional reactions roundabout and directing them towards yourself. Later on he said, real work is on the emotional center. All that this work teaches, which must enter the intellectual center first of all and be registered there, finally becomes concentrated on the state of your emotional center, and its mechanical reactions. When you do things from false personality, you are doing them externally. In such a case there is nothing internal in you that corresponds to what your false personality is saying, or doing. You are, in other words, pretending, inventing, keeping up something which is not you. Real personality is different from false personality, because a man may have acquired a perfectly good knowledge of how to make something, in which case he is more sincere. He has something real. He may, for example, be able to paint very well. He has acquired this. 893. But he may pretend to paint much better than he does, or, in other words, he may pretend to a knowledge that he has not really got. All personality, whether false or real, belongs to the acquired side, and this acquired side must be built up as strongly as possible. That is why the work says you must have a good personality, and that is why G once said, I can always talk to a man who knows something, such as a man who can make good coffee. Next, let us speak about behavior from false personality. A typical situation, constantly stressed in esoteric psychology, is always about doing a thing externally, without any internal side, and yourself corresponding to what you are doing. For example, you may affect outwardly a belief that inwardly you are contemptuous of and despise. You pretend to a belief in which you do not believe. This means that nothing can grow in such a person's inner world. If the internal side, that is, the more essential and real side, is negative to this external side, that manifests itself outwardly in life. If what he privately thinks wholly contradicts what he publicly professes, and if at the same time he cannot give up his external outward behavior, a man is esoterically dead. He is governed by his false personality and its ambitions, and cannot give up this side, and will never face himself internally, and in that case he is incapable of any inner development. Psychologically, esoterically, or spiritually, this man is a living lie, and he will never face the lie that he is. There are so many parables and sayings about this in the Gospels in connection with the Pharisees, that it is unnecessary to say anything further except that the work teaches that personal work on oneself depends entirely on inner sincerity with oneself. If false personality is very strong, there cannot be any sincerity with oneself, and one's life, although it may be a great success outwardly, is from the higher standpoint of esotericism a complete failure, because there is nothing real there, nothing genuine. For that reason we have in the practice of this work, which is based on self-study, through self-observation, to begin to notice the action of false personality which always creates for us unreal life, and takes away from essence, or our real side, all possibilities of growth, and causes us to have 1,001 cares and anxieties which are quite unnecessary, which only make us more and more unhappy, and constantly involve us in situations and problems that have no real existence. To be amongst people in whom the false personality is to some extent in abeyance is to be in an entirely new world. This experience, which is possible for you all, while you are in it, causes you to wonder what on earth you have been doing all this time. And certainly, to use the expression what on earth you have been doing is correct, because what you have been doing is in, or on the earth of yourself, the most outward, external side of you turned towards the world. Now the inner part of a man is his will, and his understanding. If the ideas of this work no longer rest on the surface of yourself but begin to penetrate, if you begin to see for yourself the truth that they conduct. 894. You move inwards towards the more internal side, and so move away from the false personality with all its inventions, pretenses, and forms of internal considering. When you realize that there is nothing that you can condemn in another person, that is not in yourself as well, in fact, when you realize the meaning of the phrase, "Thou art the man," you move inwards, to a more real existence, and begin to see everything in terms of a deeper meaning. Suppose we take moral arrogance, or the temptation of power. Have you ever observed these two factors in yourself in connection with false personality? You may think that you have no moral arrogance, for example. That impression of truth which leads not to moral arrogance, but to the realization of the kind of person you really are, will give rise to mercy, and to a much wider range of affection, and quite possibly to a better state of bodily health. It is the same as regards the increasing temptation of power which encourages false personality, but this is not the truth, esoterically speaking, although thousands have mistaken it for such and followed this path which leads to so much deliberate, and also unconscious cruelty, and I mean by cruelty not only to others, but to yourself, to the sides of you which can grow. Do you think that following moral arrogance, and the love of petty domestic power will lead you to realization of your own nothingness? Can you conceive that such a path will make personality more passive, and enable all these unnourished, unwatered, real sides of you that belong to the essence to grow and so change your level of being? One of the teachings of this work is to make personality passive. In order to do that you have to see and observe what keeps personality active in such a way that you always feel you are right. As long as false personality dominates real personality, the latter will be under the wrong leader and go in the wrong direction. False personality ascribes everything to itself. It is certain that it can do. It is just here that moral arrogance and the temptation of power enter. But if the more internal part of you begins to become conscious, begins to become awakened through genuine self-observation sincerely done, you will begin to avoid these very ordinary temptations, and instead of feeling a loss you will feel a gain. How difficult it is to talk to a person who, without knowing it, is full of moral arrogance, who, without knowing it, thanks God that he or she is not like other people. I have told you often that the simplest psychological mechanism in us is to see evil or shortcomings in others, and never to see them in ourselves. Here belongs the great idea of the work, that we have to become far more conscious of ourselves. The only path that leads in that direction is that of self-observation, which changes our whole idea of ourselves and so destroys false personality. 895. Quermead, Ugly, May 18, 1946. Commentary on Self-Remembering. We are taught in this work that we are not conscious, and that we do not remember ourselves. The work says that the chief difficulty confronting any higher stage of humanity, or of oneself, is due to the absence of consciousness. We imagine we are fully conscious, and that everything we do, and feel, and think is a conscious process. However, the work says that man is asleep, and that sleeping people can never bring about a better state of affairs. Our level of being is characterized by the state of sleep, which we are told first of all to study in ourselves. This state of sleep, which defines from one angle our level of being, inevitably attracts the life belonging to that level of being, the result of which we can see in the world today. Were people even a little more conscious, the whole state of outer life would alter, and what everyone thinks should be done in the name of common sense could be done. As you know, the emphasis in this work is laid on this factor called consciousness. This work is not based on faith or hope, or love directly, but on consciousness. Consciousness in the work is called light. For example, if I remain in my ordinary state of consciousness, which is really a state of sleep, my level of being will attract what belongs to it. On a small scale, some people are a little more conscious and others a little less. A man of low being, a man without any trace of self-observation, if he is in power, will attract all that belongs to his level of being. Tonight I wish to speak once more about self-remembering, and what the work teaches in regard to how we can change our own level of being. You know that this work teaches us to become more conscious of ourselves, and that this begins with a certain form of self-observation. We are told to observe ourselves along certain lines which are quite definite, and which everyone should know. Now, self-remembering is an act which can be directed towards anything you like. A person may, for example, always remember his or her own misery, and keep it in the forefront of themselves. The work calls this negative self-remembering. This is not really a conscious act, as self-remembering must become eventually, but it is a mechanical self-remembering. Take, for instance, your different forms of internal accounts that you have made in the past, that is, what you think other people owe you, all the incidents in which you feel that you have not been given a proper chance. If you keep all this in the forefront of yourself, it is exactly an example of negative self-remembering. Which self are you remembering in such a case, or which selves? You are remembering negative selves or I's. That is, you do not really in the work sense remember yourself, but you remember certain selves, and you quite easily, and these selves are in the negative sides of centers. People feel that they are no good. This is negative self-remembering, and it leads nowhere. Real. 896. Self-remembering is to try to remember something that you are not, if you will allow this paradox for the moment to pass without argument. Our real self-remembering begins with something to do with this work. For example, it is said that when you remember yourself, you must try to remember your aim. Your aim must always be connected with something that concerns the ideas of this work, and to form such an aim you must already have had some considerable experience of self-observation from different angles of the work. When you make an aim which is the definite result of self-observation, say that you are always negative in connection with something or other in the past, or in the present or both, then you can make a real work aim not to express this negative emotion outwardly, and eventually not to identify with it internally in your intellectual and emotional centers. This begins to form what is called deputy steward in yourself, i.e. you put some eyes that begin to understand what this work is about in charge of you, so that although you may constantly forget yourself, fall asleep, you are reminded that something is wrong in regard to your inner state. Eventually steward will begin to appear. Steward is a much higher level than deputy steward, and comes down from above as help for you. Above steward lies real I. If we could get in touch with real I directly without having to pay all that is necessary for this inner development, then we should be able to remember ourselves in the work sense of that term. But we have to start from where we are, and gradually by a process of inner separation and selection learn not to go with certain eyes, and give the preference to other different eyes which stand on a slightly higher level of our average being. But negative self-remembering is one of our very great difficulties, and will stand in the way of any further inner growth. It is very easy to feel that one is no good, that one understands nothing, that one is not making any progress. It is very easy to yield to these eyes that say, if only this, if only that. All this is negative self-remembering, and has to be separated from eventually. In fact, it is sometimes very astonishing to realize that what we thought was our genuine humility is nothing of the kind, and that it is nothing but an artifice arising from our false personality, i.e., that it is a form of vanity or self-pride. You have heard that the only thing that we can sacrifice is our suffering. What does sacrifice mean? Sacrifice means originally to make holy. Does it mean that we have to make our suffering holy? No. Its meaning is far deeper. As long as I identify with my suffering, as long as I ascribe it to myself, I will remain identified with it. Now whatever was made holy originally meant that with which all personal connection had been given up. It belonged then to God. If you like, you can substitute for the word holy the word conscious. You cannot become conscious of anything in yourself as long as you identify with it. To become really conscious of anything in yourself is to be no longer identified with it, no longer it. If I become conscious of my mechanical 897 forms of suffering and internal account-making, and my negative states, They are no longer me. I detach myself from them, I let them go, as it were. I no longer feel myself by means of them. As a result, my feeling of myself will change. This act allows transformation to work, and whatever is real in your suffering you will meet on a higher level, completely transformed into something else. But as long as you tie yourself down to your suffering, and really feel yourself through your suffering, in fact, feel your own importance, in this way you cannot expect any transformation. As I once said long ago, it is like standing on a plank, and trying to lift the plank. You have to step aside, and then it is quite easy to lift it. Whenever we remember ourselves in the mechanical sense, by remembering our miseries and suffering, we are like Lot's wife. Our heads are turned round the wrong way, and we look back into the past, and then we are nourished by all sorts of unhappy memories which are engraved on rolls in negative parts of centers. We have to remember that we are now in this work. This at once is a real form of self-remembering. A negative person must learn through personal self-observation not to remember his accounts, and not to go with typical small negative eyes that lie around like sharp points in the ground which only open old wounds. We have, said G on one occasion, to learn how to walk. In order to walk it is necessary to have good shoes. And he added that he had leather to sell from which it was possible to make good shoes, but that everyone had to make his own shoes out of this leather that G had for sale. We must understand, of course, that he was talking about walking in oneself, and avoiding dangerous places. Then we can walk in life without being upset and hurt by all the changing events that come to us from every quarter. Enough has been said to show that self-remembering does not mean always to remember your negative self. In this connection I will give you one definition of external considering, and its meaning. It was said on one occasion, at the early groups, that external considering means to forget oneself, and to think what the other wants, and it was added that in this way two results will follow. The first is that one can help, and the second is that one gets help. But if you really come to think about the whole question you will see that all real self-remembering is simply forgetting yourself, your ordinary self, your ordinary negative eyes, your ordinary forms of internal considering, and all the rest of it, and feeling certain that some further state of yourself exists above all this personal uproar that takes place all day long in each one of you, with which you keep on identifying. And when the work says that we have reality above us, you must understand that this act, so to speak, of separating from false personality, deliberately at some moment every day, is designed to make it possible for us to come in contact with the first traces of reality which is already there, and which is our real goal. 898. Quermead, Ugly, May 25, 1946. Commentary on Identifying. We are told in this work that one of the things that we have to observe in ourselves is identifying. It is said that identifying is the most terrible force acting on this planet, that keeps people asleep, and so prevents them from awakening. As we are, that is, as mechanical people, who do everything mechanically, and have not got any proper consciousness, we identify at every moment. We identify with our thoughts, with our feelings, and we identify with what happens in outer life. In this way we are kept in prison, without realizing it, and only through the development of consciousness can we get out of this prison. Only a few people wish to do so, namely, Those people who have what is called magnetic center, and therefore feel that there must be something different, and seek to try to find it. All of us have what are called unnecessary emotions, the source of which is identification. Our emotional center, which is the most important center in us, and is capable eventually of connecting us with higher emotional center, is in a very bad state. In the first place, it is full of acquired negative emotions which we have imitated from others. By birth our emotional center is free from negative emotions, and by birth we are born in a very small way awake. There is a kind of innocence in small children which they lose very soon through identifying. This innocence, if we can call it so, belongs to essence, but soon it becomes surrounded by personality, and false personality, and we lose our original center of gravity, which passes from essence into personality. We then become, so to speak, invented people carrying on a fictitious life. You have only to look back at some of the older magazines, say, of 40 or 50 years ago, to notice how artificial everyone looks in the illustrations, or photographs, and how unreal the romances and stories are. One wonders how people could behave like that, dress like that, do things like that. And yet we are in exactly the same state of hypnotism at every moment. Now when you look at these older prints, these older stories, and wonder how people could do things like that, you are really looking at the power of identifying and the power that identification has over humanity. And yet you think that you yourself are not identified at all. As you know, humanity is kept asleep for certain reasons, but it is always possible for a certain number of people to awaken from this sleep, which comes partly through identifying. Each one of you is identified at this moment. Each one of you has 101 unnecessary emotions. Each one of you is identified with 101 unnecessary thoughts. When a man is totally asleep, he is identified with every thought that comes to him automatically, and every mood that arises in him automatically, and every feeling. He takes all this as his life, and, in fact, more than this, he takes it as his necessary life. In the work of self-observation we are told in what direction to observe ourselves. 899. And the reason for this is to be able to separate ourselves very gradually from all these unnecessary forms of identifying with transient thoughts, moods, and feelings. We then begin to have something that stands behind us. We then begin to see ourselves, as it were, on the stage in front of us. We begin to see all sorts of different eyes in us, saying this, and thinking that, and behaving like that, and holding forth like that, as something unreal, something that is not oneself, something that has nothing to do with real. In other words, we begin to see our mechanicalness. All this is a very great step to take, and once a person has taken it, he or she can never be the same person again. But the power of identifying is so tremendous that even although we may reach a state when for a moment we are separated from our personality, at the next moment we fall down right into it. That is, when we have reached the stage of having been able to walk on the waters for a moment, at the next moment we sink. We are then once more in the small theater of our mechanical selves with its self-dramas. The work says that we must struggle every day with identifying, and that this struggle takes very many forms and directions. For example, a man may, through self-observation, realize that he identifies with someone or with some forms of thought or emotion, and may for a time separate himself from that particular kind of identifying, but he will find that he begins to identify with something else far more. At first he accepts this, and is quite certain that in this respect he is not identified. Then he realizes what has happened. So the struggle must continue all his life. Sometimes people say, surely we should identify, because then we feel real emotions, and so on. This is not correct. You can feel no real emotions if you identify. In fact, the work says that as we are, we know only one emotion, or one taste, the taste of being identified. As you know, we identify particularly with our negative states, with our negative moods, and with our negative thoughts. The work speaks very little about positive emotions. At the same time, it says that positive emotions are possible, but that they have no trace of identifying, no taste of identification. They are not self-emotions, forms of self-liking. All self-emotions are forms of identifying. Positive emotions have no such taste, and are not self-emotions. We cannot create them at present unless we try to do this work sincerely, unless especially we try to follow the 3 lines of the work. The first line is work on oneself, which begins with sincere and uncritical self-observation according to what we are taught by the work to observe. The second line is work in connection with one another, to understand one another, and not to react mechanically to the unpleasant manifestations of others in the work, to learn a common language, and so externally consider them. The third line is to help those teaching the work, and to assist in the transmission of it. If these lines are followed, especially the first and second, we may have, as a reward, flashes of positive emotion, whose taste, whose instantaneous quality, is utterly different from the ordinary heavy emotions amongst which we live. What we might call our positive. 900. Emotions are not really positive emotions, because they turn very easily into their opposites, namely, into negative emotions. For example, you are feeling very pleased with yourself, you are feeling fine, feeling good, and all the rest of it. And someone says something to you of an unpleasant nature, and the next moment you are plunged into negative emotion. Now the point about real positive emotions is that they never have an opposite in them, that is, they can never turn into negative emotions. They may come in a flash and then disappear, but they cannot turn into any opposite thing, into a negative state. And also they always make you see things that you never saw before, like a sudden vision, that is to say, their cognitive value is very great. The next moment you have dropped down to an ordinary level, and you forget what you saw, and cannot record it, and yet you know that you saw something that you had never seen before, some aspect of truth, of meaning. Now if anybody has had in the past, or does have in the future such traces of positive emotion, he or she must register them, as being of very high value even, although one cannot remember what exactly happens. The most hopeless thing is to regard them as mere nonsense. Positive emotions cannot reach us in the second state of consciousness, but they can reach us in the third state of consciousness, i.e. self-remembering or self-awareness. When a man is absorbed in his private interests, in his self-emotions, in his vanity, in his self-complacency, in his moral arrogance, in his feeling that he is always right, in his complaints, and all the rest of it, that is, when a man is completely identified with himself, he can never receive a trace of positive emotion. That is why it is so necessary to begin to work on oneself, and to separate oneself from oneself. When a man remembers himself, he is not identified. That is, when a man reaches the third level of consciousness, that exists in all humanity, and is really their birthright, he is in a state of consciousness that can receive help from higher centers, namely, from conscious humanity. But when a man is in the second state of consciousness, he is always in a constant state of identifying with money, identifying with people, and identifying with ambition, and identifying with himself. And so he is asleep, and under the law of accident. In the second state of consciousness, the so-called waking state, nothing from a higher level of being can reach us, so everything will go in the only possible way it can go, because everyone is then a machine, and no one can do. 901. Quermead, Ugly, June 1, 1946. Commentary on Memory. People so often not only try to explain themselves by their past, but feel themselves only by it. What do we mean by our past? What we call our past may be only one explanation of our present, and a very inadequate one. What we call our past is our memory of it. But what we call our memory does not explain either the past or the present. Our memory is according to our level of being. Our personal memory is so often a false, distorted thing. The point is that we remember very little, let us say, 100 millionth part of all that happened. I often doubt if we ever can remember anything as it actually was. Our memory depends on our powers of reception, and is by no means objective. Do you remember, for instance, all that happened outside and inside you in the external world, and in your mind even yesterday? Or last week? Or last year? Of course you do not. You remember scarcely anything of the sum total. Please do not pretend you do. But some pride themselves on having a very good faultless memory, and even say so another person remembers differently. So there is a quarrel, a very tedious kind of quarrel. Now what memory we have connects things in its own subjective way. But do you suppose that this thin, subjective memory really connects things aright? Can you really see your life through your memory? It is true to say that the past must exist for the present moment to exist. But what is your present moment that your past so often creates for you? Is it a real one, or an invention of the past? What is the thing you cling to called memory of the past? I do not think it is reliable. Can you remember what you did as well as the other person? You remember what he or she did. Is your so-called memory anything you can really trust? From my own experience in this work, I would say at once that it is the most unreliable guide to follow, and that one has practically to cancel it. Our memories are private liars that we carry about carefully. Do not think that to remember yourself is to remember your past. To proceed into the future with this false memory is not any solution to one's life. I would say, rather, overcome your past. It is also much nonsense to imagine we have infallible memory. Oh, this memory that folk cling to and hug in an ecstasy of unhappiness. The realization that what we call our past, that is, What we believe that we remember as our past is not something to base our present moment on, is a step in awakening. Otherwise we continue to sit in a darkness of our own making, a darkness made by our subjective ideas of our past, which we say is real memory. We have no real, unchallengeable memory. Yet the work says we have a real memory, only it is not accessible to us at the ordinary levels of consciousness. Everything is recorded. Everything we saw, everything we did and said, everything we felt and thought, is there on rolls in centers, and in their subdivisions. But our access to this real 902 memory is, mercifully for us, as we are, concealed from us the action of uncritical observing, begins to restore in a small part real memory. But only to the extent that a person can stand it without going completely mad. We have a system of buffers, to mention one factor, that prevents us from being conscious in real interior memory. Real interior memory is opened at death. It is called a book in the New Testament. If your imagination of yourself, your false notions of your self, your false personality with its invented notions of what you are, if all this has, in this life, been to some extent separated from, not identified with, and so seen through, then perhaps one might bear a little this opening of the book which is described in Revelation in the following words. And I saw the dead, the great and the small, standing before the throne, and books were opened, and another book was opened, which is the book of life, and the dead were judged out of the things which were written in the books, according to their works. Revelation XX 12. This means that at death we become conscious in the fourth dimension. That is, all the life becomes conscious to us, and then we see what really happened. Why 2 books? That is indeed the question to think about. In that interesting Persian esoteric story called The Conference of the Birds, the same idea appears. The birds had at last, after losing all their feathers, reached the presence of the sovereign. But it is said, first of all a register was placed before them, in which every detail of the deeds that each one of them had done or omitted to do, from the beginning to the end, was carefully entered. Let us speak about memory from what the work teaches. Every center has its own memory, and every part of a center has its own memory. The qualities of these memories are different. We have not, in short, one memory, but first of all 3 memories, then 9 memories, and then 27 memories. This is because, taking 3 centers, intellectual, emotional and instinct moving center, each has its own memory. Then, dividing each of these 3 centers into 3 parts, we have 9 smaller memories. Again, each of these subdivisions is again divided into 3 so that we have 3, plus 9, plus 27 memories, that is, 39 different sorts of memory on different scales. On these 39 memories everything we have seen, said, thought, felt, and sensed, is recorded. But our access to these 39 memories is very slight. We live, as a rule, in 1 or 2 very small subdivisions of centers. Let me add that even this category of memories is incomplete. The negative divisions of centers have been left out. If we divide the intellectual and emotional centers each by a cross line into 2 parts, the lower part being the negative side, then you can calculate for yourselves that we have another 24 memories. 903. Now, in speaking about different memories in us, let us take something that we can easily grasp. Intellectual memory is different from emotional memory, and again the memory of moving center is different from intellectual memory and emotional memory. We must conceive very large things here, up which we crawl as small insects. A man may have learned to ride a bicycle. That is, his moving center remembers. But he cannot remember what he once knew of chemistry. When he gets on a bicycle, he finds soon that he can ride it. Something remembers. What remembers? His intellectual center? Certainly not. He taps another memory, more easily accessible to him. But he cannot remember some chemical formula. So he will have to look it up. Yet he finds he takes it all in more quickly than a man who has never learned chemistry. After a time things come back to him and his intellectual memory revives, but only by some effort. Now let us take emotional center. A person remembers, as a rule, unpleasant negative emotions. They revive themselves by mechanical associations very easily. This kind of memory is not the same as the memory of intellectual center or moving center. The emotional center is not under our control, that is, we cannot feel happy when we are unhappy. There are certain efforts possible here, but I speak of ourselves as ordinary people. An effort in connection with intellectual center can change the direction of thought, and one can recall something by concentration, or by looking it up. But the memory of emotional center, which means so often the memory of the negative part of emotional center, is not altered so easily. One reason is, because we have such long strings of unpleasant memories harbored there, that we take as real, as actual, and, in fact, as our past. When you think a thing is real, is actual, naturally you cannot alter it. So it is difficult to alter the memories belonging to the negative part of emotional center. But once we begin to doubt their truthfulness, once we begin to suspect they are not wholly correct, then of course it is possible to separate from them. This is a fortunate moment. One, so to speak, discards the past, as one imagined it to be, and steps right into the present with a certain delight, freedom, and I need not be like this. One has always this feeling of delight, when one gets free from one of the many chains anchoring us to what we have hitherto insisted is ourselves, and defended so uselessly with a useless expenditure of energy, that could go toward a new edition of oneself, a new view of oneself, a new person. These chains, however, are very powerful. Only the intake of the work, only the breathing in of another set of influences can begin to dissolve them. For no one can free himself from what he is unless he feels the existence of what is higher than he is, and begins to obey it. But people easily object to this idea, namely, that there is anything higher than themselves. We are set very hard and tight in ourselves. We cannot see that there is something higher in ourselves than we are ourselves, namely, higher levels of consciousness, higher levels of being and knowledge, higher levels of understanding. And so of 904. Mercy. This awareness of something higher is a critical point in a person's movement towards internal awakening. And at this point every one who has got as far as this has to undergo a long, difficult, and yet quite simple, and straightforward struggle to tilt the balance, which eventually makes the unforgiving personality passive and merciful essence active. What connection has all this with memory? It has a very real connection, because unless a person begins to have a work memory, and can see himself over a period, he can never approach this point. Unless he has ceased to believe that he knows himself, and is what he imagines he is, and behaves as he thinks, he cannot change. Why? Because he is satisfied with his imaginary I, so he remains asleep, even if life knocks him very hard. It is never his fault, of course. He does not see that his level of being what he is attracts his life. And he has no real memory, no work memory gained by self-observation. He takes himself for granted. The memory he has is not real memory, but memory edited by vanity and prejudice. I repeat, that of all we have done and said, of all we have seen and heard, or of all that others have done to us or said to us, of all we have thought or felt or intended or wished, of all our behavior, and of all the behavior of others to us, of all this we remember 100 millionth part, and even so it is all wrongly connected. But we have a deeper memory accessible only to a higher level of consciousness, where it is all recorded as it actually was. The formation of work memory through observing I begins to lift memory to another level. Then perhaps we will not eventually experience too disastrously the shock of being confronted with what we did or said or thought, and what we imagined we did or said or thought. Quermead, Ugly, June 8, 1946. On thinking in a new way. It is often said that this work is to make us think in a new way, but this is impossible unless people exert themselves mentally, namely, make mental efforts in connection with the ideas. Unless a person thinks of the work, and ponders it, and connects it with himself or herself, the mind cannot be changed, that is, the person will continue to think in exactly the same way as formerly. Unless we think about the ideas of the work, and think about our behavior, and reflect as to whether we think about ourselves in the way the work teaches, we will remain the same, that is, there will be no change of mind, that is to say, the work will not influence us, nothing gets home to us. Then the work lies, as it were, like so many unopened parcels in the intellectual center. Now we have to seek and find for ourselves by what? 905. Means we can be influenced by the work. As you know, ordinarily people are influenced by life. The work, as a system of ideas which actually form an organic whole, is so constructed that if it is taken in, if it is really united with, the whole mind begins to change, and, as a result, everything can be changed in us. One of the ideas that struck me emotionally from early in this work was the idea that we are all asleep, and that all that one reads in the papers is about people behaving in sleep, and thinking that they can do in this state. But a still more powerful idea began to influence me later, the idea that I myself was asleep. Now ideas are more real than facts. You remember what O said about ideas? He said that modern psychology does not realize the immense power of certain kinds of ideas, and their realness. Even in primitive philosophy, he wrote, when men divided ideas into divine and human, they understood better the existence of different orders of ideas. Modern thought does not recognize this at all. Existing psychology and the theory of knowledge do not teach people to discriminate between different orders of ideas, nor point out that some ideas are very dangerous, and cannot be approached without long and careful preparation. This occurs because modern psychology does not take into consideration the reality of ideas, does not understand this reality. Ancient and medieval psychology understood better the position of the human mind in relation to ideas. It understood that the mind could not deal with ideas in a right way so long as the reality of them was not clear to it. And further, the old psychology understood that the mind was incapable of receiving ideas of different kinds simultaneously, or out of the right order, that is, it could not pass without preparation from ideas of one order to ideas of another order. Compares esoteric ideas with complicated machines which it is impossible to use rightly unless one is prepared beforehand. Now in this work we have certain ideas taught us, whose object is to transform our whole way of thinking. These ideas are given in small quantities, so to speak, at a time. Let us take once more the idea that man is asleep. Now this idea is very dangerous unless it is taught rightly. What is the preparation that begins to make it possible to understand this idea rightly? The preparation consists in realizing through self-observation that one is oneself asleep. This takes many years of self-observation and mental exertion, many years of private thought and private reflection and inner dialogue. When this preparation has reached a certain point, the vision of man asleep, of the world asleep, comes to a person in the right way. It no longer comes in a negative form, or with a feeling of superiority, but as an actual perception, without any negative emotion or personal identification connected with it. In such a case we can say that one of the ideas of the work has begun to influence a person, and change that person's whole mode of thinking. But unless the work has been pondered continually in the most intimate part of one's own private thinking, this really cannot be expected to take place. The person will only say in a parrot-like way, 906, that man is asleep, or even that he himself is asleep, without realizing what it means. All the ideas of the work convey great density of meaning, but without personal thought and application they are merely so many signposts. A superficial knowledge of the work helps no one, yet at the same time a superficial formatory knowledge of the work is necessary, as a first step. To understand an idea of the work is quite different from knowing about it. The difference between knowing and understanding is incommensurable. It is quite possible to say to ourselves that in the affairs of ordinary life we are very rarely influenced by the work. We know something about it and occasionally perhaps think about it for a very brief time, but the influences of life are far more powerful. Therefore it is necessary to find and seek by what means the influences of the work begin really to affect our lives, and the way we behave, and think, and feel, and so on. That is why we have to try to understand the work, and not merely to know it. Now unless we have some kind of aim the work cannot influence our lives, for then we are not surrounded by the work, but remain open to all the influences of life. We can compare aim in the work with something inside which we stand for the time being. If we remember our aim in the midst of life we feel at once that two quite different things are acting on us, namely, life, which will always make us behave mechanically, and the same in which we are standing for the moment, which prevents us from behaving entirely mechanically. This is giving acknowledgement, and so power to the work. It may be only a transient experience, but yet it is a very genuine one, and, although it may eventually fail, we at least get the taste for a moment of what it might mean to stand within the influences of the work, and so have a certain power over the influences of life acting on our mechanical personality. This is why the work emphasizes so much the necessity of having some kind of aim. It may be even a short aim for a few moments, a few hours, but that is better than nothing. Aim is on many scales. Now to nourish one's aim one must ponder the work, and here mental exertion is necessary. Aim can never become mechanical. Aim must be something that is consciously kept going through new supplies of thought and insight. It is just like building up a barrier near the sea. The sea keeps coming in, and washing away parts of this barrier which have to be constantly renewed. It is quite true to say that as we are we may not be able to do this for long, but yet I repeat, that if we have done it for a time sincerely we get a taste of what it might mean to reach a stage where the influences of the work are more powerful than those of life. Let us take once more negative emotions. Here it is really quite possible to do something. But you cannot do anything, even for a short time, if you try to do it as a given task, as something that you are told to do. You have to do it from some degree of individual understanding. Why negative emotions are useless and harmful both to you and to other people. You have to realize, as deeply as you can, your slavery to negative emotions, and how much is said in the work. 907. About getting rid of this slavery, and all the reasons why. For these purposes you must collect in your mind many of the sayings of the work, and behind all that you must have some general conception of all that the work teaches about inner development, about inner freedom. If you do this simply, as a task, as something you have been told, without any intimate private understanding of the reason, you will not be able to resist life. The influences of the work acting on you will be too feeble. In other words, you will not have any real point in the work. Now if you make a temporary aim not to be negative towards a particular person, not to consent to the mechanically induced negative thoughts and feelings, not to go with them, not to listen to them, and above all if you find the same irritating things in yourself, then you will be standing in the work, standing in the influences of the work which then can reach you, and begin to change you. This is standing within your work aim. The influences of the work, which are different from the influences of life, can reach you. It is really quite simple. Make a clear-cut definite work aim of this kind, and try to keep consciousness in it for a time. You will then see for yourself the result. But as a rule people never will make a simple clear-cut work aim of this kind. They merely worry, or vaguely wonder what to do, not yet having heard with the mind what the work teaches so distinctly about personal work on oneself, and about what they must practice. I am fairly certain that some will ask, what does the work teach us to do as regards work on ourselves? You have heard it with your ears over and over again. Yes, but who has really heard it with the mind, and pondered it, and exerted their minds over it, privately, and intimately, and realized in which direction the path goes, and what it means to begin to follow it? For the work is a way, a path inner, quiet, stage by stage, and psychological that leads to a definite goal. Others who gave us this work have followed this fourth way, and seen for themselves where it leads. Quermead, Ugly, June 15, 1946. A note on relaxation. A man fully awake has no false personality. For us who are studying how to awaken, this means that the more awake we are, the less are we in false personality. Or, to put it the other way round, the more a person is in false personality, the more is that person asleep. Now a person who is asleep in false personality has no real existence. There is no real person. A man must become quite open to himself without deception. This is true relaxation. He must cease to hold himself in certain beliefs about himself, poses, pictures, ideas of himself. 908. Anxiety and fear, which prevent us relaxing, subtly arise when a man endeavors to maintain what is not really himself. He lives on one side of himself at a time, and the rest is dark to him. He is not open to himself. The false personality, always preoccupied with different forms of internal considering, with questions of whether a good impression is being made and appearances kept up, causes a strain in being. It is as if a man kept on standing on his toes, and did not understand why he felt exhausted. All the time he is keeping something up which is not himself, something imaginary, something which does not fit him. And this happens with everyone. If we had no false personality, all this anxiety and nervousness which all secretly feel about themselves, whether they admit it or not, would vanish. Not only would our relationship to others change, but our relationship to ourselves. We then would understand what it is to relax. One reason is that the false personality can only love itself. Self-love, which attributes everything to itself, keeps us in anxiety, for it is afraid of loss of esteem and position. Now false personality never admits anything. It is always right. If it pretends to confess its sins, it does so out of vanity, as opposed to show off, to gain merit and applause. This absurd thing, composed of self-evident lies and false imagination, you might think easily seen and destroyed. On the contrary, its existence is most difficult to see, and its strength is extraordinary. It will neither allow itself to be found out nor allow ourselves to find ourselves out. That is what we really are. If it did, its power would be destroyed, and we should be free from our greatest enemy, that is, the person we imagine ourselves to be, whom we serve as slaves from the moment we wake up in the morning to the moment we fall asleep at night. So we cannot deeply relax when we serve in this way, for false personality will keep on making us correspond to what it imagines itself to be. It will not allow a person to be at rest, but must prod him to act in the way he is supposed to act, to keep up his reputation, his character role. So if a man has a picture of himself as being a hard worker, the false personality will drive him to work hard even at the point of death. It makes each of you keep up your pictures of yourself. Now the strength of the false personality depends upon buffers. Its strength is not in its self-evident lies and false imagination, but in the buffers that lie like walls and centers, and prevent us from seeing more than one side at a time. So we do not see inner contradictions. They prevent us from bringing two things together, both of which we know separately. Because they have this curious action, lies and imagination have the power to control us. The time comes when the work finds us out for ourselves. One way in which it does this is to make a contradiction in us conscious to us, that is, to make us simultaneously more and more conscious of what lies on each side of a buffer. Ordinarily we would be conscious only of what lies on one side, and after a lapse of time of what lies on the other, and so see no contradiction. So the false personality, through the action of buffers, prevents us from 909. Meeting ourselves. It prevents a man from becoming quite open to himself without deception. So it is necessary to practice self-observation over a long period until its memory, which records both sides of a buffer, is strong enough to influence us. This makes it quieter. There is such a noise going on inside us due to false personality, so many eyes shouting. So we cannot relax. Quermead, Ugly, June 22, 1946. Work on the emotional center. At the London meeting this week, at which all groups were present, the teaching of the work was begun afresh, and one of the main ideas stressed at the beginning was that this system of teaching is based on the idea that man was created specially, as an experiment in self-evolution. The work says that man was created a self-developing organism, as distinct from the animals. From this point of view, man is incomplete, like a building not yet finished, and it is left to him to finish his own building, to complete himself. For this reason, certain teachings have always existed in the world which can be called esoteric teachings. For example, this teaching that we are studying is sometimes called esoteric Christianity. This has nothing to do with exoteric Christianity. At this meeting the three centers of man were touched upon, and it was said that the emotional center in man is in a very bad state. Let us make some brief commentaries on this point, that this teaching emphasizes so much. The work says that we must work on our emotional center, and purify it, clean it out. Get rid of unnecessary emotions that keep us asleep, and keep us slaves to external life. Let us take a person who is always cross, always frowning, always bothered, always difficult, in fact, always a nuisance. In such a person the emotional center is not working aright, and it is necessary for such a person, through a long-trained technical observation, to become aware that this wrong working of the emotional center exists in him or her. Now a person who is always cross, cantankerous, difficult, quarrelsome, and even venomous, has in this work to realize that such a state of the emotional center is quite incompatible with any self-development. That is, this person, whether a man or a woman, has to realize that to complete themselves in the sense of this teaching, to evolve, to develop, is quite impossible as long as the emotional center in him or her remains in this mechanical state. The point is that such persons are quite unaware of the state of the emotional center in themselves. They do not see that they are cross, difficult, fault-finding, unpleasant, angry, and so on. On the contrary, they have a picture of themselves as being very sweet and charming. Therefore a gap exists in them, a gap in their consciousness of themselves. This gap can only be filled in by sincere and conscious self. 910. Observation carried out according to the instructions given in this teaching for self-observation. People all think they know themselves, but no one does. This is an illusion. Usually other people know more about ourselves than we do, but they, on the other hand, do not know themselves. So it is a very good thing to begin to observe the state of your emotional center and the unpleasant manifestations that come from it mechanically. The work teaches that the emotional center is the most wonderful center in us, but that at present, in the state of sleep in which we all exist, it is inundated with negative emotions, with self-pity, with self-emotions, with self-esteem, and 101 other similar forms of emotion that prevent us from really making contact with one another, and so prevent us from understanding one another's difficulties. Work on the intellectual center is different from work on the emotional center, but the work begins with observation of the three main centers in us, and we have to come to the point in which we realize through self-observation the state of two centers, i.e., what goes on all the time in the intellectual center, and what goes on all the time in the emotional center. Here you have a man who always dislikes everyone, who jeers at people, who finds fault with people, and so on. Such a man does not know that this is the state of his emotional center. Or man feels himself always through superiority to other people, but yet does not realize it. The emotional feeling of superiority is always based on self-esteem, on self-love, on self-feeling. In such a case the emotional center does not work as it should, nor can it fill a person with the right feelings that give him inner meaning and so peace. So it is a good thing to observe the state of one's emotional center, to observe it in action, i.e., to observe how it mechanically reacts to external events, and particularly other people. Here lies a great task, which is really a life task. This work is for all one's life, and through applying it we gradually undergo a transformation internally, owing to the fact that we become more and more conscious of our real sides, and what we really are. This destroys illusions about ourselves. When a man begins really to work on himself, when he has begun to see the depth of this teaching, he can no longer remain the same kind of man. The woman cannot remain the same kind of woman. He or she then begins to understand what it means that people are born on this earth as self-developing organisms, and that there is a special task for everyone that has to be followed and worked out in order to attain this completion, this final development. That is the real meaning for being on this very imperfect planet. Each one's task is different, but once the work is understood in its broad outlines, and once the truth of it is acknowledged internally, each one is shown what it is necessary to work at. You must remember that the work teaches that negative emotions are unnecessary, that they complicate life continually, that they produce all the unhappiness that exists in people's relationships to one another, and that it also teaches that it is possible gradually to free oneself from 9. These unnecessary negative emotions. Once a person knows this, and understands it, and sees this inner truth, he has already in his mind a secret of incalculable value. He need never be at a loss, whatever his circumstances, for he will always know what he has to do in any situation, that is, not to express negative emotions, and then to separate from them, and finally not to have them at all. This work does not teach that we have no right to have negative emotions, because that would be too difficult. It teaches that we have a right not to have negative emotions. All our troubles, domestic tragedies, and so on, are mainly due to nourishing negative emotions, to feeling that we are owed something. I ask you, what do you think you are owed? Examine it, and then look at yourself. When you see what you are like, can you really think you are owed anything? I would say, no. I realize that, on the contrary, I owe to others. A phrase in the Lord's Prayer says, cancel what we owe to God, as we cancel what we think others owe us. That is, as long as your life is based on imagining that others owe to you, you will get nowhere. But as more and more you see that no one owes you anything, and that it is always your own fault, then your accounts, spiritually, are cancelled. This gives the possibility of hearing higher centers, and what they will tell you. But if you are a mass of internal considering, of self-pity, of feeling you have never had the chance, of feeling that your typical life situation is exceptional, and that no one understands your peculiar difficulties, then you will continue to inundate the emotional center with negative emotions. In that case it cannot perform its true functions, and so cannot give you inner meaning and peace. Quermead, Ugly, June 29, 1946. Note on self-remembering. The work teaches that self-remembering immediately means better food for all the cells in the body. On the contrary, identifying in all one's life troubles, being negative, heavy, jealous, unhappy, and so on, which signifies an absence of self-remembering, means bad food for all the cells in the body. An act of self-remembering, in the midst of the uproar of life, gives new force. The whole body feels lighter, because then the cells composing the body receive new food, a class of food above vitamins. The body needs right food from the psychology. Blarieli, tie-onship of the body to the state of oneself, that is, one's psychological state, is very intimate. A depressing negative state, the worrying state, an anxious state, produces bad food for the body. The work teaches that the relation between the body and the mind is very fine, subtle and definite. Bad states of the mind, and especially bad emotions such as small petty self-emotions, disliking, boredom, etc., retard the right. 912. Work of cells in the body. So the work teaches that this effort, to work on oneself, to pick up one's behavior at any moment, and transform it by an act of self-remembering, changes the chemistry of the cells in the body. Man can be asleep in life although very busy. Man can be awake in life although very busy. The results are quite different. If a man begins to study what self-remembering means, from realizing he does not remember himself, but is simply a machine reacting to outside conditions always in the same way, he begins to see what the work is about. If he flatters himself as being all right, as he is, the work remains shut to him. This means, internally, the active higher parts of ordinary centers in him remain shut to him. So he lives, on the whole, in the basement of himself, of his house. A man, a woman, should learn after a time what it means to work on themselves, and not to remain just a function of external conditions, that is, upset, bored, unhappy, when external conditions are not agreeable to them, and excited and enthusiastic when external conditions are favorable. This is to live in the opposites. Then one is certainly a helpless machine changing from misery to happiness, and from happiness to misery. One does nothing to create one's own life, to create, in short, oneself. Life then drives us, as a great belt drives hundreds of little machines. This is not a desirable state, for then there is nobody. One is really nobody, with no power of transforming any situation. One spends all one's money and then has nothing, so to speak. There is no reserve of force. Nothing is created in oneself. In this case one is identified with all that happens. In other words, one does not remember oneself. If a man, a woman, in some typical unhappy event of which there are many typical stereotyped ones already made, if they identify fully with them they lose force. They are machines, mechanically reacting to these typical stereotyped events, all prepared for them like the jumps on a racecourse. Yes, it is really like that. You come to a typical jump and fall. But if you remember yourself, you need not, especially if you can say to yourself, this is a typical situation that millions of others are in at this moment. That deprives it of its unique taste. Now to repeat the work teaches that self-remembering immediately means better food for all the cells of the body. But let me remind you that self-remembering depends finally on the sense of something higher in yourself. When a man begins to apply the teaching of this work practically to himself, he begins, as it were, to fly a little above the surface of the earth. What he used to stumble at he no longer stumbles at. In other words, he is living on a higher telegraph wire, on a slightly higher level. What would have been a catastrophe is now perhaps only a momentary incident. I ask you all to think and reflect upon what it can possibly mean to remember oneself in the midst of troubles and anxieties, and, in short, in the midst of the uproar of life's stereotyped daily incidents, daily events. In that way, to vary the image, one begins to see what it might mean to walk on the sea of oneself, in my case, to walk on, and so above. Nicoll. 913. Quermead, Ugly, July 6, 1946. Commentary on False Personality and Self-Love. Questions are asked at different times in which the term self-love is used. I have explained that this term self-love is not used in this system of teaching, and when I use it myself I have usually added that it is not a technical work expression. In the early days of the work in London we often discussed among ourselves why this word was not used, and I remember someone saying that perhaps it was because it was either a worn-out word, or it did not contain any clear meaning. On one occasion, at a private talk among a few of us, Mr. Alspensky said that if we could find another term for it, it might be of some use to describe false personality. Various words were suggested, such as self-esteem, self-admiration, self-importance, and others, but when the term self-liking was suggested, he said that perhaps it came nearest to what he had in mind. He added that the whole question lay in the emotional reactions of false personality in a man or woman. He said man, or woman, must be shaken to their depths to get rid of false personality. We are easily offended and upset, because false personality is our feeling of ourselves, and it is an imaginary thing, an acquired artificial mask, a pretended person, that we like to imagine ourselves to be and are not. This false personality takes itself as a unity, and this is how imaginary I arises. It borrows, so to speak, the idea that it is a real person, and so says, The keeping up of the false personality takes a great deal of force. It makes us internally consider, it exhausts us. Mr. Ouspensky said that the false personality always justifies itself in order to maintain its existence. This wastes force. In regard to the false personality, which in my case is called Nicoll, he said that one has to be able to see that it is not really V. He said it was composed of a certain grouping of roles and centers and groups of eyes which may shift from time to time in regard to their composition according to the environment in which one happens to be, and yet at the same time it always has the same quality of falseness, of something kept up, some invention. A man, for example, may amongst lower-class people assume a certain pretense of himself, and amongst higher-class people assume another pretense of himself, and yet at the same time it is all the same thing, that is, it is false personality. He said that we have to come to the point of being able to say to ourselves internally, this is not really I. He said that this inner separation in my case from Nicoll was the most important point in the work, and was connected with making the personality as a whole passive. He said that the study of false personality was almost a life task, and eventually could only be understood through the development of inner taste which led into real conscience. He said that real conscience apart from acquired conscience was one of our greatest internal senses, and that 914. Unless it had been given us, no one could awaken. Acquired conscience is, of course, merely a matter of how we have been brought up and what we have been taught is right or wrong. He said that acquired conscience is different in every nation. It could be anything. It was a matter of imitation. Some people are taught by imitation and education that it is right to have many wives, and others are taught that it is right to have one wife, and so on, in 1,000 different ways, but real science is the same in all people, but it is buried beneath the surface of the false personality. He said further that no one of course could ever act without some admixture of self, that is, in the sense of self-interest. But that usually it was all self-interest. People did not externally consider, he said, that we are told to love our neighbors as ourselves, and that one meaning is that we could not do things completely without self-interest or self-liking, but that half of it should be self and half love of neighbor. I asked him to speak about the stages of emotional development, that is, the development of the emotional center to its highest receptive powers, as it was formulated in the Gospels, namely, love of oneself, love of one's neighbor, and love of God. It is recorded that Christ, when he was asked by one of the Pharisees which was the great commandment, replied, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself." Matt. XXII 37. It is only possible to attempt to give a summary of what Mr. O's answer was. He began by saying, false personality loves itself only, and all that flatters it, or agrees with it. Unless a man can find something to love greater than himself, he can never modify this inner state. Nowadays, he said, people have got a very strange view of the universe, and take it all for granted, as if it created itself, and see nothing marvelous in it. How can a thing create itself? Scientists ascribe every discovery to themselves, not understanding that they are studying a universe already given them which existed long before they were born. They even call stars by their own names. It is absurd. But false personality ascribes everything to itself. In more ancient times, when a man had sense of the miraculous and worshipped God as the creator, both of himself and of the universe, he was emotionally in a far better state than exists nowadays in the average human outlook. His understanding was better. He could stand under himself. In regard to what is said in the Gospels about love, you must realize that this is said in a very big sense, on a very big scale, and has meaning within meaning in it. These meanings destroy false personality, because when they begin to be understood by a man or a woman, then the sense of the smallness of themselves in comparison with the great mystery of creation begins to affect them emotionally. All greater emotions destroy the small self-emotions which arise from the narrow contracted sphere of the false personality, and its own minute self-liking and self-import, ance. He said, in so many words, you know already that all sayings and parables in the Gospels contain immense density of meaning which reveals itself as we change in level of being. To argue about whether 915 Christ existed or not as an historical fact has little sense. In fact, he did, and carried out his role deliberately. The point is that any man with any kind of discrimination and understanding who reads the Gospels for the first time knows at once that these brief records, these words, are completely different from anything that has ever been written since that time. But people read the Gospels mechanically. They do not understand what they read. They read about the Pharisees and Christ's continual condemnation of them, but they do not see that it applies to themselves, to their own false personality. The Pharisee in you is your false personality. It is always pretending to be what it is not. It is the Pharisee living in you. People even think sometimes that it is easy to understand that one must love God with all one's heart, with all one's soul, and with all one's mind, and imagine they do. They do not understand that this means first making personality passive, a long task. They must give up completely the idea that they are their own creators, realize practically, by blow after blow, that something infinitely greater than themselves exists, and that they are nothing. The trouble is that they think they understand what Christ said, and even quite religious people profess that they love God, and do not observe that they insist on their own opinions, and are a mass of false personality, so that really in the long run they love themselves. He added, for example, they are liable to judge and condemn everyone who behaves in a way they do not like. That is, they hate in secret. Now, what does love of neighbor mean? Who is one's neighbor? Some people perhaps think it means the person who happens to live next door. Psychologically, it has to do with those nearest you in being, those near you in understanding, in what they seek, or who are going along the same road. That is why we must make a conscious relation to those in the work, the second line of work. And then, what does love of self mean? Which self? We have many selves. And finally, how can we understand what love of God means? It is something tremendous, something we may imagine we know about, but cannot know yet. Yes, people say they love God, and then go and kill one another, or hate each other, or talk evilly. How can that be a love of God? Perhaps number 7 man knows what love of God means. That is, a man belonging to the highest development possible to man. Certainly ordinary mechanical man cannot know what it means. He may love his own opinion of God, the God he supposes he worships, but that is subjective, and if someone disagrees with him, he will be angry, and even persecute him, and wish to kill him. A state of objective consciousness, i.e., the fourth state of consciousness, would have to be reached before the meaning of Christ's words became fully understandable. All we can say of ourselves is that we do not know how to love others or God. That is the first thing. We must see that it is so what we call love can turn to dislike, suspicion, jealousy, or hate in a moment. Love means positive emotion, and we do not know positive emotions. Their characteristic is that they never turn into opposites, because they include all opposites. We only know 916 emotions that turn readily into their opposites, and do so often in a flash. We call it love, but it is not love. It is self-love. The term love is used in the Gospels in a special way. It is conscious love, conscious relation, not mechanical love, that is meant. That is clear enough. When a man begins to realize he cannot love as he is, then at least he is nearer truth. He is no longer a fool. He has at least got rid of some imagination, some part of false personality, got rid of some makeup, and so is nearer the possibility of conscious love. What passes as love in mechanical life is chiefly imagination. What people call love is usually satisfied self-love. To love is to work. Love is work. Some people, of course, disagreed with these words, and were sure they knew what love was even though they were unhappy or sad in appearance, I noticed. At another time Mr. O said that we could not form any conception of a development of love without a development of consciousness. He said, this work speaks mainly of a possible development of consciousness in man, as he is not yet properly conscious. Love must become conscious, not passion. Man is asleep. Everything in him is mixed with dreams, with imagination, and with negative emotions, to which he clings most of all. Most of his life takes place in his imagination. He is subjective, and especially governed by false personality. This false person he has to obey which is not himself. He cannot see anything as it is. But a man who reaches the highest state of consciousness is in a quite different state. While in that state he sees what everything really is. He is no longer in personal subjective meanings. He is objective and so universal. He can include all things in himself. This happens when a man becomes conscious in the highest or most real part of him, that is, in rely in him. Such a man would understand what love of God is. But a man living in false personality in which only small one-sided self-emotions occur, cannot do so. How could such a man, so prejudiced, so small-souled, so selfish, so negative, understand what love of God is? A man who even looks down on others if they do not belong to the same club, and utterly rejects a man of a different religion or nation. 917. Quermead, Ugly, July 20, 1946. Inner separation. The technique of inner separation must be developed by practice. At first it can be said that a person has no power of inner separation simply because he has no idea that it is possible, and says, I, to everything. Nor has he an inkling that only along this path of inner separation can he reach a higher level of himself, a new sense of I. An ordinary person is in a state of sleep. This is emphasized by the work over and over again. People hear this said, but cannot see in what way it affects them. When the work says an ordinary person is asleep, it means that such a person takes himself not only as a conscious person, as a person who behaves consciously and knows what he is saying or doing, but also takes himself as one, that is, as a full-grown person, a solid I. He uses I in all he says or does, as if he were doing it. In other words, he ascribes everything to himself. He ascribes his feelings, moods, thoughts, sensations, and his speech, behavior, and actions to himself, and even his digestion. This is what the work means when it says that such a person is asleep. He is asleep because he ascribes everything to himself, and has no sense of anything higher than himself or higher in himself. The first step in redemption from sleep is to begin to realize through uncritical self-observation that thoughts come to a man, feelings and moods come to him, sensations come to him with all their resulting actions, and that in this respect he is a machine in whose complex machinery he participates wrongly at every moment, saying, I. By saying, I, in this way, he ascribes everything to himself. The realization that one is a machine is underlined in this teaching as the first step towards inner freedom and individual evolution. As long as a man or woman, that is, this man-machine or woman-machine, that everyone, man or woman, ordinarily ascribes every psychic process, every thought, mood, action, and so on, to himself, he cannot advance one single step. He is fixed in his illusions. He then serves nature, that is, the cosmic influences that use mankind for their own reasons, without pity, as we see so clearly today. The sin of man is, so to speak, to miss the mark, to identify with himself. In the allegory in Genesis, man ate of the tree of knowledge, and thenceforward thought he knew what was right and wrong. That is, he began to ascribe everything to himself. I will add here how extraordinary it is that the early chapters of Genesis are regarded as literal and not psychological. The attack of science on religion in the last century was based on the early chapters of Genesis, which were taken as literal, that is, there was an actual tree, an actual 7 days of creation, etc. Now this ascribing of everything to oneself, which is identification, in its deepest form, leads a person to the idea that everything is due to him or her. Inner separation leads to an entirely different state. 918. New idea of oneself. As we are also heavily engaged in ascribing everything to ourselves and so identify with every mood, thought, feeling, and so on, that happens in us, we must continually be reminded by this work, that this ordinary everyday state of ourselves is utterly wrong. It is totally wrong from top to bottom. It is a state of total sleep. And from this state of total sleep, through self-identifying, the work endeavors to rouse us. This arousing is the beginning of awakening. You have no thoughts of your own, although you ascribe them to yourself. Your thoughts come to you. You have no feelings of your own. Your feelings arise mechanically according to circumstances and your typical machinery of reaction. For example, you sob and sigh mechanically. It is not you sobbing and sighing, it sobs and sighs. It is the particular sort of machine that you have acquired that causes these sobs and sighs. you identify with this acquired machinery, and weep, and wail just because this is how your particular machine reacts. But you think it is you that is, sobbing and sighing. This is not the case. It is your machinery sobbing and sighing, to which you say, I. Another kind of machine acquired under quite different conditions, in another country, would not sob and sigh when you do, but sob and sigh under quite different circumstances, that you might marvel at and consider a joke. But if there is no conception, no insight into oneself, then of course you will continue to take your mechanical reactions as you and so ascribe them to yourself. How, then, can you ever awaken to a new edition, a new form, of yourself? It is obviously impossible. You will remain at the level of being that you are at, but this work is to raise being. Have any of you thought enough yet as to what a step and level of being might be? What do you see in yourselves by self-observation that is weak, lazy, self-pitiful, mean, narrow, prejudiced, ignorant, stupid, foolish, insincere, negative, jealous, revenge, hurtful, suspicious, crooked, deceitful, inadequate, and 101 other similar things that belong to lower levels of being? Now suppose uncritical and sincere self-observation carried out with a sufficient and gradual passion begins to awaken an increasing dislike of what one is at present. I say, supposing that you begin to see that some of these things are in you, and that thou art a man, how can one deal with them? Only by inner separation, that is, by not ascribing them to oneself. This sounds very strange, and yet here lies one of the mysteries of the work. As long as you ascribe anything to yourself, you are identified with it and therefore say, I, to it. Now, I, in this sense, cannot fight with I, they are identical. For this reason, if a person begins to observe what is weak or lazy or self-pitiful, and so on, and realize that such things exist in him, and ascribes them to himself, he will not be able to change. What you say, I, to can never change. Only by inner separation can anything change in a man. If he observes meanness in himself or self-pity, and can't say rightly, this is not I, then will that man, that woman, not be under the power of meanness or self-pity. For a moment he is free. 919. In regard to all this, an increasingly delicate inner perception is required. At first everything is rough and violent. The formatory part which says, either this is true, or it is not, is useless. In between the opposites, thinking has to be slowly heard by the mind, that is, relative thinking. Sometimes a thing is wrong, sometimes it is right. People want a definite answer, and so they are given stony commandments. They are written on tablets of stone, thou shalt not, etc. This form of truth is external, and not yet flexible, not yet water. But people who pride themselves on their downright common sense cling to the mental activity of the formatory center, that is, the mechanical side of the intellectual center, which can only think in terms of the opposites, that is, the pendulum, and has no third force. They wish to know always, is this right, or is it wrong? All I ask is a plain, definite answer. But truth as water is not like this. Now I return to this mystery of not ascribing our thoughts, moods, etc., to ourselves, and therefore saying always, I, to them. One has to be able to say, this is not TV, take thoughts. A thought comes to you. You say, "I," to it. So you enter it, and then it has power over you. But you need not do so when Christ said, that what enters a man does not defile him. This was meant. For example, negative thoughts enter us continually. If you have no enclosure, nothing sealed off in yourself, they simply invade you, and you are helpless in their power, and so you will act from them and express them in gesture, behavior, or speech or action. This comes out of you. Then you are to be blamed. This is a fault in you, arising from lack of inner separation. Then you are a machine, chiefly driven by negative thoughts and feelings. But if you have a workplace in yourself, and sacred to yourself, and stand in it at least 3 times a day, you separate from these unpleasant or evil thoughts or moods which are not you, and nothing of them comes out from you. This is the beginning of creating something new in yourself, namely, the work. From what has been said, it is now possible to disentangle and understand the psychological meaning of Christ's words, which referred apparently to literal food, ritually prohibited, but which really meant psychological food, thoughts, moods, and so on. A man may have evil thoughts that enter him, but separates from them. He is guiltless. He cannot stop evil thoughts entering him. But they do not defile him. He can separate from them and not consent, not say, "I," to them. Christ said, "Hear me all of you, and understand, there is nothing from without the man, that going into him can defile him, but the things which proceed out of the man are those that defile the man." And when he was entered into the house from the multitude, his disciples asked of him the parable. And he saith unto them, Are ye so without understanding also? Perceive ye not, that whatsoever from without goeth into the man, it cannot defile him, because it goeth not into his heart, but into his belly, and goeth out into the 920 draught. This he said, making all meats clean. And he said, That which proceedeth out of the man, that defileth the man. For from within, out of the heart of men, evil thoughts proceed, fornications, thefts, murders, adulteries, covetings, an evil eye, railing, pride, foolishness. All these evil things proceed from within, and defile the man. Mark VII 14-23. When you identify with an evil thought, you act from it. It enters you, and then comes out of you. The entry does not defile, but the act coming from it does. People are often disturbed by their thoughts. Their thoughts enter them from without. They think they are their thoughts, that they made them. This is wrong. The thoughts come to them. No one can think from himself. But people say they do. This is wrong. Thoughts come. Any kind of thought can enter you. Some thoughts are useful, and need not be separated from. Thoughts fly into us from every quarter, as countless birds into a wide open cage, and pass on. But they are not our thoughts. But you can make them all your own by saying, I, if you ascribe them to yourself. You think I thought this. When you think from yourself, will from yourself, and imagine you did all you have done from yourself and do not realize it is all mechanical. That is, when you ascribe everything of your life to yourself, you are asleep. You are asleep in life and asleep in yourself. When you perceive your thoughts come to you, and that you can identify, or not with them, And when you also perceive you have no real will, but only the resultant of desires of many shifting eyes and conflict, then you begin to waken from sleep. You lose the life idea of yourself. This picture of yourself falls away like a skin, and something else begins to emerge, different from what you thought you were. You become aware of a whole set of new meanings. This is the beginning of psychotransformism.